Whew. Alright, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are all having a fantastic day today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's DLC Weapon Tuesday, if you didn't know, which means more than likely new DLC content will be dropping on this very day here within Call of Duty Black Ops 3. So hopefully we'll be able to get some people in here. Magic Reborn, Kobe, Chris, Job, the Ice Skull. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, my man? What's going on, Timmy? What's going on, Maddie? What's going on, Matthias, Mike, Austin, It's Freak, Solvita, Breezy, welcome to the stream. We also got some people coming in over on the Carnage Clan YouTube. We got Istrix, Raku, Psycho, Remix, Xavier, Beast, Marshall, Gandhi, welcome to the stream. We got Trap in here as well. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. What's going on? What's up, Beastly? What's up, Justin? What's up, Jamie? What's up, Marshall, Buff, Ibby, Crescent, Tayo? Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to this stream. How are you, dude? Actually, Trap, I'm doing really well, man. I'm actually doing really well today. And in all honesty, today's just a great day. We're all live, having a good time. You know what I'm saying? It's just a good time, bro. It's just a good time. So hopefully you guys are all enjoying the live stream so far. If you don't know what's going on, we actually had a massive update within Black Ops 3 yesterday. And the rumor is that today, or pretty much we're guaranteed today, to be getting some new DLC content within Black Ops 3. And what that most likely means for all of us is that we're actually going to be getting some new DLC weapons. So that's what we're live here doing today. If new DLC weapons do drop, they're going to drop in approximately 45 minutes. Now, the reason I'm live right now is because I want to make sure that we get enough people in here so that when the weapons do actually drop, we'll be able to actually open those up. But in approximately 45 minutes, a little less than that, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's when these DLC weapons should be dropping. What's up, The Chief? How you doing today, man? What's up, Apollo Rave? How you doing today? What's up, Andy? What's up, Sasu? What's up, Ben? What's up, Kobe? Yo, a lot of you guys are over here on the Carnage Clan YouTube as well. I really do appreciate that. So I am going to be playing with viewers here today, guys, just to sort of start the stream off. As usual, you guys know I always usually like to play with viewers, and then we should be able to sort of get going from there. Why are you streaming on the Carnage channel? I'm streaming on both right now, man, just so we can go ahead and sort of spread the love over here for the Carnage Clan YouTube channel and my own personal YouTube channel. Yo, Super Slashers over here as well. Marshall, it's not Dom, Flight Apollo. Welcome to the stream, guys. What's up, Splashy? How you doing today, man? All right, I heard they're going to be dropping the PDW. That's a pretty plausible rumor, man. Of course, the big rumor out there is that they're going to be dropping the MP7. That's the weapon that I think everybody really wants them to drop, but there's no confirmation of that weapon. It's almost become so much of a meme at this point that I wonder if they would actually drop the MP7, just because that weapon is so, yeah, has so much to it, you know? Like, people are always, like, literally begging Treyarch to release the MP7 that it almost seems like it's just not going to happen, you know? Like, literally, that's just based upon the fact, like, that's how big the weapon is, you know what I'm saying? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, I actually did hit Master Prestige, which is pretty high. We are level 55, Prestige 10. It only took me 17 trillion years to actually reach that. But let's go ahead and actually create a brand new BO3 social group now for you guys to go ahead and join up on, because you guys know playing with viewers is a huge part of this stream. So go to find and create. We're going to create a group. What number are we on, guys? I think it's like number 8 now or some crap like that. So I'm going to create a brand new BO3 social group. I think we're going to call it ProHenis 8. And then that's the name of the group that you guys are going to want to go ahead and join up on if you want to join my session here for today. I think it's going to glitch out and not let us... Oh, thank goodness, man. It didn't let us glitch out. Sweet. What's up, Wake? How you doing today, man? What's up, Evan Plays? Turn on ProBot? Yes, I apologize for that, guys. The ProBot should be on now. All right, you guys, all of you guys that are watching on my own personal stream, the ProBot should be there. What's up, Splashy? How you doing today, man? What's up, A-Ray? What's up, Eli? What's up, SMP? ProHenis G, Dakota, Harvey, welcome to the stream, guys. Clawless, Wake, Jamie, welcome to the stream. So this is going to be a huge sort of experiment for me, guys, because I've never streamed on 2 channels before that are going to get this many viewers. So I'm live on YouTube, on my own personal YouTube, and on the Carnage Clan YouTube right now. So there's a lot of chats that I'm going to be trying to communicate with. So hopefully you guys will try to bear with me on that. First time jumping into one of these streams. How's it going, James? It's just going great, man. Honestly, today is just... it's just awesome, dude. We're getting new DLC weapons today. Who's not hyped? You know, let's get a hype spam in the chat, guys, for the new DLC weapons. What's with this CRNG? I saw it on Twitter too. Yeah, that was just, we were making jokes last night when we were going for some team challenges, making some videos. It was oh man, it was fun. It was fun. What's up, Andrew? Play some hardcore. We're gonna be sure to play some hardcore, guys. So what I'm actually gonna do right now, I'm pretty sure I have a class setup all made. We got a couple class setups made. Let's just go ahead. We're gonna hop into, I don't know, what do you guys think? Let's just hop into a core domination right off the bat and see what we can make happen. What's up, Tags? What's up, Exotypical? How you doing today? Vin? What's up, Leafy? Touch me body? I'm sorry, Wake. I can't touch your body because I'm streaming right now, you know? So it just doesn't work like that. What's the group name? The group name that you guys want to go ahead and join up on is called Henis8, H-E-N-I-S-8. And yes, if you guys are watching over on the Carnage Clan YouTube and you don't know who I am, my name is ProHenis, or Carnage Hennis, I guess I should say. You can actually find my YouTube in the description down below. All my social media is down there, my Twitter, my Instagram, my Snapchat, and of course my YouTube if you guys want to go ahead and over there and subscribe to me. I am also live streaming over on my own personal YouTube right now as well. What's up, Biohazard's watching both streams? Dude, it's the same thing, man, but hey, you're giving us double the viewership when you think about it. So I guess that's helpful. The KVK's buffed, dude. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that they actually did buff the KVK. What are the new guns? So as of right now, you guys can see the streams are all titled with new DLC weapons. We don't know specifically what new DLC weapons are coming into Black Ops 3, but I can tell you guys with about 99.99999% positivity that we're going to be getting new DLC weapons today. Now, the big rumors, obviously, are that we're going to be getting the PPSH, maybe the Scar H, maybe something like the PDW or the Ballista, or maybe a sawed-off shotgun. The sawed-off shotgun is another really popular one. When I've talked to Dismo, I'm sure a lot of you guys know who he is, especially if you're watching on Carnage. When I've talked to the Ocean OPZ as well, a lot of those guys are making heavy predictions on the simple fact that we're going to be getting like a sawed-off shotgun of some sort. So I think a sawed-off shotgun would actually be really, really cool. But obviously, we won't know until approximately 1 o'clock Eastern time. That's when all these weapons are going to be dropping, which from right now is about 40 minutes away from right now. So we just wanted to make sure that we're live now, ready to go ahead and bring you guys all this content sort of right off the bat here. What's up, Marshall? How you doing today, my man? I'm telling you guys, this PPSH class step is going to shred. It's my first game on today, so you guys are going to have to bear with me here. I don't know exactly how well we're going to be able to do here. Oh, my. Oh, shoot, there's another guy. All right, we're good. What's up, Griffin? How you doing today? Amit, what's up, the Lost Nardo? How you doing today, my man? I'm going to try to communicate, like I said, with as many of you guys as possible. What's up, FaZe Monkey? How you doing today, brother? We got people watching over on the Carnage Clan YouTube. Oh, it froze. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. It likes to do this sometimes, bro. Hold up. I apologize for that. We should be good now. We should be good. Let me go ahead and actually try to decrease the quality here on my thing. On the YouTube. Songs that I'm listening to. Usually that should help it out. Alright, sorry about that, guys. But we're good now. Sorry. You guys know if you watch my streams for a while, sometimes the freezes happen, but we should be good. We should be good. What's up, Swag? How you doing today, Prestige Master? What's up, Aurora? What's up, Obria? What's up, JJ Cruz? What's up, Alfie? What's up, Jaden? What's up, Slovita? What's up, Moolsey? What's up, Futuristic? When will the new weapons hit Xbox One? The new weapons will be dropped on Xbox and PS4 as soon as they're, you know, they'll be dropped at the same time for both consoles. If they do actually come out. They'll be dropped at the same time on PC too. And that update, this new sort of update that's supposed to be coming out with these new weapons, is supposed to be dropping at 1 p.m. Eastern time, which is going to be in approximately 40 minutes from right now. A little bit less than that. So that's sort of the idea. What's up, Jets? How you doing today? Ozin, welcome to the stream. What's up, Point Show? How you doing today, my man? Oh, shoot. These guys are everywhere. We gotta get a little bit of map control here. I'm struggling. This one Buddha guy is going hard. What's up, Xavier? How you doing today, my man? What's up, Skrillex? What's up, Basel? What's up, Kai? Hey, guys, how you doing today? You sent me a class setup? I'm sorry, bro. I'm not using any new class setups as of right now. England is my city? Hell yeah. TT Mega. Hell yeah. England is my city, and Nuketown is my map. All the time. What's up, Deluxe? How you doing today? Alex, welcome to the stream. What's up, Ahmed? Thank you very much, Amanda, for dropping us up. If you guys are new on Carnage, or you're new on YouTube, or if you're new on my own personal channel, make sure you guys go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub. I'd really appreciate it. You guys are literally legendary for being in here. The hashtag, as Apollo puts it, the hashtag team notification squad. You guys are all showing that massive amount of love, and I do appreciate it. What's up, Nathan? What's up, Sand? ProHenis, what are you doing here? Bro, I'm live on Carnage, man. It's lit. It's lit, my dude. Alright, we should really try to cap this B flag if we can. The only problem is that these spawns, dude. I do not like the way these spawns are working right now. Alright, we got a level 1000 pushing up there. Hopefully, no. I was hoping you'd be able to do some work for us. What's up, JJ? How you doing today, man? Yeah, guys, I am actually going to be playing with viewers all throughout today's live stream. So, if you guys want to go ahead and play with me, I'm just going to be rotating members out of this BO3 social group for you guys to go ahead and join up on. So, the name of the social group that I'm actually on right now is called Henis8, H-E-N-I-S-8. That was some sick movement right there, guys. That was actually some nasty movement, in all honesty. Okay, that guy did not have something friendly. What's up, YT Sky? How you doing today, man? What's up, Fun AF? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. Yo, on my own personal channel, we hit 11,000 or 111,800 subscribers. If you guys are watching on Carnage or on my own personal channel, you guys will actually see my channel's live YouTube sub count right below, or sort of, yeah, you'll see that right in the bottom right-hand corner of the stream. Shoot, no, we need to go ahead and kill them off this flag, bro. Are they on it? Where is this guy? Bro, oh, he was sitting right there. I actually didn't even see him. What's the group called? The group is called Henis 8. H-E-N-I-S 8. That's the name of the group that you guys want to go ahead and join up on. I don't know if Apollo's actually awake yet. He said when it does actually wake up, he's probably going to be communicating with you guys in the chat. So if you guys sort of stick around here in the Carnage Clan YouTube, if you guys sort of excited for Apollo to come in here, Apollo should actually be in the live stream here pretty soon, communicating with you guys in the chat through the actual Carnage Clan YouTube account. So hopefully you guys will stick around for that if you're looking forward to it. You got the KVK out of a comment, bro. I'm hoping to get whatever these new DLC weapons are. On my own personal account, guys, I'm telling you. Let me give you guys a little bit of assurance right here. When new DLC weapons do drop here at 1 p.m., which is going to be in approximately, like I said, a little more than a half hour, about 35 minutes from right now, I have a ranged weapon bribe, 2 melee weapon bribes, 1,000 crypto keys, and 100 rare supply drops sitting on my account unopened. And I have every DLC weapon. So as soon as any ranged weapons drop, or any melee weapons, we are going to literally be the first people to get them, because those bribes aren't going to give you any duplicates, and we have them just sitting on my account ready to open up for when new DLC weapons actually do drop. So when new stuff drops, guys, this is going to be the place to be. You won't want to be anywhere else, because you'll miss out on any of that DLC content, guys. I'm telling you, you're going to want to be right here. Subscribe to the Carnage Clan YouTube and subscribe to my YouTube. So make sure you guys go ahead and do that if you haven't done so already. What's up, Xavier? How you doing today, my man? Let's go ahead and try to get this guy that's right in here. He's gonna be annoying as hell. Yeah, hell yeah! Get that defense on the B flag. Here we go. Here we go. We got hopefully some teammates are actually gonna do a little bit of capping here, while I'm holding off the spawns back here. That's the hope anyway. What's up, Ghost? How you doing today, Alex Lee? Yes, guys, I will be rotating out with new viewers to actually play with all throughout today's live stream. So if you guys want to be able to play with me, all you got to do is join up on the BO3 social group called Henis 8. H-E-N-I-S 8. You should snipe? Nah, dude. What's up, Ryder Jones? What's up, Yash? What's up, FS Ice? Why no zombie stream last night? So for those of you guys, yeah, I didn't have a zombie stream last night, even though I usually do stream zombies. Because Apollo 1, if you guys didn't know, he's the leader of Carnage Clan, told me that I should help him go for some team challenges, and therefore I couldn't live stream any zombies because I needed the help with team challenges. So that's why I wasn't doing that, and I do apologize for that, but nothing I could really do, to be honest with you. I mean, he gave me the option. He said like I could have live streamed if I wanted to, but I was like, nah, we got to help Carnage. We got to help the team out here. Damn it, man. We were close to my streaks there. Yo, what's up, Cozy? What's up, big bro? Welcome to the stream, guys. What's up, Kaleem? How you doing today? What's up, you know me? Kai Jones, welcome to the stream. Yo, I could not jump out of the window. Hey, a teammate pulled in clutch. I think it's that Riyadh guy. I like him, bro. What's up, No Ray Pez? What's up, Alex? How you doing today, Findim? Can I be mod? I actually can't mod anybody over on the Carnage YouTube because I'm not actually logged in on the Carnage YouTube. So if any Carnage members come in here wanting mod, like, I don't blame you. But you're going to have to hit up Apollo for that sort of power. I can't do any of that. What's up, Zombie Incorporated? How you doing today, Serinda? What's up, It's Whiskers? What new weapons are coming? So as of right now, because I'm sure a lot of you guys are actually wondering about that, we don't know exactly what new weapons are going to drop, but there are some big rumors out there. The biggest rumor is, I would say, the Scar H. That's sort of the biggest one. A lot of people sort of unanimously agree that we're going to be getting most likely some sort of old weapon from a sort of like a, I don't want to say necessarily like guaranteed to be from a World War II style era, but it's guaranteed to be sort of like an older style weapon. You know, with the World War II beta right around the corner, it would make sense for Treyarch to drop a DLC weapon that sort of gears toward, or, you know, sort of hints towards this new World War II style of Call of Duty that we're going back to. So, in all honesty, I would guess some sort of a sawed-off shotgun. That would probably be my best guess as of right now for a new DLC weapon that would be coming today. That's sort of my only guess. A PDW is also not a bad guess. The MP7, just because it's crazy popular, even though those weapons aren't like World War II style weapons, like what I was just saying, it is possible for them to sort of bring that back into this Call of Duty. Oh shit, this guy's going over here. Yo, talk about pub stopping here, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. What's up, Elite? How you doing today, Daniel? Can other people join? Yes, I will be playing with viewers all throughout today's live stream, guys, or at least until the weapons drop themselves before we do the actual supply drop opening. And if you guys want to go ahead and join up on my session, all you have to do is join up on the BO3 social group. called Henis 8. Henis 8. Dude, the recoil on this was not letting me be precise there. What's up, Yash? How you doing today? What's up, BA Miracles? What's up, Lar Nader? What's up to all you beautiful people watching this? Oh, get turned on, bro. Dark Vortex, yes, I do remember you, man. Yo, what's up, Sully? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the stream, my man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you guys are watching on the Carnage Clan YouTube as well, you don't know who I am. My name is Carnage Henis. I'm also a YouTuber. You can see I've got a little over 111,000 subscribers. If you guys want to check out my YouTube, I'm actually live streaming over there right now as well. YouTube.com/ProHenis. The link is in the description. I couldn't knife him. What's up, Shay? How you doing today? What's up, The Real Player? Consistency, what's up, man? How many wins off the triple play? To be honest with you, I have no idea how many more wins I have left, but hopefully we'll be able to get it here pretty soon. Just kidding. We're not going to be able to get it very soon. I think I've got like 20 wins or something like that on my triple play, but I've got a lot of triple plays like sitting on my account. I think I have two triple plays sitting on my account, which means that as soon as new DLC content does drop, I'm going to be like the first person to open it here live. So the first person on YouTube to get these weapons, guys, I'm telling you, we're guaranteed to get them right off the bat. Let's get a GG in the chat for that, for game number 1 there. That was pretty sweet. We have almost 1,000 people in the live stream collectively watching on the Carnage YouTube and on my own personal YouTube. You guys are dope. I appreciate the support. What's up, Crazy Gems? What's up, IEs? What's up, Whiskers? What's up, Enderdog, Oliver, Ryan, JMW? If you guys are new to the live stream right now, please make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub as well. I would really appreciate it. If you guys are watching on my own personal YouTube, when you subscribe, you will see your names come up right here below my face cam. You can see Ethan Cole is the most recent subscriber right now. The 4 most recent subs are right below the recent donator.
Oh, ProHenis.
Yo, what's good? KMG?
Oh my god.
Or is it Timmy Ray? I can't tell. They're both talking at the same time. I can't tell. Are we doing a raid? Oh, yeah, guys. Well, we should do a raid. Can I play with you? Absolutely, guys. Yeah, I'm going to do one more game with this set of viewers, and then I will back out and do another game with a brand new set of you guys. What's up, Amen? How you doing today, man? Are new weapons coming? Yes, guys. We're pretty much like 99.999% sure at this point that new DLC weapons are going to be dropping in Black Ops 3, and they are going to be dropping in approximately 30 minutes. Actually, a little less.
Hey, please, don't.
Listen.
Don't back out, dude.
Hey, yo! We hit Prestige Master.
Bro, don't back
It only
out.
took us.
Don't back out.
It only took. How long?
Oh my
How long?
god.
Bro, don't back out. Don't back out.
1,021
please.
crypto keys.
Don't back
What do you
out.
say?
I'll do anything.
Whoa.
I'll do anything.
They're listening to
I'll
my.
do anything, bro.
Did you see it? He said he'll do anything. You guys can hear the game right now, right? You guys can hear the game, right? You guys should be able to hear them talking. I'm actually on the PS4 right now, guys. So if you guys want to go ahead and join up on my session in a future game, all you have to do is join up on the BO3 social group called Henis 8. That's the name of the BO3 social group right there, Henis 8. And then you should be able to go ahead and join my session right after that.
Can you add
I'm your
me?
biggest fan, bro.
Yo, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude.
Yo, Henis.
Thank you.
Yo, Henis, can you add me?
My friend,
No, don't answer that.
my friends list is full, man. I'm sorry, I can't add anybody actually.
No,
Yeah, don't
yes,
add.
yes, I'm on Henis' team.
You're lucky.
What's up, Wolf Bomber? How you doing today? Bjorn, what's up, man? Jason, you subscribed? I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. What's up, Tiffany? What's up, Jamarco? What's up, Wolf Bomber?
Hey.
What's up, Charlie Terrell? I saw somebody over here on the Carnage Clan YouTube. They're rocking with Summer Rae in their profile picture. I respect that. I respect that very much. Like, god damn. That's pretty sweet, actually. What's up, NinjaTube? What's up, Eshes? What's up, Thomas? Welcome to the live stream. If you guys are new, like I was telling everybody earlier, make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub on both live streams, guys. We're going to shoot for 1,000 likes. Whether you're watching on Carnage or on my own personal YouTube, we're shooting for 1,000 likes. So, you guys want to help us reach that goal, make sure you go ahead and drop that like, drop that sub. If you're watching on my channel, youtube.com/ProHenis, if you go subscribe to that channel right now, you'll see your names come up right below my base cam. We're less than 30 subscribers away from 111,900. We might hit 112,000 today, actually. That'd be pretty dope. I'm just gonna have to go ahead and mute these guys in all honesty, just because I don't want them to be too distracting.
We're playing down
Yo, oh my god.
I'll leave them unmuted for right now, actually.
You're making them laugh.
What's up, Kinetic? How you doing today, man? What's up, Lazy?
We got B. Yo, I'm playing.
I wish I could talk to these guys, but I don't have a microphone attached to my PS4. I've only got one mic, and it's got to be attached to my computer, so the stream can hear me. I just realized, how do I not have? Oh, I think because I'm using my. Bro, I'm using my nuked out Weevil class setup, dude. I selected.
Right side of the
Oh
phone,
no. These guys are about to play hardcore. I respect that. Like, they're about to go try hard mode. Like call outs and oh!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no! He pushed me
Keep
right
going,
off
keep
the
going.
map.
Get.
Let's try to rock with the beer or an M8. I haven't used an M8 in a while.
He's out.
Yo guys, we hit 111,900 subscribers. That's dope. Can we get a 111.9k spam in the chat? Less than 100 away right now from 112,000 subscribers, and then we'll be able to change our clan tag and all that juicy stuff too.
Yeah, I'll thank you.
Hey, all right.
Yo, Henis, I subbed you.
Thank you, Timmy Ray. I appreciate it, brother. We just got C4'd.
listen to
Yo,
you.
David Mayberry coming in with that donation. I appreciate it very much, man. David Mayberry says, yo, Hennish, you should like check out my channel. Haha, I'm streaming right now. It would be really cool. Yo, 100%, man. I respect that donation and I respect the grind, dude. Yeah, I assume you're streaming new DLC weapons as well, man. I wish you the best of luck in getting some content. If you're still live when I'm ending the stream, dude, I'll be sure to check you out 100%.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a Mayberry spam in the chat or just a berry spam? I would appreciate it. If any of you guys do want to donate to the stream, it's always 100% optional, but there is a link at the top of the description down below, both on Carnage and on my own personal channel. Your donation will come up on screen if you donate. Oh, what's up, dude? Let's go ahead and cap this right here. We're running some bigger streaks. All right, yo, hold on. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to mute you just for right now. It's nothing personal. I really do love you guys, but I just got to concentrate right now, man. Maybe I should pull out this Peacekeeper. What's up, Alonzo? How you doing today, man? The AN94 is coming, bro. Imagine. Oh, wait. It's already in the game. Dude, like, I don't know, man. I was so hyped when they added the AN94, dude. That was some serious hype. That literally was probably the most hyped DLC weapon day that I think we've had so far, man. Having that weapon drop. Oh, that guy was lasered me. What's up, Minnie? How you doing today, Alonzo? COD is dead? Nah, dude. COD ain't dead. What are you talking about? What you on about? My teammate just saved my back, I think. I was about to say, he's about to be right in there. This guy's got the Vesper, dude. He still uses this weapon. This weapon's like got way too fast of a fire rate. What's up, JMW? Concentration before fans. I'm kidding, guys. He's streaming also. Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. If I miss your comment or if I don't respond to you, I'm sorry. It is because I'm trying to, like, play the game and also communicate with a lot of you guys. As many of you guys as I possibly can, so. Ballista is coming. Dude, I hope the Ballista comes to Black Ops 3, bro. I hope, man. Could you guys imagine how amazing that would be? If they drop the Ballista... Oh, he's right there. If they drop the Ballista in this game, like any sort of old school weapon, like anything from Black Ops 2, anything from World at War, I would think that would just be amazing. Or like, yeah, just any older style weapons I think would be like a perfect weapon to sort of add for like the final DLC weapon drop here. Especially considering, if you guys think about it, we're getting the World War II beta here pretty soon. So I can't imagine they're going to be like necessarily giving us many more DLC weapon days after this, man. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think it's necessarily going to happen, you know? It is possible, but it's pretty not as likely, I would say. What do I want to rock? Let's rock with the PPSH again, I guess. I feel like this is sort of my baby when it comes to getting streaks or whatever. Yo, I almost couldn't hit that guy for the life of me. What's up, Ender Dog? How you doing today, man? Game settings have changed? Nah, they wouldn't change game settings right now. The intervention? Dude, I hope the intervention comes, man. I hope. What's up, Alan? How you doing today, man?
I hate you, Henis. I hate you. You keep on killing me.
Bro,
See?
I'm sorry, man.
Look, he killed me.
Bro, my aim was booty cheeks right there, dude. I couldn't even hit a shot. The MSR, that would also be another good weapon. But yeah, guys, for me, like probably the best weapon in my eyes to come into the game, along with also the most realistic weapon, is the Scar H. I see a lot of you guys typing that in the chat as well. Like, you know, a lot of people really want the MP7 as well. But in all honesty, the Scar H, dude, I could totally see that as like actually being a weapon that they drop in this game today. Like I actually wouldn't blink twice if they added the Scar H, dude. I wouldn't think much of it. I wouldn't be surprised. This guy actually in here? Where is he, bro? Oh, there he is. We got him. Yo, you guys gotta back up here, bro. I hope I don't get lasered by that hardened sentry. We have no idea where it is. What's up, Dakota? The MSMC. The MSMC would also be like perfect, man. I would freaking love the MSMC. Dude, where were those last couple shots, man? I don't know. I don't know how that guy. Damn. The commando would also be really cool as well. Absolutely. I would love the commando. Well, yeah. I don't know. The commando would definitely be cool. I would imagine. I don't know. Like, here we go. I'm talking about how confident I am in the Scar H, but at the same time, like, we've already had so many assault rifles, so many SMGs, so many melee weapons added to this game. I almost feel like they should, if they're going to add new weapons, I don't know, if they're really thinking about it, they may add new DLC weapons of like a different weapon category. You know, so they may add like a shotgun or an LMG for, you know, just like a certain type of weapon that we've never seen before. You know what I'm saying? What's up, James? What's up, Lemmings? A new RPG. Dude, some people were joking that they're going to add a riot shield. If they added a riot shield, dude, I would be pissed. Like, I would, in all honesty, in 100% genuine honesty, I would probably be pissed. Yo, what's up, Postal Bike? How you doing today, Maxwell? The M27, here's the thing, like, a lot of people are saying the M27, man, but, like, in all honesty, the M27 is kind of already in Black Ops 3. It's you know, it's kind of the ICR. The ICR is kind of the MP, or the the M27. So, yeah, a double barrel shotgun, I think, is likely. Maybe some sort of an LMG is likely. I don't really know. I don't really know, man. It's all hard to judge. Like we said, it's all speculation at this point. We won't have any idea. Oh, yo, where'd this guy just go? Ah, he jumped right over me. The stoner LMG for BO1. It's possible. Can I join Carnage? I'm sorry, bro. I can't. I'm not the person that lets people join Carnage, man. That's not in my department. I don't get the applications on my desk. I don't have a desk, but if I did, I would not be getting them. What's up, Evan Jones? What's up, N6? How you doing today, man? If you guys are new to the stream, definitely be sure to drop a like and drop a sub. When you guys subscribe over on my own personal YouTube channel, you will see your names come up on screen right below my face cam, and you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower right-hand corner as well. YouTube.com/ProHenis. My link is in the description for those of you guys that are watching over on Carnage. And if you're watching on Carnage and you aren't subscribed to Carnage, then make sure you drop that sub over there as well. Ah, shoot, dude. Dude. Yep. The ASM-1, dude, could you imagine if they added the ASM-1? Like, that weapon's cool and all, but I don't know. I highly doubt they'd add it just because, you know, it's Advanced Warfare, man. Nobody likes Advanced Warfare anymore. There's no new weapons coming? Oh, bro, there's 100% something coming. There was a new update yesterday, approximately a 1.6 gigabyte update. You don't add an update that big to a game like Black Ops 3 if nothing new is coming into the game, man. It's just not going to happen. There's got to be something new coming. At least we're getting new camos. At the very, very least, it's going to be new camos. More than likely, new weapons. Also, possibly a new contract. Some sort of new community contract is also possible. Preston, what's up? The BO3? I highly doubt it, man. I don't know. We are less than 20 minutes away, guys, from these weapons actually dropping, or from this update actually going live, is what I should say. And you guys best believe, as soon as that update drops, we are going to be the first people to have these DLC weapons right here on this stream. So make sure you guys stick around, have notifications turned on, because we will be live streaming those DLC weapons as soon as they drop. And Infected game mode, that would be awesome, man. I miss Infected. I mean, like, I know Infinite Warfare's got it, but could you imagine if they added it to Black Ops 3? That'd be so awesome, bro. That'd be so great. What's up, Hustle? What's up, Leaf? How you doing today, man? What's up, Zayden? Johannes, I was wondering if you could raid me. He's at 1.5k. I don't know who I'm going to be raiding right now, guys. We're not even talking about raids right now, dude. The live stream just started. Ooh, dude, the kinetic armor. All right, I see. Game settings changed for me? Nah, they shouldn't already have changed, man. Should they? Yo, FaZe Monkey, chill with the spam, bro. What's up, Bose? How you doing today, Brennan? Welcome to the live stream, my man. Game settings shouldn't have changed now, guys. They shouldn't be changing this early. Seems a little early, doesn't it, for the game settings to change? I don't know. Ah, shit, these guys are everywhere. And there is a dono hype from my man, Rain Man. I appreciate that. What's up, Xanax? How you doing today, brother? Rain Man came in with a $1.11 donation and says, hopefully, hold on, let me concentrate here. This game's almost over. Let me finish up this game here real quick. He says, hopefully some good DLC weapons come, and not the Riot Shield. Watch your 6, 100%, dude. I hope it's not the Riot Shield either. Can we get a raindrop emoji spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate it. If you guys could spam the raindrop emoji for my man, Rain Man, for dropping that $1.11 donation, I would appreciate it. What's up, brother? Oh, I wanted to go ahead and get those cap points, but didn't happen. GG. I promise they changed. All right, I'll back out here and see what we can get.
You are way too good for this thing.
Bro, I went 39-23, man. I didn't even get a 2 KD. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it, though. Thank you, GK.
GK got last kill count.
Are you playing on PC? No, I'm playing on the PS4 right now, guys.
I came in third
What's up,
place.
Jarrell? What's up, Jansen?
You need to go to college.
Yo, I appreciate the raindrop spams,
you're
guys.
welcome.
Appreciate it.
He is awesome. Holy
I
cow.
mean, hey, at least I came in third place. At least I came in
Yeah.
third place.
Coach,
True,
should I
true.
join you?
Heenis, I'm
Yo,
so sorry. I did terrible.
Heenis. Nice
Dude,
job.
this man's
Heenis.
calling me Henis? Who the hell's Henis? Where is he?
At least I came in third place. At least I came in third place.
What's up, Zappies? How you doing today, man? What's up, Dark Knight?
It's GK. Can I join you?
What's up, James? What's up, Edwin? What's up, Daniel
No,
Gamer?
you can't.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta mute you guys. I can't guarantee who's gonna be joining my session. It's just first come, first serve. Whoever joins off the group first, in all honesty. What's up, Zero? How you doing today, man? Unfortunately. Drop a nuclear next game, and I'll donate $100. All right, bro. Sounds good. That's all the incentive I need, man. What's up, Rishi? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Rezem? What's up, Letty? What's up, Connor? Everybody needs these. Yeah, bro. You need an umbrella for all the raindrops that are dropping right now. Yo, King Savage just went hard with the spam there. I appreciate that.
I'm so sorry.
Yo, no worries. You guys are fine. You guys are fine. All right, let me go ahead and make sure I've muted everybody who I'm playing with right now so I know who I've already played with.
Why?
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to back out, guys. I'm going to leave alone. And now if you guys want... Oh, game settings have changed. All right, interesting. You guys weren't actually trolling me. You guys weren't trolling me. Okay. Let's take a look-see here and see what we can get. What's up, David Toner? What's up, Realistic? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream. The game settings have changed, guys. So is this... Did they drop anything new? Do you guys actually see anything new in the game? I mean, we'll find out here in like literally just a couple seconds. But let's see. Let's see if anything new actually did drop. All right, we got to download it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are less than 50 subscribers away from 112,000 subscribers. If you guys are watching on Carnage or if you're watching on my own personal YouTube channel, make sure you drop a like and a sub. When you guys subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/ProHenis, you'll see your names come up right here below my face cam. You can see A-Rex is the most recent subscriber to the ProHenis army. And let's see if we can get so much of a big sub spike that we jump from 11,000 or 111,955 all the way up to 112,000. I think it's possible. It's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. Look at Twitter. I can't look at Twitter right now, man. I'm sorry. I can't. Just because I want to focus up on the... Oh, shit. Did I just click to open on those? No, I didn't. We're good. All right. So no new Oh, yeah. So when I click on... Yeah, that was just for the supply drop thing. So there's no new contracts. Let's go over to create a class and see what we can find here. I highly doubt... Yeah, if anything is going to drop, guys, I think it's going to be in 13 minutes from now. 13 minutes from now is when new content is actually going to drop. That's my guess. Because that'll be at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And that's usually when we've gotten these new updates. So I would keep our fingers crossed for that moment. I'm pretty sure that's when new content is actually going to be coming into the game. If you guys do want to go ahead and join my session, it's very simple. All that you guys have to do if you're new to the channel is go ahead and join up on the BO3 social group called Henis 8. This is a group that we made literally at the beginning of this live stream. Once you've joined up on that group, you should be able to then go ahead and join my session. What's up, Steven? How you doing today? Ali, Daniel, Triax. 11 minutes and the new camo comes out. That's true. There could be some brand new camos coming into the game as well, which if that's true, bro, that would be legendary. Legendary. But yeah, guys, we gotta wait till 1 p.m. because in all honesty, that's when I think new content's actually be dropping. 1 subscriber away from 112K, guys. I don't know why nobody was able to join here. Postal Bike says, I'm calling it. It's either going to be the Hamar, the Scar H from BO2. So it's going to be one of those. I don't know, man. I think that's possible. I think it's more than likely we're going to be getting... I think the Scar H is possible. I think some sort of a shotgun is also very possible as well. Are you guys having issues joining my session? I'm imagining so if you guys are just quitting out of my lobby like that. I don't know. But we're very close, guys. 3 subscribers away. 5 subscribers away. You guys keep subscribing, then unsubscribing. Can you show us your classes? Yeah, I'll give you guys a couple more seconds to join up. If you guys can't join, let me know, and I'll go ahead and try to restart my game here, and then hopefully you guys will be able to join. But the class setup I'm using is the PPSH. I got Elo Sight, Fast Mag, Quick Draw, and Grip, I believe. Quick Draw, Grip, and Fast Mag. Yeah, with Afterburner, Fast Hands, and Scavenger as my perks. I'm telling you, the Elo Sight on that weapon is legitimately what makes it, 100%. I hope we get a new melee. I feel like a new melee would be awesome too. Let's go ahead and restart Black Ops 3 right here. We're going to go ahead and check and see if there actually is an update of any kind. We got the update yesterday, so it wouldn't make any sense for anything new right now. What's up, lol? They keep leaving? Bro, for real, they're just leaving my session. We're going to restart my game here. I'm guessing maybe you guys were getting kicked out of my lobby for some reason. So we'll go ahead and try this. Yo, please do not self-promote in the chat, guys. I would appreciate it very much. What's up, Lil King? How you doing today, man? I'm hearing the Striker from Modern Warfare 3. Oh, God. That shotgun, that was bad. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we did hit 112,000 subscribers. Can we get 112K spam in the chat? I would appreciate it very much. What's up, Cool Kid? What's up, Black Ops 3 Nerd? Cake Time, Gun Run. 11 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 11 more minutes. And then we will see if new content actually does indeed drop. What's up, Alex Lee? MP5, that's not a bad guess. In all honesty, guys, I really do think that if new content drops, it's gonna be something along the lines of like a sawed-off shotgun or something that we've seen from a previous Call of Duty, and preferably a World War II sort of style of Call of Duty. That would be my best guess. In all honesty, thank you very much for the 112k spams, guys. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys have dropped a like and dropped that sub. I would appreciate it. It does help me out a lot. So we got this new update. They didn't change anything as far as the playlists go. They literally didn't change much of anything, to be honest with you. I don't really know what that playlist update was for. Maybe just to have the new weapons actually get released right at 1 o'clock, which is in less than 10 minutes from right now. So guys, we're coming down to the last couple seconds here. We're very, very close. Try to go ahead and join up on my session, guys. Once again, if you guys can't join, let me know. I'm guessing since no one's joined as of right now that it may not happen, but let me go ahead and make my clan tag 112k, man. It's just crazy to think about that we're at 112,000 subscribers. That's just amazing. What's up, Josh M? How you doing today, man? Yeah, it's not letting me change my clan tag for some reason. I might just go ahead and play a quick game of like solo TDM here. And see maybe we can just sort of keep the stream moving, and then maybe you guys will be able to join up after that. Once new weapons actually do drop, guys, I will hop into a party with all of you, and we'll go ahead and actually hop into a public match and sort of see what these weapons feel like. You guys are saying you can't join. Yeah, you guys may have to restart your game here really quickly. I'm gonna try to hop into a game of TDM solo, and then once I do that, I should be able to then go ahead and party up with you guys right after playing one game. It says that I'm offline. I am appearing online right now, so it may just take a couple seconds for me to appear as online for you guys. What's up, Adam V? How you doing today, man? Try to go for a nuked out? Dude, I can't deal with the stress of trying to go for a nuked out right now, man. Not on DLC weapon drop day. Hell no. We almost have 500 likes on my own personal stream. We are actually, what is that, 27 likes away. That's insane. And we're almost at 400 likes over on the Carnage YouTube. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you very much for the support. Seriously, guys. This is one of our very first times experimenting, streaming on the Carnage Clan YouTube. And the fact that you guys are showing the support that you are really means a lot. Restart the app. Yeah, I'll restart the app one more time. Yo, what's up, Dismo? Dismo says, psych, he can't get one. Listen, Dismo, I can get all the new nuked outs with new DLC weapons that you can, bro. We should have a nuked out contest, dude. I'll drop 17 nuked outs in 30 minutes. They'll all be world records, one after the other. We got a donation from my man Poster Bike. It's been a while since you've donated, man. What's up? Welcome to the stream. What's up, your boy Mitch? That's what I'm saying, right? Ew, Dismo, right? That's gross. It's gross. Yo, what's up, Primitive AK? How you doing today, man? What's up, Pat Moray? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Sammy? What's up, OMG? It's Siegel. Siegel, welcome. Like Siegel as in the Overwatch pro player? I don't know, man. So Postal Bike comes in with that $1.11 donation and says, maybe the Rangers or the model 1887 from the MW2. That would be a good choice as well. That's true. In all honesty, Dismo and I were both thinking, or more so Dismo is thinking, that it's going to be a sawed-off shotgun, which in all honesty, I agree with that. The more I thought about it, I was like, that makes sense. Dismo knows what he's talking about when it comes to this sort of stuff. What did Dismo say? He's talking smack up here. Sorry. But who effed up? Yo, okay, I did not mess up anything. No. Don't even. Nah, Dismo's gonna try to tell you guys that I messed up team challenges. Dismo, I did not mess up any team challenges, man. No. Dismo doesn't know what he's talking about. What's up, Ethan? Dismo, I'm actually live over on the Carnage YouTube right now, man, just so you know. What's up, Unearthly? Are new DLC weapons coming out today? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting new DLC weapons today. It's happening. It is happening. What's up, Rizzy King? How you doing today, man? All right. Try to go ahead and join up on my session, guys. I'm really hoping you guys will be able to join. If not, then I'll just go ahead and hop into a game solo, like I said, just sort of keep things moving. But we are 6 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from new content dropping within Black Ops 3. And I'm hoping to, dear God, bless myself, bless the Lord, the Treyarch gods themselves, that we'll be getting something good in this game, not a riot shield. Any of you guys that are hoping for a riot shield, you're going to get timed out. Just kidding, but I'm just saying. The riot shield would literally be one of the worst things they could add into this game right now. I like, this is sort of like a big slap in the face, man. I don't know. Maybe if I appear offline, it'll be easier for me to find a public lobby here. This is always what sort of helped me find lobbies in the past, so I don't know. What's up, Josh M? I love your videos. Thank you, Murad. I appreciate it. What if they add the M4AA from BO2? The M4AA. What is the M4AA? I don't even know. The Tommy gun would be cool. Tommy gun would be very cool. What's up, Bree Bree? What's up, Ali? What's up, Mark Band? How you doing today? John Marie, ACR from Modern Warfare 3. Dude, if they added the ACR, could you imagine the AIDS that would come from that? That'd be literally AIDS. By the way, guys, can we get a postal bike spam in the chat? Or how about just a bike spam? He did come in with that $1.11 donation. I forgot to ask you guys for that spam. I would appreciate it. I've been here since 20,000 subscribers. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Base Lord. I appreciate it. All right, we have exactly 5 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let the countdown begin. I wish I had one of those timers on screen. I know some of those other streamers do. Some of those other lame streamers, if you know what I'm saying. They've got these like timers right below their face cam, which, in all honesty, I don't know. I feel like I should add something like that. Thank you very much for the bike spams, guys. I appreciate it. What's up, Pat Monkey? How you doing today, Jazib? What's up, Chris Sporg? What's up, TNT? Maybe the Mosser? Maybe. Is G Fuel free shipping? I don't believe so. Do not believe so. But yeah, if you guys are fans of G Fuel, use code HENNIS for 10% off. Don't even ever use code Carnage again because it doesn't work. The code's actually broken. So just use code HENNIS. Just kidding. The Carnage Clan code isn't broken. But you should definitely still use code HENNIS because it's guaranteed that when you use code HENNIS to order your G Fuel, you actually get better tasting tubs of G Fuel. You get better tasting tubs of G Fuel. Yo, did we just get a super chat? I believe we did from my man McStaberus Rex. I appreciate that donation. Thank you very much, man. Lobby not joinable, bro. I can't even find a lobby my damn self. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I can't even find a lobby. How are you streaming on both accounts? I'm using Restream, my dude. This will be the last time we'll restart the game here. In all honesty, I don't even know if we should restart it again, though. We might just want to sit in the lobby here because we've only got 3 minutes. So, like, as soon as I hop into a TDM or actually find a TDM lobby, I'm just going to be backing out immediately. But yeah, guys, we literally have less than 3 minutes to go. This is great. This is great. Your game is broken. Dude, this literally Black Ops 3, dude, I'm telling you, it's just so unbelievably AIDS. By the way, if you guys want some Carnage coasters, you guys know if you're watching over on the Carnage YouTube, these coasters are absolutely lit. I have one for myself. There is a link in the description, I think sort of more towards the middle bottom of the Carnage Clan description. If you guys want to go ahead and buy one for yourself, they're extremely limited, so make sure you get your hands on one. They're totally worth it, dude. They look absolutely gorgeous, and this is the very first sort of line of merchandise that we're selling over on Carnage. So if you guys are interested, make sure you go ahead and cop one, and I'll be sure to shout you guys out if you do actually buy one. Appear online, yeah. Like if I appear online though, like I have experiences where like I can't even get into a lobby, man. I don't know. Potato internet, dude. That's what I'm saying, man. I got McDonald's internet over here, dude. What's up, Fade Bits? How you doing today, my man? All right, I'm gonna give the game a couple seconds here just to sort of warm up here on the multiplayer screen, and then I think after we give it a couple seconds here to sort of go ahead and warm up, then I think we'll be fine going ahead and like changing our clan tag and then actually partying up with you guys as well. But we have exactly a minute and a half, ladies and gentlemen. A minute and a half before new DLC content actually drops, man. I'm nervous, bro. I'm nervous. We still have the old message of the day, which is telling us that we got the Max GL and, of course, the KVK. I'm keeping my eyes over here on Twitter as well, guys. So if Charlie Intel tweets out anything, if Treyarch tweets out anything, we'll be the first to know. Let me go ahead and show you guys here this as well. We have exactly a minute left. I have 100 rare supply drops sitting on my account, over 1,000 crypto keys, 17 rare supply drops, 3 melee weapon bribes, 1 ranged weapon bribe to actually go ahead and go through when new DLC weapons drop. So I'm telling you guys right now, when new DLC weapons drop, we will be the very first people to have said DLC weapons on our account to then hop into a public match and actually go ahead and get going. What's up, Murad? How you doing today? Seth, what's up, Mikey? No new weapons. I already got the update, bro. It's a timely update, bro. You can't get the update first. That's just not how it works, man. All right, we got 30 seconds now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some hype in the chat. Let's get some. Everybody drop a like right now. Just please, for the love of God, please drop a like. If you guys aren't subscribed to my YouTube channel, make sure you go ahead and do that. YouTube.com/ProHenis. If you're watching on the Carnage Clan YouTube or my own personal YouTube, make sure you drop a sub. When you subscribe, you'll see your names come up right below the recent donator. Ethan Sants is the most recent subscriber. And if you want to see your names come up on screen, you will see that right there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm restarting my game right now, guys. It is officially 1 o'clock. I'm going to restart my game and see if anything new actually did drop. You guys are all spamming new weapons. I guarantee that's just a troll. Last time new DLC weapons actually dropped, something new actually did come into the game, and you guys actually didn't troll me for once. You guys kept saying the AN94 came into the game, and you weren't lying. The AN94 actually came into the game. Primitive AK saying new community contract. New community. Bro, my heart's beating right now. It's a new camo? Is it just a new camo, man? Come on. Don't tell me there's no new weapons. Don't tell me there's no new weapons, man. I think it's just, is it just the new camo and just the new contract? If so, that's still pretty sweet. But I was really, like, with a 1.6 gigabyte update, I'm surprised they didn't actually have something new. But we restarted the game right here. We restarted it, like, immediately, too. So we should be able to, gold matter? That's definitely a troll, 100%. There is new weapons. You guys are all saying the MP7. I guarantee that has to be a troll. There's no way the MP7 is actually in the game, man. There's absolutely no way. What's up, Efrez? What's up, Hayed? Welcome to the live stream. Hitler's in the game? Nah, dude. No. New game mode? I hope they changed the playlist, bro, if they did. Alright, they didn't change the featured playlist.
My clients are getting impatient.
Alright, nothing new there. Let's go over to create a class. Don't tell me we got troll arced again, bro. Nothing new there. Oh! We got the Uzi! Yo, that's the Uzi, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the Uzi's in Black Ops 3. Or is that the... that's the MSMC. Bro, I'm dumb. I looked at that and I thought that was the Uzi, bro. That's actually the MSMC, but it looks like the Uzi too, doesn't it? No freaking way, dude. They did drop... oh, we got a new shotgun. We got the sawed-off... did we not call that? Did we not call that, dude? That's so hype, bro. All right, any new melee weapons? I just want to make sure... no new special... okay, so we got 2 new weapons. We got the... yo, you guys are all calling me retarded. Guys, I swear, that looks like the Uzi, doesn't it? You can't blame me for that. That looks like the Uzi, bro. You cannot blame me for that. Okay, so there's 2 new ranged weapons. When we go ahead and open up this ranged weapon bribe right now, we better get this. Bro, cross my heart. If I get the Olympia, bro, I'm going to be pissed. Please give me the MSMC. Or give me both of them. Better yet. We got the shotgun, bro. All right, that's not bad. We got the Olympia. We actually did get the Olympia, so that's pretty dope. But let's get some Olympia hype in the chat. So that's 1 DLC weapon down. We know there's at least another one here, and it's the MSMC or the Uzi. I don't know exactly what they're gonna call it, but let's go ahead. Let's start burning through these rare supply drops, man. Come on, let's get some hype in the chat, dudes. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. It's the MSMC. Bro, I swear that looks like the Uzi, bro. You can't blame me for that. So we have the Olympia. We're definitely gonna go ahead and throw that on a class setup. What we'll probably do, once we get both of these DLC weapons, we're gonna hop into a game. We're gonna throw on, I think what we're going to do is we're just gonna throw on like Overkill or something, throw both weapons onto a class setup, and actually just go ahead and get going. There is a new camo. Oh, there's a new camo too? Oh, wait, what? There is a new Empire camo. Yo, Sully coming in. There's a new camo, bro. The Empire camo. That actually looks dope, dude. That looks so cool. Is it called... that's what it's called. As Sully literally drops the donation as soon as we get it, man. That's absolutely lit. Hold on. Let me go ahead and take a quick look here. So we're going to see it underneath extras, right? I would imagine. Extras. The new... so we got the Empire camo, man. That looks so dope. That actually looks so cool. All right, so if we go back over to... let me go back over to recents here. So we got the Empire camo. And now we also got the where's the Olympia? Just so I can show that to you guys as well. The Olympia, we got it, man. Oh my God, is right, Timmy. Timmy, did you see what this dude just did? Nah, dude, this dude just dropped a. This man just dropped $100 donation, dude. What? Gaming Boy Clash Royale dropped a $100 donation. Yo, that's just messed up, dude. That's just messed up, straight up. Sully, thank you very much for your $1.57. I want to go ahead and thank you for that. I don't want to let that get by. But then Gaming Boy Clash Royale dropped a $100. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just get 100 spam in the chat for that? I would really appreciate it. That is insane, dude. Yo, and all he said in his message, he says, "Hi, can you please tell the fans to subscribe to my channel?" Bro, I'll go subscribe to your channel. Hell, for your $100 donation, that's crazy, man. Wait, is that it? Bro, I got hyped there for a little bit. I actually thought that was a new sniper. But no, that's just... That's the RSA interdiction. Okay. But Gaming Boy Clash Royale, thank you very much, dude. That is insanely generous of you, man. I appreciate that very much. That is ridiculous, bro. Postal bike, dude. Don't scare me with that. You guys are going to scare me now with every donation that comes in, dude. I'm going to be looking over there waiting. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Unfreaking real, man. Unfreaking real. So yeah, we got the Olympia, we got the MSMC, and we have a brand new camo as well. We already have the brand new camo. We already have the Olympia. Now what we're hunting for is the actual the MSMC, the Olympia. That's what we're hunting for as of right now. So if you guys are new to the channel, definitely be sure to drop a like right now. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. I will be bringing you guys content with these weapons literally all day today. So this is going to be the place you're going to want to be for this new DLC weapon content. So like I'm telling you guys, make sure you drop that like and make sure you drop that sub. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we have over 1,000 viewers on both the Carnage Clan YouTube and my own personal YouTube right now. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. This is insane. You guys are showing a lot of support and I really do appreciate it. It's royalty from Advanced Warfare. I was going to say the camo does look like a camo that we've seen back in Advanced Warfare, so that's actually pretty cool. Where's my Uzi, dude? Where's my MSMC? I really want to just like hop into a public match and just shoot the weapon. That's all I want to do because I really hope it sounds... Does anyone actually have the MSMC yet? Because if they do, I'm actually kind of curious. Does it sound different? Does it sound the same? Like, I don't know. I would imagine it would sound pretty similar to how it sounded back in Black Ops 2. The MSMC or the Uzi, whatever you want to call it. I'm surprised. Let's open up the daily double here. Let's go ahead and get this. We actually have, we have the 100 rare supply drops. So you might as well do that as well. Gaming Boy Clash Royale. Yeah, dude, you did donate, man. You came in with a $100 donation, dude. That was ridiculous. Yo, absolutely deluxe. Yes, absolutely deluxe. 100%, man. 100%. That's all yours, bro. That's all yours. Yes. Go right ahead. What's up, Woodjab? How you doing today, man? Go ahead and get yourself some DLC weapons, brother. BO1 idiot. Dude, don't call me a freaking idiot. Idiot. I'm sorry. That was a little too mean. You got the Empire camo? Nice, dude. Yeah, the Empire camo looks dope.
Genuine article.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and just back out here. We're going to hop back into here. Yes, let's open up these rare supply drops now. These 100 rare supply drops that we have on our account. We better get it here, man. If we don't get the new MSMC or the new Uzi or whatever the hell you want to call it, bro, out of this right now, I'm going to be pissed. I almost kind of want to open up the melee weapon bribes because I feel like the melee weapon bribes actually have a good chance of giving us, like, the MSMC. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's possible. Sammy, dude. God damn. Sammy. I appreciate that dono. Very, very much. Sammy comes in with a $1.11 donation. Postal Bike also came in with a donation here. I don't want to... Dude, these donations are coming in so fast. I don't want to ignore them here. But Postal Bike dropped $1.11 and said they added the MSMC, a.k.a. the Uzi from BO2 and the Olympia from BO1. All right, that makes sense. That actually, yeah. I was kind of surprised. I was waiting for them to sort of drop something from, like, World at War. Or from, like, a World War II style weapon just to sort of create hype for, you know, World War II. The World War II Call of Duty that's going to be dropping soon. But that does make sense as well. So thank you very much, Postal Bike. And Sammy coming in with a $1.11 donation as well. I do appreciate that very, very much. What's up, Sai? How you doing today? Welcome to the live stream. So guys, if you're just tuning into the live stream now, the reason we're opening up drops, we already got the Olympia. We got that out of our ranged weapon bribe. And we already have the Empire camo as well. So we have 2 out of the 3 brand new pieces of content that are in Black Ops 3. We have we have 2 out of 3 of them right now. The only other one that we're waiting for is the MSMC. So that's why we're opening up this 100 rare supply drop bundle right now that I had saved on my account that will hopefully to dear God give it to us, man. If we don't get it out of these drops, bro, I'm going to be pissed. Is there new armor as well? I didn't know. There's new hero armor? That's actually pretty cool if there is. What are the new weapons? So the brand new weapons, we have the Olympia from Black Ops 1. The Olympia was in Black Ops 2 as well, but it was only in zombies, I believe. And then we also have the MSMC, or the Uzi. That's what it looks like. Yo, I love your videos. Thank you, Craft Boy. I appreciate it, man. On behalf of the Carnage Clan entire YouTube channel, we appreciate that very much. What's up, Dark Knight? What are the weapons called? So it's the Olympia and the MSMC. We already know the shotgun's called the Olympia because we've been able to get that out of our actual drop, but we haven't actually gotten the Uzi yet. I just watched your 100 TDM. It was dope. Dude, that was a dope gameplay, man. That was seriously dope. So a new update just dropped on BO3 on the PC, from what I'm seeing. And Charlie Intel just officially tweeted about the new weapons as well. I love your videos. Thank you, Sniper OP. Thank you, Dragon Thief. Do I have the MSMC? Not yet, man. I'm hoping to get it here soon. What the hell? Hello, Treyarch? Hello? What does the new camo look like? So if any of you guys played Advanced Warfare, it's essentially the royalty camo from Advanced Warfare, which is dope. Can you show us what's new? Yes, I should go ahead and... I might end up having to restart my game right here, which would suck. I really don't want to, but I think I might have to, dude. Oh, no, there we go. Aha, see? I was a couple seconds away from actually restarting it, but I'm glad we didn't. Just got to go ahead and keep burning right through these, man. We're going to get it, dude. I'm telling you. Like, we have 100 rare supply drops. We got a couple of bribes on our account. We're going to get this 110%. What's up, Drift Away? How you doing today, man? Bro, I want to try out the Olympia, too. I'm actually pretty tempted to try out the Olympia. But the MSMC, bro, I want to drop a nuclear with that. Yo, the Korean Savage, what's up, bro? Did I get them? I got the Olympia. I got the Olympia as of right now. I don't have, and I got the Royalty Camo, but I don't have the Uzi or the MSMC yet. But I have the Olympia. We haven't tried it out yet. That's a Razorback, dude. I'm just looking, I'm only interested in the epic calling cards that are going to come up on screen, man. Yo, what's up, Vivo? Welcome to the stream, brother. What dropped? So we have the Olympia shot. Wait a minute, is that a glitch? Nah, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. Stop, bro. Stop, man. This dude just dropped another $100 donation. That is crazy. This dude, so Gaming Boy Clash Royale dropped a $100 donation not 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, he dropped a $100 donation, and now he just drops another $100. And the only reason I'm skeptical is because he left the exact same message with his donation. He said, "Hi, can you please tell the fans to subscribe to my channel?" Is that legit, bro, or is that? Hold on, I gotta check my PayPal here in a second, man. That seems too good to be true, bro. Like I'm not trying to insult you, but you gotta understand my skepticism here. That's a lot of money to be donating, man. That's a lot of money to be donating. I don't know. Let me go ahead and check my PayPal here and see if that actually came through. Nah, bro, those are two legit donations. They came through, man. They came through, brother. Those are completed. Those aren't e-checks. That's real money. You're joking, bro. I gotta restart my app. Those are real, man. I mean, I guess he technically could refund them. I hope he doesn't, man. But, yo, gaming. Can we get another gaming spam in the chat, guys? Like, for real. Gaming Boy with a $100 dono, man. That's ridiculous. I just subbed and turned on notifications. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I do appreciate that. If you guys don't have notifications turned on for either channel, whether it's my own personal YouTube or the Carnage Clan YouTube, make sure you guys go ahead and tap that bell icon right now. Turn on notifications. We're going to be bringing you guys content all day today with these new weapons and the new camo as well. You guys will not want to miss it. So make sure you're subscribed. I'm also... Oh, we actually just hit it. 112,100 subscribers. If you're watching over on Carnage and you don't know who I am, my name is ProHenis. All my social media is down in the description below alongside my YouTube. I'm also live streaming over there as well, the exact same live stream. And so that's, if you guys subscribe to my own personal YouTube, if you guys are watching on youtube.com/ProHenis, when you do decide to subscribe, you'll see your names come up right here below my face cam. SC Skill Z Yorgo is the most recent subscriber. You guys will see your names come up right below my face cam just like that. What's up, We Do Fun? How you doing today, man? All right, let's keep burning right through these guys. Let's just keep going here. I don't want to get any more lag. I just want to boom, 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 boom. Open these supply drops up hella quick, man. That's all I want to do. What's up, Dex City? How you doing today? Beast Gaming, welcome to the stream, my man. What's up, FH3 Lewis? How you doing today, brother? We have 74 more rare supply drops left, and we're going to have over 1,000 crypto keys as well. So we're pretty much guaranteed to get the Uzi, bro, whenever it does actually drop here, which should hopefully be very, very soon, man. Very, very soon. We already have the Olympia. I'm really tempted to just hop into a game and start playing with the Olympia, man, but I really, really want to go ahead and try out the Uzi, or the MSMC. Watch your language, young man. Was it me? Did I swear? I don't usually swear, man. When do I do giveaways? I do giveaways on my own personal YouTube channel at the end of every single month. At the end of every month. You are dope. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate the kind words. You're a great YouTuber. Thank you, Ethan. Means a lot, man. What's up, Just? What's up, Jacob? How you doing today? Alexi. What's up, King? Your party privacy is closed. Yeah, it's closed right now just because I don't want kids joining my session and in the background just hearing them scream while I'm opening up supply drops. I saw the epic there, bro, and I saw like a rough outline of an SMG type shape, and I was like, it's possible, it's possible. What's my personal YouTube? You're watching on my own personal YouTube right now. It's your boy Angel. YouTube.com/ProHenis is my own personal YouTube. What's up, Wolf? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the live stream, my man. Welcome. Let's keep on going here, bro. Yes, go into a game. We're going to go into a game here very soon, guys. Very, very soon. I'll go ahead and show you guys the new weapons here in just a second as well. Once we get to 50 supply drops left, which is going to be in about 15 drops, if we don't get it then, I'll just hop into create a class and actually show you guys what we got. You're cool. Thank you, Siravan. I appreciate it. Hopefully I didn't just butcher your name. But yeah, I'll show you guys the new weapons here in just a second. I'll show it to you guys at 60, actually, because I think you guys are going to want to see them. You guys really want to see them badly. I get that. Come on, I want to see it. Ultra King, I'll show you guys here. 3 more supply drops. I just want to get to 60 supply drops, and then we'll come back, continue opening up these. I really want it, man. What's up, Jacob CR? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. What's up, exclusive? Evan Sanchez coming in with a $1 donation, the $1 super chat donation. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for the love. It means a lot. Hannah, sorry I'm late. Preston plays. Not to worry, my guy. Not to worry. What's up, Music MVA? Say my name, Diamond Zombies. What's up, brother? What's up, Hussein? How you doing today, man? I think we're close to the last one right here. Yeah, all right, we are. So let me go ahead over to create a class here, guys. So let me show you what actually dropped. So for SMGs, we have the MSMC or the Uzi. For me, at first glance, it looked like the Uzi, but then you guys all called me stupid and said it was the MSMC, which I get that because it does look like pretty much exactly like the MSMC. I loved the iron sights on the MSMC personally when that weapon dropped. There's no new assault rifles. There is a brand new shotgun, which we already got, the Olympia. Double barrel over-under shotgun, effective at medium to close range. We are 100% going to hop into a game and use this here very shortly. Once we go ahead and open up more of these supply drops to try to get ourselves the Uzi or the MSMC. I'm just going to call it the MSMC because I think that's what most of you guys are going to recognize it as. What's up, Nolan? How you doing today, man? Say my name. What's up, Brian? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Rizzy King? Do I know Preston? Like TBNR Frags Preston? Or Preston plays like the not actual Preston plays that's in my stream right now? I don't know, man. I just subscribed to your channel. Thank you, Arnold. I appreciate it. If you guys are new, watching on Carnage or my own personal channel, make sure you guys drop a like and drop a sub. All the subs are very much appreciated. Yes! It's the XMC, bro. Let's freaking get it, man. Let's go, dude. Oh, God bless, man. God bless. We have every single new weapon, man. The XMC. Let's freaking go. We have the XMC, we got the Olympia, and we got the brand new camo as well. That's dope, dude. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get some hype in the chat, dudes. That's freaking awesome, man. GG's. We have every single weapon. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to, yeah, let's just destroy this class up here. Let's go over to the SMGs. Oh, baby. Fully automatic SMG, increased range, and reduced recoil. Bro, man, you can't make this up, yo. That's so lit. Okay, let's go ahead and throw on. So there was a brand new camo as well. For those of you guys that are just coming in now, there was this brand new Empire camo, which does have a little bit of an animation to it. That looks really dope as well. Oh, man, I love how all the camos look on this weapon, dude. It looks so nice. But let's go ahead and throw on the Empire camo. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's just hop into a game here. I don't want to delay you guys any longer. You guys, I know, definitely really badly want to see this weapon. So let's hop into a domination game. Hopefully, to dear God, we'll get a Nuketown lobby or something, or maybe Combine. I want a small map, preferably, so we can go ahead and actually experiment with this weapon, see how good it actually is. But let's go, guys. The XMC. That's dope. All right, we're hopping into a game right now. Let's freaking get it, man. Let's get it. Dude, this is so hype, man. Yes, and it's Nuketown as well. Bros, you can't make this up. The Treyarch gods are with me today. Oh, that's right. We were supposed to make an Olympia class as well. Shoot. I forgot to do that. My bad. I was just so excited for the XMC here that I was so excited for it that I just wanted to go ahead and get that, man. Yo, if you guys are new to the Carnage Clan channel, please make sure you go ahead and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it, man. I'd really, really appreciate it a ton. What's up? England is my city? Oh, 100%, man. We have over 2,000 combined viewers right now on my own personal channel and on the Carnage Clan channel as well. You guys are absolute legends. We're shooting for 1,000 likes on both streams, guys. So if you're new, let's make sure you drop that. Yo, look at this thing, man. Look at this thing, dude. Oh, these guys are all pub stomping. 100%. All right, let's go ahead and see how this thing feels, bro. I'm really tempted to shoot it, but I want to wait until we actually find an enemy here to actually fire any bullets. All right, doesn't feel too bad. This is definitely the MSMC, though, dude. 100% this is the MSMC. Ooh, get lasered, brother. Hell yeah, the XMC, dude. It's got a little bit of this weird side-to-side recoil thing, but I'm pretty sure that's just from using it sort of right off the bat here. This feels nice, though, dude. We got the royalty camo on it here as well. Looking fire, my man. Let me get the hell out of the way there. Oh, he still got me. What's up, Mason Gregory? How you doing today? Let me go ahead and mute this guy, man. I know he's probably a little bit annoying. They got a power core here, too, bro. We joined this game way too late, man. I wish we hadn't joined it too late. It's like a silenced weapon. It does sound silenced, doesn't it? It does sound like it has a silencer on it, but I think that's just sort of the tone of the actual weapon itself. It sucks for the first lobby that we get thrown into, man. We get thrown into this one, bro. Like, that actually just sucks. Yeah, shoot. What's up, the real player? How you doing today, man? Yeah, you know what I should do? I should just back out, try to find a better lobby. That's what I do. I'm gonna back out, try to find a better lobby, and also throw on the Olympia on this thing as well. What's up, Tags? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. What's up, ACG? Need attachments, yo, it's 100% gonna need attachments. I think, just from using it right off the bat there, I think it's definitely gonna need grip, a grip of some sort in order to be, like, really, really good. And I think it might need rapid fire as well. I think rapid fire might be an attachment that really benefits this weapon as well. But let's go ahead. We're going to edit my creative class here. Let's go ahead and throw on, we should be able to throw on overkill. And let's throw on the Olympia here as well. Because this is the other weapon that actually dropped here. We'll throw on the Empire camo on this as well. And then what attachments do we want to throw on? We got, what did we unlock for this thing? We didn't unlock anything for it. All right, we'll just leave it naked as of right now. We don't really need much for it. And then let's hop back into, let's just try to hop into a TDM. Hopefully we won't find as many sweats in this next lobby here. Let's get it. It looks beast, grip, and rapid fire should be let. That's what I'm thinking too, man. Unfortunately, we got hunted, which isn't the best map for these close range engagements, but should be good. Long barrel, yes, long barrel. That's actually another good point, man. Long barrel, I feel like, is definitely going to be a beast attachment to have on this thing. I'm going to go ahead and hop into like a 6-man party here pretty soon as well, guys. And what I'll do is we'll just try to go for like a nuclear with this thing or something like that, or try to go for dark matter on it. I feel like would be really cool as well. Hennis, with that $100 dono, can you do a supply drop opening on my account? I have no good DLC weapons. The best I have is the nail gun. Please, please. Sorry, bro. Nah, man. I'm not going to go ahead and do that. Especially since I don't know if that donation is actually 100% legit yet. I don't want to spend any of that money until I know if it's legit or not. What's up, Shadow Boy? It looks like a mod tool. It really does. It doesn't look like it should actually be in the game. Like, it feels clunky, you know? Like, it looks like it's too close to the screen for some reason. I don't know why. It does feel weird, though. But here's the shotgun as well. Woohoo. I think it's got some kick to it, bro. That's nice, man. That's so cool. Oh, God. Where'd this guy just go? Oh, he just backtracked, man. I was going to say, yo, he was nervous, dude. He was nervous. I was hoping he was going to push me, so I go ahead and just shotgun him. Nice. All right. Looking good so far. Looking good. Let's slide. I don't know. What do you guys think these guys are going to be? I don't even know how these spawns are working right now. What's up, KP? How you doing today, my man? Ooh. Ooh, God bless, God bless. All right, I think there was a guy around here. I don't want to push anything just yet. No, bro, I missed both shots. Are you absolutely joking me, man? You can't make that up, bro. What's up, Jimmy? What's up, Landon? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Joy? Welcome to the stream. Dude, I'm out here like, I really want to do well, dude, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to be aggressive and just like, Ripper shot down, nice. I really want to try to use this shotgun here as well. I think there's a guy right on top of the rock out here, I think. Hey, yo. Yo, the insta swap, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, shoot, dude. I'm gonna die 100%. I'm dead. Nope, we survived. Somehow. I don't know how it happened. The new weapons, yes, guys, we're using both of the new weapons right now. Both of them have the new camo on it as well. We're using the Msmc, or the XMC is what it's called, and then the Olympia from Black Ops 2. Or from Black Ops 1, I guess I should say. No! Pop Kinetic a little too late. I just joined, what did I miss? Osvaldo. So there are 2 new weapons in Black Ops 3, man. We got here the Msmc, and we got the Olympia as well. Ah, shoot. I'm peeking it, bro. F it, man. No. Oh, this guy's nice, bro. Dude, this weapon is so cool. I actually really like this thing. It's got a cool thumb to it. I cannot wait to see somebody get a nuclear with this thing, man. I don't think it's gonna be me, just because that's not really my thing, but I hope. What's up, Zig? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream, my man. What's up, Ghost of Death? How you doing today, brother? If you guys are new to the live stream, definitely make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub. On my own personal channel, I'm currently 4 subscribers away from 112,200 subs. So if you're watching on Carnage, be sure to go over and check out youtube.com/ProHenis. There is a link in the description. I would really appreciate it. It would help me out a crap ton. And you will see your names come up on screen right below the recent donator if you guys do decide to subscribe to my own personal YouTube channel as well. All right, I'm tempted, man. I'm a little scared here. Ooh, okay. Yo, this thing's got some kick. This thing's got power to it, dude. I like the power this thing has. Nice, dudes, nice. I really want to try to get on streaks. I don't know if it's going to happen. We're going 15-3 right now. I'm praying to dear God. You just got to be careful. You got to be smart. You got to be careful. I want to pop that. Nice. I don't know what kind of new... I don't know where these guys are going to be pushing from, man. I don't like these spawns right now at all. I have no idea. There's another guy. 100% another guy. No, teammate. Oh, God bless, bro. No, no! Oh, thank God this guy's blind. No, dude, that guy just lasered me. Are you kidding me? We were one off our hater, man. Such a shame. Such a shame. We still got our rate, though, so that's not too bad. What's up, Fidel? How you doing today, man? I hate the sound of it. Yeah, the sound of it is kind of weird. I almost wonder how it's gonna sound if we try to throw on like a suppressor or something, because it already kind of sounds like it has a suppressor on. What's up, Beastly Jack? How you doing today, brother? I will be playing with viewers here very soon, guys. Yes, 100%, absolutely. What's up, Crimson? Yo, what's poppin', Crim? Welcome to the stream, brother. Oh shoot, we got that shaky thing. Okay, now we're good. We're good. What's up, Ender Dog? What's my favorite Call of Duty? Black Ops 2, man. Holy Jesus. Holy God, bro. That kid's mic literally just actually gave me a heart attack. Holy Lord, man. That was actually messed up. Did you guys hear that? Oh, I'm sorry if that just blew your eardrums out, but what's up, Coldy? What's up, Andy? Welcome to the stream. Oh, dude, this thing's got some power to it, bro. I like it, man. Oh, no, he's so weak. Oh, yo, that's actually got some range to it. I like that. I like that a lot. I didn't think it had a lot of range to it, because it said it was good at sort of medium to close range, but I didn't think that was actually, like, I don't know. I don't think it was that far. What's up, Ty? How you doing today? Logan, welcome to the live stream. How you doing today, man? What's up, Jose? Use the shotgun? Yeah, I'll go ahead and use the shotgun here for a little bit. We don't have a whole lot of time left in this game, but we're going 32 and 6, which is nice. Which is nice. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Chill, Hennis. Ah! Oh, God. I'm so screwed. No, I was going to be able to get him in. I took, like, all those shots. What's up, Josh? How you doing today, man? Have I friended you yet? No, I'm sorry, Beastly Jack. I haven't, dude. I'm really, really sorry. I know... Yeah, like, there's actually no excuses for that, man. I really should have friended you at this point. It's honestly kind of disrespectful. I haven't friended you yet. But I should have friended you. You know what, man? I'll friend you, like, right after this game, brother. I'll friend you right after this game. Because, like, you are somebody who needs to be on my friends list. 100%. Nah, dude. Of course. He gets killed right as I'm going for the shot. Olympia needs to be in Zombie Chronicles. That would actually be dope. If the I mean, it's not a very good zombies weapon, like, by any means, but just for nostalgia's sake, if it was in Zombie Chronicles, I feel like a lot of people would dig that. Drop a nuke with him. We're gonna try. We're gonna try to drop a nuke with the XMC here. That's gonna be our next task. And what I'll do right after this lobby, I'm gonna back out and try to play with a 6-man party of viewers. So if any of you guys want to go ahead and join up, it's very, very simple. All that you guys are gonna have to do is go ahead and join up on my BO3 social group called ProHenis 8. I'll show you guys how to do that right after this game here. And then we should be able to go ahead and play together here.
Demo KIA.
Nice. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. This weapon's nice, though. We're getting a good number of attachments here for it as well. What's up, Jacob Downey? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. Where's this guy? Oh, dude, I was just a little off on that shot. What's up, Tina? Yes, I do remember you. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Poiga? What's up, Nova? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? 38 and 11. Not too bad. Not too bad for our first game. Using the new weapons. Oh, shoot. This guy's in the water. There he is. Got him. Do I have a PlayStation mic? I don't, man. No, unfortunately. The only mic that I've got is this AT2020, which does work on my PS4, but I've got to keep it attached to my computer so I can actually play with you guys.
TACOM requesting redeploy to new hot zone.
What's up, We Do Fun? Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today, brother? What's up, Sam Turney? This sounds disgusting. Dude, it doesn't sound like the old... No, 100%. It sounds weird. It's got this, you know what, like the old Msmc had this sort of like thickness, echo sound to it when you shot it, like it sounded beefy, you know? But this weapon does not sound beefy by any means. It doesn't have that same sort of beef to it, but I'm gonna go ahead and get a brand new 6-man party, guys, and then we'll go ahead and try to join up and get into a lobby here and try to actually drop a nuclear with this thing. Can we talk on Discord? Not right now, brother. No. Not while I'm streaming, just because it's gonna be easier for me to let's go ahead and concentrate when I'm trying to get this. If I'm just sort of playing by myself, if I'm just sort of, you know, the only one talking. It'll just make it easier for me to concentrate. It's nothing personal, man. You and I, dude, are good 100% hop into a Discord here at some point, man. We have 865 likes on my own personal stream, guys. That is insane. Less than 200 likes away from 1,000 likes. Please make sure you guys do drop a like. I would really appreciate it. And we're less than 400 likes away from 1,000 over on the Carnage YouTube. So make sure you guys drop a like wherever you guys are. I would really appreciate it. We got Quick Draw, Suppressor, Recon, and Reflex. We'll throw on Quick Draw, I guess. Or no, I think we got Reflex for the Olympia. I'm gonna go ahead and back out there. My party is now open. So if you guys want to join up, feel free. I think I am appearing online now as well. So you guys should be able to go ahead and join up there. Let me go ahead and actually, I'm gonna mess up this class a little bit. Go ahead and join up on my session, guys. If you want to play with me, it is first come, first serve. All you guys have to do is if you want to join up on my session, is to join up on the BO3 social group called Henis 8. Henis 8. Then once you guys are in that group, go over to the roster and look for my username, KRNG Henis. Yo, I just muted him right as he was complimenting me.
I'm actually very stunned right now.
Yo, I appreciate the support, dude. Thank you very much, Stormtrooper. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a ton, man. What are the new guns? We got the Olympia from BO1 and the XMC from Black Ops 2, or the MSMC, whatever you want to call it. But let me go ahead and friend my man Beastly Jack here. While I'm go ahead and friending him, guys, make sure you go ahead and join up on my BO3 social group right now. We got room for 2 more people, so the next 2 people to join, those will be the 2 people that'll be able to hop in my session right here. So be sure to do that if you guys want to. I would greatly appreciate it. Why don't I do uplink? I don't know, man. I'm just when I'm trying to go for gameplay, I feel like it's a lot better to go ahead and do domination, just because the spawns are a little bit easier to control, and it's just it's a little bit easier for me to sort of get on streaks, because we can get easy caps with flags as well. Room for 1 more person, guys. I will be rotating out viewers frequently, so if you guys didn't get a chance to hop into my session now, you will very, very soon. So do not worry about that. Beastly Jack, let me hit you up. Try to make sure I get it right. I got you, man. I got you, Jack. Wait, it cannot add another. You're joking me, bro. All right, we got room for 1 more person, guys. The next person to go ahead and join up will be able to play with me, guys. And then we'll be able to hop into a game. Do you think they'll bring back BO2 FAL into BO3? I'd be surprised if they brought back the FAL. That would really, really surprise me. I don't think that we're bringing back the FAL. I think, if anything, it was possible, I think, in my eyes, that they would have brought back the Scar H, but they didn't bring that back. And that kind of makes sense. We've already seen assault rifles a lot recently as far as DLC weapons go, so it kind of makes sense that we didn't actually see another assault rifle brought into the game. But and I'm kind of happy they brought in an SMG as well. I feel like that's going to sort of satisfy a lot of the demographic of Call of Duty players, because a lot of people really do like using an SMG. So next person to join, guys. If nobody else joins, it may just because my lobby's glitched, and we'll just run with a 5-man. That honestly won't be too bad. But then we're definitely going to go ahead and actually and get this game started here. I just got to go ahead and shoot my friend, shoot my man Beastly Jack a friend request here. I've waited too long for this, and he called me out for it live on the stream, so we got to make it happen right here. We should be able to go ahead and shoot him a friend request now. All right, perfect. Jack, I just sent you a friend request, brother. Let's hop into a game here, guys, and see how we can do. Let's go ahead. We're just going to hop into a core domination, I guess. Did we end up throwing any attachments on? We do have Quick Draw on this thing. Quick Draw is really the only good attachment that we have as of right now. We're going to want to throw on Grip here pretty soon if we can. Long Barrel. I guess that would really be it. Let me go ahead and instead of having... Let's go ahead and throw on a UAV Wraith Hater. We'll sort of use that to sort of help ourselves out. Lobby's not joinable. Yeah, I think there's some sort of weird lag going on, man. Or not weird lag, but weird sort of session joining issues happening right now with BO3. In all honesty, it may not even allow us to join a game here if that's happening. But we'll give it a couple of seconds here. Hopefully we'll be able to find a lobby. And then we'll be good to go. And I should be able to play with more of you guys as well. What's up, Owen? How you doing today, man? How come you didn't stream yesterday? I was planning on streaming zombies last night, bro. But Apollo 1, if you guys don't know who he is, was like, nah, I need you to help me with team challenges. So that was what he did. He kind of went like that. And so I had to help him with team challenges, so I couldn't stream zombies. So that's why I was tweeting last night, like, vigorously, like, if you're pissed that I'm not live right now, tweet angry messages and mean tweets at Apollo 1. And you guys did, and I appreciate that. It's okay. He wasn't that offended by them. Apollo's a tough guy. What's up, Kevin Wall? What's up, Mr. Pump? Welcome to the stream. Logan is here. It's not the real Logan Paul, guys. You says you're offline, I can't join. It may take a couple seconds, guys. It may say that I'm offline at first, but if you're in the BO3 social group, just hover over my name for a little bit, and it should switch from offline to offline. It may just show offline at first, but if you sort of wait there for a couple seconds in the BO3 group, you should be able to go ahead and join up on me, sort of momentarily. Sometimes it just takes a little while to load. Black Ops 3 is weird and finicky like that. Let me go ahead and DM Apollo here and see if he's actually awake. I believe he is, but let me go ahead and send him a DM right now. I think he's actually at, I think he said he had an appointment or something like that, but we'll see. What's up, Super Squad? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and DM the man Apollo 1. See if we can get him in the live stream. Sweet, sweet. What's up, the Flaming Hawk? How you doing today, brother? All right, we could, like, legitimately not find a lobby. Or we may have to end up restarting your game, which would suck. Take off your primary gunfighter. Oh, yo, sure, I should do that. Shouldn't I? I can take off my primary gunfighter and I can take off my overkill as well, because we don't need either one of those things. Do we find a lobby? Oh, that's probably just a session joiner, I think. I love new weapons. Same, bro. Yeah, that's our... All right, so that's our 6th. Sweet. I was going to say that we definitely... That was definitely a session joiner, I'm pretty sure. We got a full 6-man now. Maybe that'll help us find a lobby. What's up, Respect Feeds? How you doing today, man? Nick D, what's up? What's up, Jacob? Italian Turtle, what's up, brother? How do you get these guns? You got to get them out of supply drops, man, unfortunately. What's up, Claudia? Welcome to the stream. Should I prestige? You definitely should, bro. Hennis, how are you liking the XMC? I like it, dude. Like, in all honesty, I think rapid fire is going to be a necessity on it because it doesn't feel like the fire rate's very fast at all. But I don't know. And then if we throw on rapid fire, I feel like that may really screw up the recoil, so we may need to throw on grip. I don't know, man. We're going to be trying out, like, experimenting with a ton of different attachments, and we'll see what we can do. What's up, Normal Shots? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Your PayPal was shown? My PayPal? My PayPal was shown on stream? That kid sounds like he's getting yelled at by his mom. After the lobby, can you invite me? I don't invite anybody to my party, guys. What I do is I just let people join my session. Woo! I like those 2 level 1s, bro. Bring more of those guys into my lobby. I don't want to try to leave anything because I kind of want... All we need is like 2 more... Oh, they're not going to stay in, man. All right, here we go. Yes! A couple more people. I feel like these might be subscribers, though, that are joining up. That's what I fear. Yeah, that you suck guy, I feel like that's a... These guys might be session joiners, man. We'll see, though. We'll see. I love you. You are dope. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Didn't you get the Olympia? Yes, we did. But what we're trying to do right now is go for a nuclear here with the XMC.
The new guns yet.
Shadow Man. Did I get the new MWR weapons? I didn't even know Modern Warfare Remastered had new weapons today, man. I don't pay attention to that game at all, in all honesty. What's up, Xander Mosert? How you doing today, man? Hey, man, I'm new and I think you're cool. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it a ton, brother. I think that guy's a viewer. We'll see, though. Love you. You're my favorite. Thank you, C-Box. Let's see what we can do here, guys. We got some pretty good streaks on right now. You got the Empire in it? Hey, that's awesome, Beastly Jack, dude. Yeah, the Empire is nice. The Empire is a dope camo. It looks really nice. It's a little animated, too, which I actually thought was really cool. When I got it out of the actual drop, I didn't think it was animated, but it turns out it is. You're cool. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it, man. What's up, Angel Kita? How you doing today? You sent me a friend request? I'm sorry, my friends list is full. The only reason I just friended Beastly Jack was because he's a mod in my stream, and he dropped a $100 donation the other day, and so I felt like I almost owed that to him. It was just, I don't know, I felt like when you support the stream that much, man, if you want that friend request, like, I gotta give it to you. If you come in and you drop a $100 donation, like, what else am I supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Gracie Ajax? How you doing today? Like, it just feels weird, man. You thought it was the XMC at first? Bro, that's what I was hoping to get at first, man, but nah, Treyarch trolled me, but we still ended up getting it at the end of the day, so it's not too bad. You're so amazing. Thank you, the Legendary Gamer. I appreciate it, homie. Appreciate it a ton, man. What's up, Air Afterlife? How you doing today, brother? Okay, yeah, I'm not peeking that, bro. Hell no. Try to do a little bit of a flank here. These guys are all back here, man. This is going to be like a gold mine of kills if we play this right. Never mind, they're like all dead. Get some assists. This guy's up there. Ooh, okay. UAV. Oh boy. Nice, good work, teammates. Oh, no. There's a guy back there. Shoot, I probably would have died anyways. Come on, man. We're doing really well right there. We're just going like, we were literally 7-1, dude. We were killing it, absolutely killing it. Should I push up here a little bit? All right, yeah, my teammates are going hard in the paint here, guys. We're definitely gonna try to go ahead and drop a nuclear here, dudes. That is the goal for today's live stream. We're gonna try to drop a nuclear here on this map, or on this, using this weapon. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. We're gonna give it our best shot. Hopefully, hoping for a nuclear, man. Hoping. I don't like being in their spawn right now. I'm gonna back out. We have on scavenger on this class setup. This weapon does not have a whole lot of ammo per mag, which is kind of disappointing. This spawns flip here. Oh man, I'm nervous. I think I might hear some of them. Ah, I heard some of them exosuiting, man. Isn't your girlfriend Lucky Girl? No, that's not my girlfriend. No. That's Ghost Ninja's girlfriend.
Ruined.
What's up, Real Gaming? How you doing today, man? Bro, I sent you $2, but it's not showing. Eric, the donation should have come up, man. If you didn't donate $2, then the donation either didn't go through or you're just trolling me. I don't know which one to hope for. But check your PayPal statement or check your like credit card statements, man, because I didn't actually receive any money. It never happens, bro, where someone donates and it doesn't come up on screen. So I would just go ahead and triple check that you actually didn't lose any money. What's up, Adam? How you doing today, man? It keeps lagging. If it's lagging for you guys, just try refreshing the stream. That should do it for you. Because in all honesty, you shouldn't be lagging at all. Yeah, you shouldn't be lagging at all. And try watching at a lower quality if it's like network lag, if it's like skipping or something. I honestly shouldn't, but like give it a shot if that is happening. Alright, nice. Here we go. I like this. I like this. Keep the AFK players coming, man. They're good for... No! My PS4 just... No, bro. Are you kidding me? My whole game just kind of froze. Yo, you guys need to protect me here. I'm getting the blue screen on the PS4, dude. You're joking, man. Protect me, bro. Protect me. He's gonna run away. Someone stay around me and protect me. You, right there. Thank you. We're just gonna get this system everything. Yeah. Alright. Can we get a rip in the chat for that? Hopefully we'll be able to jump back in. You're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you, Red Reaper. What do I think about the new World War II? I think I'm so hyped for it. I don't know if you guys saw the private beta trailer, but it is so... It's the blue screen glitch. It's not the blue screen glitch, man. It's just like... It's just this annoying thing that happens. There we go. Thank you for protecting me, chat. Or viewers. I appreciate you guys are legends. RIP PS4. But we're good now. That's so weird. I don't know why they can't just like give you that error in the background. Why they have to like halt your entire game for that. But whatever, man. It's all Gucci. You guys are going hard with the rip spams. Sheesh. We're good now, though. Whoop. Oh, that's gonna be a guy. Ooh, okay. He did not just jump shot him, though. Let's sort of chill right here for a little bit. Oh, they got that UAV, dude? That's messed up. I don't know where these guys are gonna be pushing, bro. I do not like this area that I'm in right now, man. I'm not digging this. I'm not digging this, dude. And he's gonna know right there. What's up, Ruby? How you doing today, man? Are there really new guns? Yeah, guys, we're using one of them right now. This is the brand new MSMC, or what it's called in Black Ops 3 now, the XMC. And I think it looks dope as hell, man. Well, whoa. Yeah, it didn't go through. All right, Eric. I guess I can check my PayPal, man. But it honestly should have come through, man. Oh, that's not cool. Everybody get inside. Rolling Thunder inbound. We're good. XMC doesn't look real. It really doesn't look real, does it? Like, it looks like a modded weapon. Like, it looks like I've hacked the game or some crap. But, nah, dude. This is 110% legit. This is a real weapon that is now in Black Ops 3 via the black market, which is dope. What's up, the Meek? How you doing today, Gaming Turtle? Welcome to the stream. Oh, dude, I didn't notice. I thought there was a dead body when I saw it. What's up, Ender Dog? How you doing today, man? All right, we took round one. That's not too bad. What's up, Deluxe? How you doing today, homie? The new camo doesn't look nice. I think it looks pretty decent. I mean, it's not the best looking camo ever, but I think it looks pretty sweet. Could I try out for Carnage Clan? Carnage Clan doesn't have any, doesn't have like, we don't do tryouts, man. That doesn't really, we do recruitments sometimes. We haven't done one in a long time, but that's what we really do. Yo, put a suppressor on it. Yo, Deluxe, not chill, bro. It sounds like it has a suppressor on it. I don't think a suppressor is what it needs. I think it needs grip. I think it's gonna need grip. It's gonna need probably some like rapid fire, grip, rapid fire, and like long barrel. I think is what this thing needs.
Profit kill.
Get the hell off my flag. Okay, we're teammates. That's what we like to see. Go ahead and sit right here. Oh, yo, what up? I did not expect that guy to be there. You're good at COD? I'm doing my best out here, Justin, man. We're kind of slacking a little bit, though. Oh, God, I was not expecting that. I couldn't slide either. We gotta stop doing this whole swappy thing. The Iron Sight seems worse compared to BO2. It seems pretty similar, in all honesty. It really doesn't seem that bad. At least for me right now, just using it. Doesn't seem too bad. Oh, no, dude. If we had to run out of ammo there, we would have totally got that. What's up, Raygoon? How you doing today, man? What's up, Shirley? Welcome to the stream. Let's make sure we just keep map control here. I should stop playing so aggressive. If I actually want to try to get this nuclear, I gotta stop playing so stupid, man. This guy's 100% coming in. You guys ready for this? I'll just slay some noobs right here. Yo, I don't know how the hell he ended up over there. What's up, ARC? How you doing today, Mohammed? Does Carnage Clan compete in any gaming tournaments? I don't think we do, bro. No, we don't have like a competitive team or anything like that. I hear this guy using the KVK, I think.
Demo KIA.
Dude, it feels so good. These guys are everywhere. The BO2 Msmc is so much better. It really, yeah. In all honesty, man, I have to agree with you. Because this weapon, someone actually put it nicely in the chat. It almost feels like a Pharaoh. Not feels like a Pharaoh, but it sounds like a Pharaoh. For sure. The way that it shoots when you hear the bullets come out of the weapon. It sounds like a Pharaoh, man. I don't know why. It's kind of stupid, but that's what it sounds like. What's up, Sully? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the live stream, man. What's up, G's? Bro, 100K, you deserve more? Maybe one day, man. Maybe one day we'll hit a million, trillion subscribers. I don't know how I didn't get that guy. You got the M16 again? Why? Give me luck. Beastly Jack, bro. That sucks, man. That actually sucks. Let's try to get a little bit of like middle building control over here. That camo is sick. Yeah, the camo does look pretty nice. It's got a cool animation to it. It's not like, I don't know. It almost seems like too detailed for it to be like good. Like, so I totally get why some people may not like it. But in all honesty, I think it's pretty sweet. This guy got the new camo. No, this guy's rocking with a Dragonfire camo. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
Single ship.
Did I just trade with him? No, okay. I was about to say, man. I thought I traded with him for a second. I don't know how that worked. What's up, MX Cool? How you doing today? What's up, Cooker Man? What's up, Team Z? Dude, these lobbies, bro. We're gonna have to go ahead and try to find a new lobby after this. Can you stream tomorrow too? Yes, guys. I do stream every single day. I will actually have a zombies night stream tonight as well. For those of you guys who don't know me, I do stream. I try to stream twice a day. I haven't been extremely consistent with streaming twice a day, but I at least stream at least once every day. And I actually didn't do any streams yesterday, surprisingly enough. I was planning on doing a zombie stream, but that fell through. But yeah, usually what I do is a multiplayer stream in the afternoon and then a zombie stream at night. What's up, Mad God? How you doing today? Are there new body and head themes? That'll be interesting. I'll have to check those out because I didn't actually even know any of those dropped. I'll definitely have to go ahead and check out some of those. The recoil on this actually really isn't too bad, but I feel like with grip, it's going to like bring it the extra mile. I feel like grip is just going to make it 10 times better. So we're definitely going to try out grip here at some point. Did they add the ballista? Unfortunately not, man. No, we thought they were going to, but they didn't. We got trolled hard, bro. Not trolled, but we made a prediction and it didn't happen. Yes, there are new outfits. Okay, cool. I'm not as big into outfits in all honesty, so it's very possible we got some new like August like themed armor contraband in our supply drops that we opened up. I just didn't even know because I don't really pay attention to that sort of stuff. But. God damn. What's up, Inya Plays? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. All 112K subs are your downies with no idea how to be good at COD. Yo, bro, chill, man. Yeah, this one dude's going 7 and 23.
They're gone.
Dear Lord. Hennis, are you playing with fans? Yes, right now I am playing with fans, man.
The round's nearly over. Try to redeem yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing with subs all day today, guys. All day we're going to be playing with subs. Ooh, that was close, actually. Ooh, okay. Yo, watch us go on a little bit of a streak right here at the end. There's this other guy's pushing right in over here. I'm dead, 100%. I'm dead. Oh, baby. Slaying it out here. It's like we're in Carnage or something, man. Here we go. They're all coming this way. Oh, bro, I actually don't even know how I got that guy. That was actually dirty. What's up, Ryzen? How you doing today, man? Do I play on Xbox One? No, I do not, bro. I actually just play on the PS4. All right, so that wasn't a bad game. That was not a bad game at all. Carnage's love, Carnage's life. Hell yeah, man. We're gonna try to get a nuclear here pretty soon, guys. That's gonna be our goal here in these next couple games, is to try to drop a nuclear of some sort. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, please make sure you guys go ahead, drop a like, and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it. I don't know how many likes we are right now.
Mobile artillery getting the win.
I don't know how many likes we're at right now, but we're shooting for 1,000. That is the hope. What's up, Jarrett? How you doing today, my man? Let me go over to my personal stream. Did we get 1,000 likes on my personal stream? It's not loading for me, man. We have 960 likes on my personal stream, guys, which means we're less than 40 away, or approximately 40 away from 1,000. So if you guys haven't dropped a like yet, make sure you do so. And if you're watching on my own personal YouTube and you aren't watching on Carnage, make sure you go over and subscribe to Carnage Clan. There is a link in the description. I think sort of towards the bottom of the description, actually. And make sure you go ahead and drop a like over there as well. I would appreciate it. What's up, Sammy? What's up, Brian? What's the new gun? So we have the Olympia, and then we also have the Olympia, and then we also have the XMC. And they're both really, really nice weapons. Hey, do I know Scissors? You two are my new favorite YouTubers. Hey, Eric, I appreciate that, man. I do know of Scissors. He doesn't know who I am, unfortunately. Oh, we got Nuketown. I'm tempted to stay in this lobby, but I think these guys are just too good. We'll give it another shot with this party, and we'll give it another shot on this map as well. And then if this doesn't work out well, we'll try to go ahead and back out and see what we can do. Hennis, open my crypto keys for me, please, for luck. I'm not going to do it right now, man. Sorry, just because I want to focus up on actually trying to actually get a nuclear here. So, I apologize, man, but it's just not happening right now, man. Not happening right now. But maybe in the future, brother. Absolutely. So we'll try to throw on stock. We'll try to throw on quick draw and grip, and we'll see what that helps. Hopefully that'll sort of help with our accuracy here a little bit. We'll kind of see where that brings us. Maybe if we're playing on Nuketown, we'll do a little bit better. I'm not really sure. Let's go ahead and throw on an Olympia class out of as well, just in case we want to mess around and switch over to that. We do have a reflex set. What do they have for attachments on this thing? Long barrel. All right, nice. Long barrel, fast mag laser set. That makes sense. Let's throw on. Yeah, we're not going to be going for nuked outs here with this class, so let's actually just throw on that. We should just be able to get rid of that. Let's make sure we have on the new camo here as well. Lady. What's up, the legendary killer? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Hennis, can I join your party? Yes, right after this game, I will be playing with a brand new set of viewers, guys. Also, we just hit 112,300 subscribers. That's amazing. That is insane. If you guys have not dropped a like or dropped a sub yet, I would really appreciate that. What's up, Rain Man? Good luck pausing your stream again. Yo, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. What's up, Njord? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. Try hardcore. We could try hardcore, actually, because this weapon, in all honesty, this weapon does feel like it's a little weak at some points. But, so I feel like maybe hardcore would actually benefit us, but we'll see. We'll try to push up here, get a little bit of map control, not be too aggressive right off the bat. We'll see sort of what this gives us. I really wish I had on fast mag, in all honesty. That's really what I wish I had on right now. Please read my name. We do fun. What's up, my man? Welcome to the stream. Ah, shoot. What's up, the legendary gamer? What's up, it's ya boy? What's up, Pikachu? What's up, Maxwell? Ah, dude, these guys are just lobby nades. You guys can tell these guys are noobs. The dudes who we're playing up against. Like, they're literally just throwing concussions and lethals everywhere, man. It's annoying as hell, bro. Oh, God, dude. No. This game's way too hectic right now. I like how my team's pushed up. Like, if you look at the mini-map, my team has some pretty good sort of, like, mid-map control right now, which is really nice. Go ahead and keep pushing here. Keep pushing. Okay, on the flag. No, we're good. I like stock on this thing too as well. We got to be careful these nades, man. I guarantee a nade's gonna be what kills us off this street, guys. 100%. I'm calling it right now. We only have 17 bullets left too. We don't have it. We don't have this map control anymore. Sucks, but I gotta go ahead and back up here. Reload this. We killed them off the B flag, which is good. Oh baby, oh baby. I don't know how I'm still alive. I'm actually gonna do a little bit of a backup entirely here. Oh no, we're gonna get shot in the back, man. What's up? It's Slay Dope. How you doing today, brother? What's up, Lucredin? How you doing today, Ethan? Alright, they're on the B flag here. Oh, I see one of my teammates is actually doing hella good. Ooh, thank God. Can I play with you? Yes, guys, I will be playing with a brand new set of viewers right after this game. So I'm especially gonna be looking for people who are like good at the game, who can drop haters. Also drop some non-lethal streaks. So if you guys think you can do that, make sure you're ready to go ahead and join up on my session. The BO3 social group that you want to go ahead and join up on is Henis 8. H-E-N-I-S 8. That would be the group preferably that I would want you guys to go ahead and join up on. Super Slasher, if you're still in the stream, brother, I want you in my party, man. 110%. Any other any other pub stompers, any other Carnage members? If you guys are in here, hit me up. Aside from you, Cozy. Just kidding. Nice, dude. Nice. Oh, yeah, that was dirty. That was nice. I like that. I like that. Oh, nah, dude. I played way too aggressive there. I've been trying to join. Yeah, I'll carry. Yo, Dismo. Hold up. 110%, man. Let's party up. Me, Dismo, Super Slasher, dude. We're going to go off. We're going to go in. Dude. I think I just got stuck on the mannequin right there. Yo, one of my teammates got a Wraith? I like that, dude. Out here showing me up. I appreciate that. Yo, 6 shots, Hennis. Oh, we ran out of ammo. Oh, God, we're going to die. 110%. How are we not dead? Yep. You're setting up. Oh, you're setting up your second stream right now? All right, bro. Sounds good. Never mind, then. Never mind. I mean, unless you're going for a dark matter on this thing first. And we can still party up, I guess. Shoot. Already did the opening, setting up the dark matter one. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm going to do a dark matter one, in all honesty. All right, we got really good map control right now, so I'm gonna chill out for a little bit. Like I said, we're trying to go for nuclear, so there's literally no point in me being too aggressive right now. In all honesty, stock of this weapon is pretty not. No way, we just actually triggered that, dude. That sucks, man. Why not? Oh, okay, I guess we can. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to run like completely, if it was just easier for you to run solo or what, but nah, if you want to party up 100%, I'm down then. Nice, good work, teammate. Good work. Alright, let's try to be a little bit more aggressive here. Shoot, dude. I'm in such a bad spot. Oh, God. I couldn't reload. Either fast mag or extended mag on this thing, bro. It's 110%. Gonna be a necessity. Please don't be anybody down here. Thank you. Oh, dude, that was way too lucky. Yo, teammate, back up, please. Holy Jesus. We got 10 headshots with this thing. All right. Nice. Calling that UAV. We got to worry about the spawns flip here. We're not doing too hot right now. There's some dude in the garage here. Never mind. He's dead. Oh, God, no. I'm worried about these spawns flipping here soon, too. That's what I'm kind of worried about. Hell no, dude. Hell no. Oh, there was a guy that got to mid. What are the new weapons? So we have the Olympia, and then we also have the XMC, or the MSMC, whatever you want to call it, that we saw back in BO2. I don't worry. I really hope a guy doesn't behind me right now. Wow, dude, that guy pre-fired so hard. Y'all see that? What's up, Eric Harper? How you doing today, man? Alright, there we go. Not too bad for first half. Not too bad. Yo, Dismo, if you want to play, bro, just go ahead and hop in. Just go ahead and, like, DM me or something.
Fire break smoked.
Half-time.
What's up, Austin? How you doing today, man? Erica, he's just a person talking crap for no reason. 100%, man. You can't be talking crap. I mean, you can, obviously, but... Let's see, these guys did not push for that at all. Bro, where were those shots, dude? That shot was right on this man's dome. We can't. I'm pretty sure these guys are session joiners too, which is really gonna make this whole experience like 10 times worse. What's up, Bobby? How you doing today, man? Shut up, Hennis. You're a nobody. This man's calling me a nobody, dude. That's funny. Who are you? Who are you? LTL most dope? Hello?
Incoming nade.
Oh, this guy up top there. Dude, look at all these guys that are around here, man. Where did this guy just go? What's up, Feed Toxic? How you doing today, man? You a nobody? This guy has 20 subs. That's what I'm saying, man. Oh, people are funny. People are funny, man. Honestly, he just probably wants attention. That's all. No point in acknowledging it. Ah, save me, teammate. Never mind. What's up, Keegan? How you doing today, bro? Any mods that can block him? Nah, it's not. It's honestly not worth the time, dude. There's a million people like him. It's honestly just not worth it. That sort of stuff happens in my stream all the time. Drop a nuke, bro. That's what we're trying, man. But like, in all honesty, my friends list is full because I friend a lot of viewers, and then our party's open as well. So I fear that people are just gonna keep session joining. So I don't know. We'll keep giving it a shot though. Like people obviously do it on stream, so and with playing with viewers, so. The only reason I have subs is because I got picked up by Carnage. Oh, 100%, man. Yeah. I didn't realize the hard sentries over here. What's up, Bobby? How you doing today? Troll Bob, what's up, man? What's up, Diego? You never noticed me? I'm sorry, Ryan. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Oh, shoot. Somebody just hit me off my wall right there. Which weapons are new? We have the Olympia and the XMC, my dude. The Olympia and the XMC. Oh, shoot. Play hardcore? We might try hardcore at some point, man. I don't know. The only thing that I fear with, like... Ah, shoot, dude. This weapon needs more ammo per mag. Ah! Ah! Dude, how many times have I gotten killed by a nade, dude? What's up, yo? What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Oh, this guy's got a... Okay, this guy got a hardened sentry. I like... Or not a hardened sentry. I hate him. Why the hell did I... Why the hell did I call that a hardened sentry, bro? Am I... Oh, shoot. No, I'm not all about that. Yep. This dude just literally used his dart to kill all of us off the B flag. Ah. What's up, Alex? How you doing today, brother? You're awesome. Thank you, Gunrunner. Appreciate it. What's up, Erica? Welcome to the stream. What's up with my live sub count? What do you mean, bro? In the lower right-hand corner, you guys can see my personal YouTube channel's live YouTube sub count. If I die to this, bro, I'm gonna be pissed. No, 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 no. No. I'm so scared. Where are they? Damn it. Oh my god, dude. It's always when I... Whoa, look at Hennis. What do you mean, bro? Look at it? What's happening to it? Oh yeah, it's like jumping down. Yo, I don't know, dude. That's gotta be something that's happening with YouTube. That's gotta be something up with YouTube, man. The sub count's going crazy? I guess it is, man. Yeah, look at it. Keeps jumping back down to 87K. That's weird. I thought at first you were like... At first I thought I was reading a message from somebody on the Carnage YouTube, so I thought they were kind of like, you know, why is it bugging out like that? Like, I thought they were expecting it to be like the Carnage live sub count, and that's why they thought it looked all weird. Oh god, there's a guy right back there. I'm sorry, teammate. I did not save you. What's up, Red Reaper? When does the zombie stream start? I usually start my zombie stream around 11 o'clock Eastern time, man. Yo, dude, this live YouTube sub count right now is bugging, man. My lord. Imagine if we had killed that guy. That would have been absolutely legendary.
Tango down.
There's a guy right on the flag. He's right there. Where are you, bro? Ah! Dude, this thing needs some serious power to it. I feel like long barrel is sort of what we need. YouTube needs to chill. That's what I'm saying. 87K to 112K subpurge. Yeah, bro. Hardest subpurge on the planet. But nah, it's some glitch in the YouTube API or something is my guess. I get absolutely destroyed. This guy's over here. I think he's trying to shoot down streaks or something. Oh, that's a... Oh, no, that's a friendly wraith up in the air. Okay, good, good, good. What's up, Bobby? How you doing today, brother? Is your cat dead? Bro, I don't have a cat, so I guess technically, yes, my cat is dead.
Armor's up.
Nice. We gotta make a bit of a comeback. As long as we hold this 2 cap, we should be good. Ah, no. Okay, we still got him. What's up, Beast Kid? How you doing today, man? I'm actually hyped that we got the MSMC, bro. This is lit. Why no lag? Do I have Asian internet? Do I have Asian internet? Nah, dude, I don't have Asian internet. We just pay a stupid amount of money for an internet speed that the rest of the world kind of calls a standard. Bro, my live sub count right now, dude. I swear to God, bro, if I dip back down below 100K and I don't get to order my sub button, dude, you best believe I'm going to be pissed. Good work, team. I got an assist on every single dude that was on the flag. We still were able to keep him off it, so that's all that matters, right? See, this is the sort of aggression that I need from myself right now. Can I join? Yeah, hopefully, Beastly Jack, I will be able to get you in, man. Hopefully, I'll be able to get you in. I don't know how I got that kill. Teammate calls in a service right at the end. Do I have the Olympia? Yes, I do. I have all the brand new stuff that was added into the game today. I have the Olympia, the XMC, and I have the Empire camo as well. Alright, so let's go ahead. Did Dismo DM me? Nah, it's cool, bro. Dismo didn't DM me, man. No worries.
Another win for the Accord. RTP.
What? It's over? Already? Damn, I got in tougher fights as a kid.
Same. What's going on with my subs? How do you order your 100K plaque? You do it right through YouTube, man. But, dude, yeah, my sub count is freaking out. That's so weird, dude. Yeah, so if you guys aren't subscribed to my own personal channel, be sure to do that. My personal YouTube channel is youtube.com/ProHenis. You guys can go over and subscribe to me if you want to. There is a link in the description if you guys are watching over on Carnage. When you guys subscribe, regardless of what's happening to my sub count right now, you guys should see your names come up right here below my face cam. And you'll also see the live sub count go up in the lower right-hand corner as well. Well, you know, quote-unquote go up. It's kind of going up and going down. What's up, Fears? Hey, sorry I'm late. I haven't been here a lot. Hey, ARC, no worries, man. No worries. What's up, Fox Snipe? What's up, Zayden? Mute dope, please? Nah, bro, honestly, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't know. If he's still being obnoxious, I guess we could, but... What's up, TNT? How you doing today, man? Yes, guys, I am going to back out right now and try to get a brand new lobby. I can't join as full. Yeah, I know, bro. I know. I'm going to back out right now and try to get a brand new lobby of viewers. So I really want Super Slasher to join and Beastly Jack. Those are the kind of the 2 people that I really want in here right now. All right, let me try to go ahead and leave alone. So now, if you guys want to go ahead and join up on my session, all you have to do is join up on the BO3 social group called Hennis 8. Once you guys are in that group, you should be able to go ahead and join my session. So we're looking for Beastly Jack, and we're looking for I'm gonna go ahead and be kicking some people, guys. I'm sorry. But I know it's bad, but I'm kind of going to be basing some of it off KD a little bit. I know this doesn't necessarily, you know, interpret a lot, but just simply because I want to go ahead and play with people that are like I know are going to be able to drop like haters or whatever. I guess I know it's kind of a sucky thing to do. Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm just gonna like remove random people, man. Just simply because I really want Super Slasher and Beastly Jack to be able to join. So both of those guys will hopefully be able to join up here. Actually, if I send this to invite only, and then if I go over to my friends list here, I'm looking for Super Slasher and Beastly Jack. Beastly Jack, what's your name, man? I'm assuming it's gonna be something like Beastly Jack, I would think. There's Super Slasher. Super Slasher, damn it, go ahead and join up on my session. It's not letting you join. Invite to party. Alright, Super Slasher's invited. And then where's my man Beastly Jack? Yeah, it's invite only right now, Beastly Jack. What's your username? What's your username, brother? Hey, that's actually Green Goblin, right? K Green Goblin? It's Jack 22. That's your in-game name too? Okay. Susie squirts a lot. So it's Jack 22. If you guys see him, let me know. There it is. Invite to party. You guys should be able to go ahead and join up now. Hopefully you will be able to anyways. I'm trying. All right. I might try to go ahead and like open up my party here again because I think the only way you guys will be able to join is if my party's open, unfortunately. What's up, Mr. Prodigy? How you doing today, bro? Yeah, Prodigy, if you want to go ahead and join, man, absolutely. You should be able to. No Green Goblin, it's just Green Goblin. It's not X Green Goblin, or K Green Goblin, I mean. Yo, what's up, Coyote? Welcome to the stream, bro. Yo, I want Coyote in my party low-key, too. Having people in your lobby that are dropping haters and stuff isn't really fair. Why is that not fair, man? I'm trying to go for a nuclear, dude. You had to restart my game? All right. It's all good. Show us the new weapons? Yeah, let me go ahead and do that right now for you guys. So, One of the brand new weapons that actually dropped today, which I'm really, really excited about, is the XMC. So this is the MSMC, or the Uzi remake from Black Ops 2. Or not, the Uzi wasn't in Black Ops 2, but it's the MSMC because it's called the XMC. So we're just going to call it the MSMC. Invite me, Coyote. My party's open, bro. So you should just be able to go ahead and join up here really quickly. So yeah, this is the first weapon that was, or one of the first weapons that was added. Then there was also the Olympia and the brand new royalty camo, which you guys can see the royalty camo is already on this weapon. The attachments we have on this thing are quick draw, grip, and stock. What I'm really hoping to get right now is either, like, we got to get extended mags on this thing, I think, because, like, I run out of ammo so quickly with this thing. You got the XMC too, Beastly Jack? Dude, it feels like a nice weapon, but I really feel like, I don't think we'll either need quick draw or grip, but I feel like stock, long barrel, extended mags are going to be, like, the ultimate attachments for this weapon, or at least what's going to give it the most advantage. Because in all honesty, we ran for a long time without quick draw or grip, and the weapon still did really well. So that's the first weapon that was added. And then we also had the Olympia right here, which we haven't really used a whole lot, but this is a double barrel over-under shotgun, effective at medium to close range. This weapon feels literally and looks exactly like the Olympia from Black Ops 1. And, you know, if you played zombies in Black Ops 2, this is that weapon. It's like a copy-paste. It feels so beautiful to use. It's so nice. So that's the second weapon that was dropped, and there was only 2 weapons that were dropped. There's the XMC, the Olympia, and then there was also the brand new camo as well. Says I can't join, it's not joinable. Well, Super Slasher, frickin' try again, man. Damn it. It's K Green Goblin HD? I don't know, man. Alright. Let's just go. I'm just gonna go ahead and block LTL from the Carnage chat just because he's just being obnoxious, man. He's just making it not fun for everybody else, bro. So like, if I block him, will that? Yeah, I'll just do that too. Make it easier. What's up, YRN? How you doing today, man? What's up, Adam V? What's the group name? Yeah, so the group name is called ProHenis 8. That's the one that you guys want to go ahead and join up on. Let's just go ahead and play a quick TDM game here because I'm feeling like the lobby just may be glitched. I'm trying, calm down. It's all good, Super Slasher. We're going to try to hop into a game here. Damn it, Hennis, I still can't join. Beastly Jack. Invite was just sent to Super Slasher. All right, let's see if he'll actually be able to join now. What's up, John? How you doing today, man? Yeah, it was just, I don't know. He was kind of just, he was making it, like, usually I wouldn't ban people like that just because there's a million people who do that. And there's nothing stopping him from making another account and coming back in here. But he was, like, completely taking over the chat and it was just being obnoxious. So instead of dealing with it, I'm just going to, I don't know. Like, you know, there are people that will just come into my live stream, come into any live stream, and just hate. Like, they will literally come in here and spend time talking crap to other people, and I don't like. They're talking about how that's, you know, sad for other people to be watching live streams and being sad, you know. But it's just they come in here and they just rip on people in live streams, man. Like, man, talk about sad, bro. That's the definition of sad, man. Like, if you wake up in the day and you got nothing better to do than go into a live stream and start talking smack to random people who you're probably never going to meet in your life, like, that's a low, dude. That is a, talk about reaching a new low. What's up, Andrew? How you doing today, man? I don't know why we can't change our clan tag, but that's what it is. All right. They weren't able to join. Let's try to hop into a TDM. We'll see. Do we have 1,000 likes in the stream? Yo, if you guys are watching right now, definitely be sure you go ahead and drop a like if you have not done so already. I think we are close to 1,000 likes on both the Carnage YouTube and the my own personal YouTube as well. What's up, Dodge King? How you doing today, man? What's up, Aslan? How you doing today, dude? Can I be mod? I'm not looking for any new mods right now, man. Why did I kick you? I kicked some people originally, man. Or I kicked one guy originally. I'm sorry if it was you, but the reason I kicked him was simply because we couldn't even get into a lobby, bro. And it wasn't that we couldn't get into a lobby. I was trying to kick people so that so 2 new people could join, 2 people who I wanted to play with. What's up, Steven? How you doing today, man? How's it going? What's up, Blake? Welcome to the live stream. What's my YouTube? My YouTube is Carnage, or is ProHenis. YouTube.com/ProHenis. If you guys are watching on Carnage, there is a link in the description down below if you guys go ahead and check out. We did hit 1,000 likes on my own personal stream. That's dope. And we're less than 200 likes away from 1,000 likes over on the Carnage YouTube. So make sure you drop a like if you guys have not done so already. What's up, Godzilla? What's up, Bradley Palmer? How you doing today, my man? What's up, Giannis? What's up, Javona? Enderdog? Welcome to the stream. What's up, John? How you doing today, man? I wish they added the ballista. I wish they did too, man. Another sniper? That would have been awesome. Can you give me tips on how to be better at COD? Just lots of practice, man. That's literally... I know it's not a very satisfying tip, but that's literally one of the biggest tips I can give you. Did I get the new weapons? Yes, we got both new weapons. We got the XMC, the MSMC remake, and then we also got the Olympia as well. We keep getting a 6-man. Dude, people keep joining my session, but then, bro, like, we can't find a lobby, bro. I don't know what this is. Lobby's going to lag out here, 100%. I can't buy a coaster because they don't deliver to Germany. Dude, I'm telling you, man, Apollo's just not respectful, dude. It's not respectful of all those other people, man. I don't know. I think that's just the limitations that we have right now, so we can't ship out of country. But hopefully in the future, once we sort of get a gauge for, like, how much people really like sort of our brand and our merch, we'll be able to go ahead and ship out to other places as well. What's up, Savage? How you doing today, man? Any new melee weapons so I can get rid of the bribes? Unfortunately not, bro. There aren't any new melee weapons. I don't think I can even join you, Hennis. It still says lobby isn't joinable. What's your NAT type? Well, my NAT type's open if you're trying to join me, so that shouldn't honestly have any issues. You gonna blank me? Okay, Hennis, fame changed you. Bro, pro cooling. Don't even hit me with that, man. I know who you are. There's just a lot of people. I'm looking at 2 different chats right now on 2 different YouTubes. Okay? You wanna cut me some slack here? This is not an easy thing. And I'm also trying to play the game. You guys are like, please talk to me. Does it ship to South Africa? I don't know, Tahir. I'm not 100% sure, man. I don't think so. I think the only places we're shipping to right now are within the United States. I think, from what I understand. What's up, Armin? What's up, Gunfire Edents? What's up? Why does it say you're offline? It shouldn't, man. It shouldn't. Your NAT is open? Okay, yes. And it honestly shouldn't matter what your NAT is either, bro. If it's saying I'm offline for you guys, give it a couple seconds to like sort of go ahead and like refresh. And then after a little while, it should be able to actually go ahead and show that I'm online. Especially if you're under the BO3 social group. At first, it may say that I'm offline, but after you hover over my name for a little bit, it should say that I'm online. It should. What's up, Ian? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. It's Liddy Boys. What's up, X Nation? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream, my man. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's get it. What's up, Savage Shots? What's up, Jeremy? Remember Dark Matter Grind with only me in the live stream, bro? Yes, Pro Cooling. I do remember that, man. 100%. 100%. You guys are saying you can't join. All right, let me try to hop into a quick TDM game here, because usually what happens in these situations is if you guys can't join, if I just play a quick TDM game solo, then you guys can usually join up after that. But for those of you guys that are tuning in now, if you want to sort of get a jump start so you are ready to join when I can't accept viewers, join up on the BO3 social group called Henis 8, just HENIS 8. It's the brand new group that we made at the beginning of this live stream. So go ahead and join up on that session, and then you should be able to go ahead and join me. I think what I have to do, guys, is go off. Oops, not go to music. Go offline, and then find a lobby, and then try to go online as well. Gorman, if you do want to donate to the stream, bro, there is a link at the top of the description down below. Donations are always optional, never required, but always very much appreciated, and you will get a shout out as well. All donations, including the donation message, will be read aloud on stream by the text-to-speech bot. So the text-to-speech bot will read your donation out loud. So just keep that in mind when you're donating, if you want to say something private or something. What's up, Green Brothers? What's up, I Empty? What's up, Dodge King? Can you finish and open my triple play? Not right now, man. It's weird that people are having more trouble joining than before. Yeah, dude, honestly, it's just Black Ops 3, bro. Black Ops 3 is just so trash, man. Got both boys a Pokey GTA turn up. I appreciate it, man. You should get the new Guns Dark Matter in a day. I could try, man, but, like, I don't know. I kind of just want to keep rolling with this stream right now. I really want to try to drop a nuclear with this thing. I've never really gone for nuclears when new DLC weapons drop, and I can drop nuclears, right? Like I know I'm good enough to drop nuclears, but I just never really go for them necessarily. I gotta really change my playstyle. The servers are done. Bro, that's what I'm saying. We literally like we're sitting here trying to find a TDM lobby, dude. Like think about that, a team deathmatch lobby, and we can't. We literally, I'm a basic white girl, dude. We literally cannot even. What's up, Cynical? How you doing today, man? What's up, Bobby? What's up, Cod King? What guns are there? So the guns that are in the game, man, they added the Olympia from Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 Zombies, technically. And then they also added the MSMC, now called the XMC in Black Ops 3. Yo, Apollo is here. Apollo's here. What's up? You guys can see Carnage Clan typing in the chat. If you're watching on the Carnage Clan YouTube, that is Apollo 1. Say hello. Have some interaction with him. Ask him questions on when the next team challenge is going up. It's lit. How did you get that theme? It's the Zombie Chronicles theme, man. You get that if you pre-ordered or ordered Zombie Chronicles. Do I play zombies at all? Yes, Andrew. I play zombies on my own personal channel all the time. So I actually do try to stream zombies every single night. But I couldn't stream it last night because Apollo 1, a.k.a. Carnage Clan in the chat, prevented me from doing that. He said, no, not today. He said, you got to work on team challenges. And so he basically put me in a timeout, said I couldn't do anything on my stream. It's just the oppressive person that Apollo is, man. He just doesn't let YouTubers create content. It's a real shame. I'm just kidding. He didn't do any of that. He asked me if I was available, and I said I was live streaming, and then he said that he needed my help, and so I made the sacrifice for the team. So that's why we weren't live yesterday. That's why if you guys sent mean messages to Apollo, it was very well deserved. Just saying. What's up, Haroon? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you guys haven't dropped a like on the Carnage Clan YouTube, make sure you go ahead and do that. We are, I think, very, very close to 1,000 likes on the stream, so make sure you go ahead and drop that like here. I would really appreciate it. We're going to try to hop into a game here very shortly. Literally just try to hop into a game, play a quick game of domination or TDM, which we were able to hop into there. Once I complete this game and then go ahead and back out, I should be able to go ahead and play with you guys, and we shouldn't have any issues. I know, yeah, I'm appearing offline and have my party closed because that's what allows me to actually find a game easily here, guys. So once we go ahead and just play this game quickly, what I'm going to do is back out, come online, and then you guys should be able to join my session. What's up, Supreme? What's up, Joris? How you doing today, man? I love zombies, but I can't get past the bomb step on Gorod Krovi. I honestly don't play a whole lot of like the actual Treyarch zombies maps. I play a lot of custom zombies maps. That's what I'm really into. Why do you have last month's thumbnail? Honestly, bro, hit up Apollo, dude. I don't know why he didn't change his thumbnail. Like, I thought he was going to change it, and then he just, I don't know. I think we just couldn't find the time, man. But the thumbnail still technically works kind of decently for it, just simply because, you know, it's still a new weapon drop. But, ladies and gentlemen, I am actually, I think, 2 subscribers away from having 1,000 sub growth day on my own personal YouTube channel. So if you guys have not gone over to my own personal channel and dropped a like and dropped a sub, I would really appreciate you guys doing that. My YouTube is youtube.com/ProHenis. So if you're watching on the Carnage Clan YouTube, make sure you go ahead over there and drop a like and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it. When you guys subscribe, your names will come up on screen. I would really appreciate that. Oh, there's 2 of them. Sick. I probably honestly should have played a TDM, but we're already in the second round here, so we should be able to burn through this here pretty easily. We're probably still going to lose, but it's still going to finish the game for us, which honestly isn't that bad. You going to challenge me? Chase me? Yep, they are. Let's go 112.5k. Yeah, man, we're close to 112.5k, guys. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. And like I was saying earlier, when you do subscribe, you will see your names come up on screen right below my face cam. If you guys do want to join my session, I will be playing with viewers right after this game right here. What's up, Glow Diego? How you doing today, man? What's up, Blade Fusion? Yeah, this lobby sucks. I'm just going to go ahead and back out here, and I think you guys should be able to go ahead and join up. I don't even want to play through that lobby. That's just absolute trash. I subbed to your channel. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, when you do... Andrew, yes, bro, I see you. Andrew Casella, you're the second most recent sub. I see you right below my recent donator there. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Who's ready to see an insane gameplay with the Msmc? Raise his hand. I am, Sir Pablo. I'm trying to go for nuclear, but I suck, so I'm having a little bit of trouble. All right, so my party's open now, guys. You should be able to go ahead and join up. Yes, we got 1 person in here already. The name of the BO3 social group that you guys want to join up on is Henis8. Once you're in that group, you should be able to go ahead and join my session. Oh, no, wait a minute. Did I have 1,000 subscribers? Oh, I did. Ooh, that's lit. All right, we got room for... Oh, no, we already have a full 6-man. Well, I was about to look over and be like, all right, we got room for a couple more. Never mind, we're good. I can't join again. It's already full. I'm sorry, but Beastly Jack, I'm going to take some time like off the stream or like sometime in the future, bro. Actually, you know what? Nah, let's get Beastly Jack in here, dude. What am I doing? Let's see. Why the hell have I not? Beastly Jack, I'm going to go ahead and send both you and Super Slasher an invite. Super Slasher and Beastly Jack, try to go ahead and join up, guys. I am going to be kicking just the 2 most recent people that joined, guys, if they're not Beastly Jack or Super Slasher. Just simply because I really want those guys to play. Just Beastly Jack, I need to go ahead and play with him. And Super Slasher is an absolute god. He's a great support runner. So I'm going to go ahead and just hope some of those guys join. So I'm going to be kicking the 2 most recent people that join up, guys, until those 2 guys join up, until we have a full 6-man, all right? I'm sorry. This is nothing personal. It's just, like I said, a lot of this stuff always comes to first come, first serve. So please don't take it personally, but this is just going to make it a little bit easier for me. So just so you guys know, We really just want to get Super Sasha and Beastly Jack in here. So please don't join up, guys, so we can give them a chance to go ahead and join up here. We're not going to start the game until both those guys get in here. So my party is open. Both of you guys should be able to join up. You got to play without me. All right, Super Sasha. We got to play without Super Sasha. Beastly Jack, what's your 6, man? All right, it's changing. All right, awesome. Apollo changed his thumbnail. What's up, 2Pro for you games? What's up, man? How do I join? So if you guys want to join my session, I will be playing with viewers all throughout today. Join up on the BO3 social group called ProHenis 8. That's the name of the group you guys want to join up on. All right, let's go ahead and kick it, guys. Let's get it. Let's get it. You kicked me? I know, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to wait for Beastly Jack or Super Slasher or Super Slasher to go ahead and join up. Super Slasher says he can't join up, guys. So I guess another viewer could go ahead and join up right now if you want to, because we only need to leave one available slot out of the 6 in order for Beastly Jack to join. Doesn't say you're online and didn't get an invite. Yeah, I only invited Super Slasher just because he was the first guy that I saw. I figured if my party was open, you would be able to go ahead and join up. But X Beastly Jack, where are you, man? Here we go. It's Jack. Let me go ahead and shoot you an invite, dude, because, like, Jack, you definitely need to get in here, man, 100%. What's this guy's KD? He looks like a good player. Almost 1,000 likes in the Carnage Clan YouTube as well, guys. Please make sure you go ahead and drop that like. I would really appreciate it. I'm appearing online now, guys. Sorry. I don't know how people were able to join me if I was offline, but whatever. What's up, JMW? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. All right, so I think, fun fact, guys, I think we've already had 1,000 sub growth day on Carnage and on my own personal channel as well, which is dope as hell. Actually, I don't know if we've had one on Carnage. Let's see here. Let's see. Now, we're like 300 away on Carnage from 1,000 sub growth day, but that's still wicked sick. All right, HD Pro Games. Beastly Jack, we're going to have to play some time together here in the future, man. I don't know why it's not letting people join up, but I don't know. It's you and Super Sasha, dude. I don't know what it is. It's like when we want specific people to join, it just doesn't work, and I don't know why, and it sucks, but we're going to have to play some time together here. I don't know why it's not letting me. It is what it is. We'll be sure to play with you guys in the near future. Never mind, it still says lobbies and joinable. I don't know. Beastly Jack. I don't know, man. It's just I got to keep the stream rolling, but we'll definitely be sure to play together soon, 100%. What's up, Reap Plays? How you doing today, man? When's the giveaway? I do giveaways on my own personal YouTube channel at the end of every single month. How can I join Carnage? Ask Apollo, my man. I don't handle the recruitments. That's not my department. Hannes can't stay, dude. Coming by to drop a like because I'm a streaming, man. Sorry. Hey, ACG. No worries, brother. I appreciate the support. Yo, is Terminator in here? What's up? April, what's good? Welcome to the stream as well. Is there a new camo? Yes, there is a brand new camo in the game if you guys did not know. So we have the XMC. I'll show those of you guys that are new. The XMC is one of the brand new weapons. This is sort of the MSMC remake from Black Ops 2. Absolute beast of a weapon in Black Ops 2. It's all right in this game. In all honesty, I think once we get a couple more attachments on this thing, I think long barrel, extended mags, and stock are really going to be the attachments to go for with this weapon, I think. And then the other weapon that was added was actually the Olympia, and that was the sort of sawed-off shotgun that sort of everyone was expecting to be sort of as a new drop here in Black Ops 3. We also have the Olympia, or the royalty camo on that one as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get a good one here. Where's Apollo? If you're watching over on the Carnage Clan YouTube, you should be able to find Apollo. He should be over there right now. What's up, Emilio? How you doing today, man? What's up, Oliver? What's up, X Speed? How you doing today, man? I want to find a lobby that's preferably on a smaller map than Hunted, and preferably not up against a level 1000. If we could find that, that'd be cool. Nuketown, yes, please. I don't care if it's up against a level 1000. He's got a clan tag called I Tried, dude. They're in a 3-man party. Do I even want to look at his KD? Oh, gross. Yeah, you know this guy is going to go try hard mode. Well, once we pub stomp him hard, hopefully he'll leave. Unless he's a session joiner, in which case we're screwed. What's up, Paige Gibson? What's up, Khaled? What's up, Sir Gumby? What's up, AKA Solar? Oh, they left. Hell yeah. I mean, we want the game to start, but hell yeah. That's what we like to see. What's up, Lord Gamer? Do I only play on PS4? When I'm doing multiplayer, yes. But when I do zombie streams at night, I always play on PC. Just because the graphics are a little bit better and I like keyboard and mouse. There is no community contract, guys. There were some people that were saying there was a community contract, but there is a brand new camo. I don't know how I didn't notice this when I opened up the black market at first when the new weapons dropped. I came into the black market and I was like, do they have anything new? And I like completely ignored the fact that there was a freaking new camo right in the lower right-hand corner back where they put all the camos. So yeah, we're 31 out of 100 wins away on our triple play, so we're probably not going to be getting that anytime soon, unfortunately. I subbed. Thank you very much, Ethan. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys are watching on Carnage, make sure you drop a like. I think we are very close to 1,000 likes on the Carnage Clinch. Don't you dare lag me out, bro. I swear, Treyarch. I swear, man. This game is absolute booty cheeks. Alright, actually, no. I was going to like go back to the main menu here, but hopefully you guys can go ahead and join back up. People are joining back in fast, so this should be good. Beastly Jacket, Super Slasher, try to join up here quick. Yeah, man, it ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. No. Alright, well, we got virtually the same people back in here, but let's go ahead and hop back into a domination. Alright, 6v6. Hell yeah, no. Alright. What's up, Sloth King? How you doing today, Peanut Man? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Angelos? Alright, they backed out. Good. Let's see how many likes we have on the Carnage Clan stream right now, my dudes. Hopefully we have a decent amount. I'll stay in this lobby, man. I don't care. We just got to get something going. What's up, Hin E? How you doing today? What's up, Fuse Links? Welcome to the live stream. How you doing today? We did hit 1,000 likes on my own personal live stream, guys, which is awesome. I really do appreciate that support. Let's see how many we got on Carnage here as well. What's up, X43 Blade? What's up, Risk Plushing? How you doing today, man? What's up, Isar? How you doing today? Dare, welcome to the live stream. Did we hit 1,000 likes? No, we're 90 likes off, guys, on the Carnage Clan stream from 1,000 likes. That's pretty sweet. How do I try out for Carnage? Carnage Clan doesn't do tryouts, man. We do recruitments, or we've done recruitments in the past. I don't know when the next one is, but whenever that happens, bro, make sure you're on the top of your YouTube game, man. What up, Duty? What's up, the Angry Fireman? How you doing today, brother?
That's good, right?
Carnage Clan is the best. Bro, I couldn't have said it better myself, man. I agree. I'm doing good. How about you? Yo, Risk Plushing, I'm doing pretty great, man. I'm doing pretty great. All right, let's try to drop a nuclear here. This is the goal. This is the goal. Nuclears. 4 days.
Ruin.
Yes, please.
Securing B.
Ruin. KIA.
We are 100% going to die here. But it's all good. We got ourselves 3 kills. A UAV. Let's keep killing it, man. I feel like these spawns are going to flip here in a second. Just got to be careful here. Bro, this guy, is he right over here? Ooh, this guy's got the brekkie. I'm not a fan of that, man. Not a fan, not a fan. Oh, I'm nervous. Oh, I'm nervous, bros. Oh, we're actually 160 off our Wraith? What the hell? I didn't think we were doing that good. Jesus. Okay, so we're doing really good right now. How do you miss that kill? Henis. How do you miss that? I don't know. Oh, I don't understand. Let's play this smart here, though.
Ruined.
I think there's another guy in that window. I'm not going to be able to beat that head glitch. We're like literally an assist away from our streaks here, so. Nice. That's clutch. We got ourselves a hater, boys. We got ourselves a Wraith. Let's go ahead and call that in. Let's kill it, man. Let's kill it. Oh, yo, this man needs to chill. Nice. They are literally all pushing up through mid right over here, which is good.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Hopefully the Wraith can go in and do some work for us here.
Ruin.
Oh, no, 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 no. He had the brekkie, bro. That was not chill.
Vector down.
No, 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 no. Ah, back the hell up, dude. Oh, hell no. No, no. England is my city. What's up, Rez? How you doing today? M-Dub, welcome to the stream. Is this a new gun? Yes, guys. This is a brand new weapon in Black Ops 3. This is the XMC, the MSMC remake from Black Ops 2. Dude, how the hell are you not dead? How did I not go prone? I couldn't. Yo, if you guys are new to the live stream, definitely make sure you drop a like. We're almost at 400 viewers on the Carnage Clan YouTube. You guys are dope. I appreciate the support. What's Carnage Clan? Carnage Clan is the name of the YouTube team that I'm a part of. A group of amazing content creators. If you don't know who Carnage Clan is, definitely go over and check out the YouTube right now. There is a link in the description down below of my YouTube channel. Like if you're watching on my YouTube, there is a link to the Carnage YouTube in my description. It's sort of more towards the bottom underneath my team, but definitely go ahead and check them out, guys, because they, like, I'm not gonna lie, we upload some banger fire content over there that you guys should definitely check out 100%. Like, that's all I'm saying. All right, I like that my teammate got a hater here.
Infantry
Oh, yes, please. Oh, no. Back up, back up, back up. Oh, I'm screwed. Teammates, help! Yeah, never mind. Not gonna happen. What's up? Finland is my city? Hell yeah, dude. Finland is my city, and Nuketown is my map. That's how it works, bro. Why did I just shoot right there? I don't even know. What's up, Bala? How you doing today? Like, we were literally doing so good, getting on some streaks there, and then we just, like, we choked it out, bro. I like this party, though. I like the people that we're playing up against, and I like this party. So, like, if we keep playing smart, we probably just have to play a little bit more passive than what we've been playing. Dismo wants to play with me? Alright, yeah. Tell Dismo to, like, to hit me up in the DMs, and we'll just communicate there, I guess. 100% we should definitely do that. What's up, Sean? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Arturo? Wales is my city. Bro, that meme will never get old. Never.
Enemy took Alpha.
Alright, the whole freaking enemy team is about to push right in here, man.
Friendly UAV inbound.
This guy's literally right outside, bro. Alright, this guy still hasn't been killed. He was right out here. What? Found him! There's a guy right behind me, too. This dude's got a Cerberus coming in. Nice. We're 24 and 4, dude. Like, we're doing well. Fast mag, extended mag, guys. I'm telling you, once we get those attachments, we're balling out here. 110%. Thank God that didn't kill me. No, I'm dead. There's a guy back here. What's up, EMP? How you doing today, man? Thank you very much for dropping that sub. I do appreciate it.
All locations secured. Hold your positions.
What's up, Braden? Africa is my village. Oh no.
We lost Alpha.
Alright. I'm kind of sort of starting to slack off on my effort here. We gotta refocus. I feel like these guys are kind of try hard too. This tar guy, I'm imagining he's just gonna keep going in. What's up, hide and seek? How you doing today, man? It's Nathan. Once we get this weapon leveled up more, ideally what I want to have happen is we get long barrel, extended mags, and rapid fire on this thing. I feel like would be like an awesome combo. I feel like it is. I feel like ideally that's sort of where we want to be with attachments on this thing. Is there guys still chilling back here?
Hello.
This guy's see, that's what I'm talking about, man. Please don't session join, guys. Session joining is not cool. I can literally hear my stream in the background of this dude's mic. And I know he's on my team, but like still, guys, it's annoying. Please try not to session join, guys. What's up, Nightbot? How you doing today? Not the real Nightbot, but hey, welcome to the stream nonetheless, man. Ah, dude. Yeah, see, these guys are just gonna keep trying to push for me. France is my continent. Freaking love it, dude. I'm in such a bad spot right now. Like, I'm 100% dead. I'm still alive somehow. Dude, I think that kid's still there in that very same corner. Yo, hold up. We're about to go kill him real quick. Hell no. Hennis, did I miss anything? Pablo, you haven't missed anything much, man. No, not honestly. I mean, you missed us getting the actual weapons and actually doing the opening, which was dope as hell. But you haven't missed, as far as gameplays go, you haven't missed anything. We did pretty well in our very first game. Like, we did really well. But, oh, he's in my party? Oh, okay, never mind then. I'm dumb. I just wasn't hearing him earlier, so I thought that maybe he had, like, literally just joined. That was my bad. That's my bad, then. They're all gonna be out here, bro. I can feel it. I can feel their presence. Yep. Oh! Yo, what? Hello? What's up, Pablo? What's up, Raymond? What's that camo, by the way? This is the Empire camo, man. I'm pretty sure it's just like the royalty camo from Advanced Warfare. That's what a lot of people have been telling me, anyways. It's like pretty much the royalty camo from, oh, that was dirty. From Advanced Warfare. Let's get this here real quick. Okay. Ask me how I'm alive, chat. Couldn't tell you. That was definitely an accidental hit mark that I just got on me.
UAV ready for
Oh my god. How am I alive? Ah! We just barely saw that guy. Lay down. They'll be all pushing in here, man. They're all right here. Nope, not peeking that.
The round's nearly over.
What's up, brother? Round's almost over here. What's up, Oliver? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the live stream. Shoot, I was trying to predict. Dismo DM'd you? Alright. Did he DM me? Yeah, he did. Alright, I'm gonna party up with Dismo right after this game, guys. 100%. So we can definitely go ahead and make some magic happen. If we're doing that, I almost want to, like, we gotta get Super Slasher in there as well. 100%. DM Dismo? Yeah, we'll DM Dismo right now. The Olympia is pretty bad? Yeah, it's pretty bad. You want to party up? Hell yeah, my dude. What country are you from? At Carnage Clan? We're both from, like, both Apollo and I are both from the United States. Si, senor. What's up, Melvin? How you doing today? What's up, Vines? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. Oh, baby, killing it. Best multiplayer stream yet, Riley. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Let me finish this game and I'll DM. Alright, so Dismo's going to go ahead and finish up his game. What is he playing? Let me go ahead and check out his stream here real quick. What's up, Petrus? How you doing today, Ginger Gamer? Do I do shoutouts? Hell yeah. Ginger Gamer, shout out to you, man. How's the Msmc? It feels nice. It honestly, it could be a little bit better, but I feel like once we get the right attachments on it, it's going to be like a lot better. Ladies and gentlemen, right now on the Carnage Clan YouTube, we are less than 40 likes away from 1,000 likes. If you guys have not done so already, drop that like. I would really appreciate it. And if you guys are new, subscribe as well. When you guys subscribe to my own personal channel, you will see your names come up right here below my face cam, just like Z Malley, who literally just subscribed. And when you subscribe, not only will you see your name come up on screen, but you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower right-hand corner. And as of right now, as of this moment, 16, 12 subscribers away, 11 subscribers away, 9 subscribers away from 112,500. So let's hit that. Let's hit that next goal right now if we can. I would really appreciate it. And let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and see. What game mode is Dismo playing and how close is he? I'll just go ahead and check and see here for myself really quick. Oh, he's about to play a Nuketown uplink. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's gonna do another game. So let's go. I'll just do another game then with my my party here. Might as well. And because these guys were actually pretty good, but I really Nuketown. Please, Nuketown or Combine. Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah. Did I get a nuke? Not yet, Nitro, because I suck, but we're going to get one soon. Hoping, anyway. We hit 112,500 subs. You guys are beastly. Can we get 112.5k spam in the chat? I would appreciate it. And please make sure you guys subscribe to the Carnage Clan YouTube as well. I would really appreciate it. So would Apollo himself. We're really trying hard over here at Carnage to bring you guys the best content that we can. Unfortunately, I don't have a subscriber alert for the Carnage Clan YouTube, but hopefully we're like 1,000 subs off of 530,000 subscribers, which is just mind-boggling for me in all honesty. What's up, Time for Legends? How you doing today, man? 1,000 likes, you guys are legends. Hey, yo, we hit 1,000. Like, did we actually? Let me go ahead and check and see. I'll check and see here. I don't know if I trust Apollo. Sometimes he's bad at counting. I rip on Apollo too much, man. It's really not fair. We did hit 1,000 likes, guys. We did. You guys are awesome. Can we get a 1,000 spam in the chat? Actually, in both channels. Because we hit 1,000 likes in both channels. We peaked at over 1,000 viewers today on both channels. You guys, the support today was phenomenal. Let's just get 1,000 spam in the chat. I would really appreciate it. The XMC is a god, bro. I don't know if it's a god, man. I mean, once we get a couple more attachments on this thing, I think it might be even better. We've already dropped nuclears with both new weapons. We are the first ever to get the Olympia nuclear. Look out for those videos. Oh, that's lit, bro. 100%. Apollo, get those up on the YouTube channel right now, because we can just go ahead and send all these viewers to those videos once they're uploaded, once the stream's done as well.
Good effect.
Ah! Oh my God! Thank you, teammate. God bless you and your soul. You are a handsome human being.
Securing Bravo. Losing C.
I was gonna say these spawns have definitely flipped. Okay, I suck. No. Thank you. No. No, dude, come on. What's up, Melvin? How you doing today? What's up, Crazy? What's up, Drift King? What's up, Nick Noob? You are ProHenis? Indeed I am. That is my name. Call of Duty is my game. Nuclears are what we're trying to drop, but I suck, so we're doing our best here. I should have to play smarter. I think my issue is I play too aggressive sometimes. Yo, teammates, why are we not protecting this beef like I can? Keep them off that B flag, dudes. That's what we can't let them get the B flag, in all honesty. That's the one thing we can't let them get. Ooh. That was clutch, that was clutch. Oh, there's another one, teammate. There's another one. Ah! Yeah, I'm hopping in here. Let's go ahead and cap the safe flag right now. Is there a guy back here? We're good, we're good, we're good. I'm about to get my UAV here, guys. Once I get my hater, like, honestly, we'll be in a much better position. Pretty close here to being able to get this. Really, really, really want to get this Wraith here. Once we get this Wraith, like, that's going to be a game changer. Oh, shoot. Oh, chill. If I get killed by this lightning strike, I'm going to cry. Cry, get inside! Ah! Right, there's a sniper inside, man. Or there's a sniper downrange here in mid. I really don't want to challenge him. Teammates, you're pushing me out towards the middle. Holy Jesus. Alright, this is about to suck. Come on. We're good. Good work, teammates. Good work. 275 off of our Wraith right now, man. Yep. Nope. No thanks. That dude's got a nice snap. You see that? He actually almost hit me.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Spectre smoked.
Be smart here, guys. Be smart. Be smart. Move over here towards the A flag.
Enemy took Alpha. Securing C.
Are they not pushing down this way? Ooh, baby. That was honestly probably just a that was a good pop. I don't want to say that was a waste of a pop, but
Kinetic armor discharged.
shit, man, you gotta be joking me. Bro, I'm so nervous right now. I don't understand like how any of these spawns are working. Like, I see enemies all over the minimap right now. It's freaking me out. I only got an assist. If I had that kill, I would have gotten my Wraith. Come on, come on. Ooh. Nice. Let's go ahead and call in that Wraith. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Go ahead and call in that hater. There we go, boys. There we go. There we go. Let's make some magic happen. I hope You Will Die drops a hater here soon, too. Let's get some hater hype in the chat, guys. I'd appreciate it. Alright, let's try to get inside here if we can. Oof. Upstairs. Oh, he had a... Oh, no! Oh, he had a trip mine, bro. That's AIDS, man. These guys are camping with trip mines. Now there's only 4 of them left, dude. Oh, that sucks. That is some straight up booty cheek AIDS, my dudes. Well, he had a trip mine, so that's cool. After I love how he must have triggered it right before he killed him. What's up? Yeah. No, I don't need it for anything. Let me just check and make sure there's nothing on it first. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Thank you. But yeah, totally. I'll do it. I'll do it just to be sure. Set it up too. All right. Yo, we have over 1,000 collective viewers, guys, on my own personal channel and on the Carnage YouTube right now. You guys are absolutely phenomenal with the support. Thank you very much for the love. You guys are actually sick. If you guys are new to either channel, make sure you drop a like and drop a sub. If you're new to my channel, when you guys subscribe, you will see your names come up right here below my face cam, and you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower right-hand corner. You look like Ghost. You took Ghost Ninja's AIDS hairline. I have an AIDS hairline, bro? Bro, I have a luscious head of hair, bro. You must be bald. Like, hello? Can I get a shout out? Joshua, shout out to you, man. My hair is luscious, dude. I'm like, dude, this is like Fabio status. Don't tell me my hair is not luscious, dude. Don't make jokes about my hairline, guys. That's just taking it too far. I do not like this at all. Nice, here we go, here we go. We're gonna lose the A flag. That's alright. What's up, Sam Turney? How you doing today, man? Do I do shout outs? Hell yeah, brother. Shout out to you, Dino Rosa. Thank you for coming by the stream. He's gonna spawn back down there and he's gonna want to come get me. I should not have shot right there. Let's just hop in here. Go prone just in case. Oh, shoot. We got that B flag. Nice. Oh, God. Back up, back up, back up. We got a Wraith in. We got a hater here as well. This guy, I can't tell if this guy's AFK or if he's just pre-aiming. I can't tell, man. I can't tell.
Clean kill.
I think this guy's AFK. No, he's not. He's going prone, man. God damn. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Securing Alpha. Enemy has C.
I can't call him my Wraith yet. Let me call him my Wraith, damn it.
UAV awaiting orders. Negative. Airspace.
Let me call my Wraith. Let me call it in. Does anyone else have a hater? Somebody calling their hater. What gun is that? This is the XMC, brother. The XMC, which is the Msmc remake. We're 31-3, dude. Like, we're doing well. We're doing really well right now. Just gotta stop playing so freaking dumb, dude. And peeking this, I feel like it's gonna be my next dumb move. Nice.
Okay. C secure.
So we'll take C. I like that.
Friendly HCXD deployed.
Play smart here, boys. Play smart here.
Threat neutralized.
Respawn's gonna flip. Oh, my teammates push too hard in here. He's on the wall run. Is he still there? Nah, I think someone killed him. No, 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 dude. I was going on a streak.
Securing A.
Oh, dude. That guy, it's the DIY guy, bro. That's killed us 2 times now. I shouldn't have pushed through the middle of the map. That was just a bad play. We choked nukes twice this game, man. We're just playing so freaking dumb. Huh, are there any new melees? No, there are no new melees, man. Unfortunately, I feel like Treyarch kind of knows they've already added like way too many melee weapons into this game, so they're kind of just like, eh.
Ruin KIA.
You know, they're just kind of like, nah, let's not add any more new melee weapons. You know what I'm saying?
Securing Alpha. Charlie.
Yo, what's good, brother? Oh, Jesus. Nope. Okay, I couldn't slide for some reason. You died? I know, Zayden. I did die, man. Hennis, you're the best. Dino, I'm trying my best out here, man. I'm trying my best, brother. Like, honestly, we're running with good teammates right now here as well. So hopefully we'll get Combine again. These enemies are, like, good enemies to be going up against. So, like, I'm not too worried about that. Hopefully we can get some better attachments, too. Because I'm pretty sure we've leveled up this weapon a crap ton as well. Which weapons were added? So we have the SMC, and then we have the Olympia as well. Too many weapons. It's this Lander guy. Yeah, look at him. He's 18 and 21, bro. He's like the only guy trying on his team. Everyone else is like double or triple negative. My lord, dude. He's the one guy. Shout me out. Shout out to you, Taryn. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. Means a lot. What's up, brother? There's another guy on it.
Losing Alpha.
What's up, dude?
Infantry neutralized.
What's up, brother? Yo, what's up? What's up, veteran? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the live stream.
Securing C.
Imagine if we just got a one-shot headshot. That would have been sick as hell. I just saw him pushing. Shoot. Hennis, I literally dropped a 60 kill on a TDM with the first game with the XMC. Damn. That's pretty sweet, actually. 60 kills? That's not bad. That's pretty good. Right, we're about to win this game here. This one got... Oh, yo! Chill. We got a donation from my man Sully. I appreciate it. Ah. Sully coming in with a $1.96 donation. I appreciate that dono, brother. Thank you very much. He donates $1.96 and says, please raid young Simba. It's his B-day. Bro, I'm not going to raid anybody right now just because we're in the middle of a stream. But at the end of my live stream, if he's still alive, I will definitely raid him, man. That will be the first guy that I'll go ahead and raid. I appreciate that support, Sully. God bless you. Can we get a Sully spam in the chat? S-U-L-I. I would appreciate it. What's up, Pro Gamer? Alex Murphy, shout out to you. New gun, what's it called? It's called the XMC. So it's the Msmc remake from Black Ops 2. Dismo probably DM'd me again, and I'm probably being a douche, not acknowledging it. He probably DM'd me a while ago. Did he? I hope I'm not completely blowing him off here. I just didn't keep my DMs open, bro, and then I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, alright, he never DM'd me back. So, I don't know. I guess we're just going to be rocking 2 solos for right now. I'll keep the DMs up just in case. But thank you very much for the Sully spams, guys. I do appreciate it. Sully is a legend. Appreciate his support a ton. He's donated to the live stream a lot. He's definitely close to being one of my top donators. So, he deserves that love, 100%. All right, we're about to get Nuketown, 100%. Nice. This is gonna be perfect because this map, yeah, we know the spawns in and out for this map, of course. Let's see what we got here. FMJ is the only thing. Fast mag, long barrel. Like we want long barrel and extended mag. Those are the two things that we really want. Long barrel, extended mag, I feel like are gonna help us out a ton. We'll try rapid fire. The only thing I really worry about is that we're just gonna be, that with rapid fire, the recoil is gonna be way too strong. What happened to Carnage for his eyes? He's still in Carnage. He was over in Doom for a little bit. Now he's back in Carnage. What up, All Nighter? How you doing today, man? Do I play Battlefield 1? Not really. I don't even own the game, to be honest with you. So I guess the answer to that is no. I did play the beta when that came out on PC though. That was lit. Please go for Dark Matter. Honestly, I could be going for Dark Matter, but I really want to go for this gameplay in all honesty. And I don't know. There's some other people going for Dark Matter. I just kind of want to mess around in pubs, play with viewers, and I just have sort of a more chillaxed, relaxed time. Are these the same people we were playing with before? Oh no, this guy's gonna be AIDS. This guy's on the other team too. What's up, Rodeo? How you doing today, man? When are you kicking? Because I want to join. We'll do a brand new lobby right after this game, guys. Right after this game, I'll play with a brand new lobby of viewers. Rapid fire for the win. Hell, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's good, but I worry it's gonna really ruin the recoil too much. Check DMs. Yeah, yo, Dismal, I'll just go ahead and join up on you, man. 100%. All right. What's up, Super Ada Boss? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I'll go ahead and I'll just DM you. Yeah. I'll just leave this game. Check DMs. Yeah, I got him, man. I got Dismo's DM. Oh, what's up, Joshua? How you doing today, brother? Dismo invited you? Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave this game here really quickly. Sorry, guys. Those of you who I was gonna play with, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and join up on Dismo's session. So, because he's gonna be grinding for Dark Matter, and then we'll also go ahead and try to get a gameplay alongside him. So we'll try to go ahead and join up. There's an open spot. All right. Can I join you, Hennis, after you leave? I sent an invite because it's invite only. All right. I should be able to join. Did we get an invite from Dysmorphix? Ayo! Dismo is so cool, dude. I feel honored to get an invite from Dismo. That's just lit. What was my first DLC weapon? I'm pretty sure it was the MX Garand. No, guys, don't join up on my session. There's too many. Yeah, see, I gotta go ahead and close my party here, bro. Oops. Nah, bro. Chill, guys. Don't join up on my session. You're completely defeating the point here, guys. Alright, there we go. Now I gotta go ahead and join up on Dismo. I may need another invite. I don't think I do, though. There we go. Still good. What's up, Juju, on that beat? How you doing today? Is there a new contract out for the weapon prep? There is not. No, we don't have any new contracts, unfortunately. Did they actually add new weapons to the game? They did, bro. Yes, they added the XMC, which is an MSMC remake from Black Ops 1. And then they also added the Olympia the Olympia is from Black Ops 1. The MSMC is from Black Ops 2. Nice stream. Keep it going. Thank you, Ibram. Appreciate it, man. Is the Olympia good? Nah, no, honestly, I don't think it is. I don't know why. Yeah. I'm trying to join right now. What's up, Heaven? How you doing today? What's up, I'm Exotic? Is the XMC good? I think so, dude. I think it might have glitched out on me. I may have to restart app. I'm a restart app. Can you show us the new stuff? Yeah, I'll show you guys the new stuff once we're in Dismo's party. Send me an invite in 20 seconds. What's up, Damien? How you doing today, man? Another bad gun? Yes. No, it's not a bad gun, man. Hey, Sully came in with another donation. Sully dropped a $3.53 and said, thanks, and hi, Dismo, I really love your vids. Yo, Sully, you're an absolute legend, man. Thank you very much for the donations today. You're an absolute god. Have I tried the Olympia yet? Yes, I have. I mean, it's got some pretty decent range on it. I don't know. It's got some decent range on it, but it's not, like, extremely... I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it has the power necessarily. I didn't have any attachments on it as well. Maybe if we hopped into a custom game and we threw, like, long barrel on it, then maybe it'd be really good, but I don't know. What's up, Alicia? How you doing today? Welcome to the live stream. Johanna, should I prestige? Absolutely, Beastly Jack. Absolutely. Yo, but Sully, I appreciate that donation, man. Thank you very much. Can we get a Sully spam in the chat? I would appreciate it. How do you donate? If you guys do want to donate to the stream, donations are never required, but always very much appreciated. There is a link at the top of the description down below where where you guys can donate to the live stream, and your donation will appear on screen as well. Hey, what up? What's up, Isaac? Welcome to the stream, brother. What's up, me, the dude? Notice me, Senpai. What's up, JMW? How you doing today, brother? Hey, dude, I'm a big fan of Carnage Clan. Nice vids. Keep up the work. Yo, Queeza. Appreciate the love, brother. Can you do H1 streams? I haven't done an H1 stream in such a long time over on my YouTube channel, and I just fear that if we do one, like, you guys wouldn't, like, come around to, like, support him, you know? Why is the lobby not joinable, bro? Dismo. Am I seriously? No, I shouldn't need another invite. Please just let me join. What's the theme called? The theme is called, it's like the Zombie Chronicles theme, man. It's not letting me join, Dismo. Not able to join. Yeah. Keeps. Oh. Not. Keeps saying not joinable. I'm gonna try just one more time here. Maybe if I try to go ahead and just join from like the party list here. Give me a second, Dismo. Don't do anything yet. Where's Dismo, friends? Yo, Rain Man coming in with that stone too. I appreciate it, brother. Did we go by Dismo? I don't think we did. Appreciate that donation, Rain Man. I'll read it here in just a second. Where's Dismo, dude?
Dismo greater than Hennis?
There he is. Join game. What's up, Speedy Cat? Join party. Then join through there. It still says live match. Alright, I'll try to join through the party. Dude, look at all those freaking parties, man. This is what happens when you friend viewers. You get AIDS like this. Yo, this is actually tricky to stare at, bro. Yo, Sully, why you dropping bombs, brother? Stop it. I didn't even read Rain Man's donation. An error occurred. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's just lit. Oh, did you invite me to the party? That'd be probably, in all honesty, much better to go ahead and join up through that. Here we go. That makes more sense. Check the top, yeah. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, no, join session. What am I doing? What am I doing? Join session. Come on. Work. Work. What's up, Jack? How you doing today, man? All right, so Rain Man came in with a $1.11 donation. It says, last donation for this stream. I'll be back for the zombies tonight. Dismo is better than Hennis, question mark? No, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so, man. Yeah, Dismo, it's still not working, dude. Dismo, I want to play with you, dude. I don't want to play with my viewers. They're all trash. Just kidding. You guys are really great. Please don't unsubscribe. People keep joining me. Oh, is that what's happening? What's up? I'm Pascal. How you doing today, man? And then Sully came in with another $10.97 dono, and he said maybe more coming. Jeez, Sully, the most you've ever donated is $50, bro. We don't need. We've already had $200 donations today, bro. We don't need you to freaking keep dropping bombs, dude. We had $200 donations from one guy, and he said the same thing both times. He's like, "Yo, shout out my YouTube channel." I'm like, what? What's up? What's up, Cat Daddy Doozy? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Dismo, I don't know, dude. D3 Smitty, what's up? Keep up the great work. Thank you, man. I'm trying my best out here, bro. Honestly, all I want to do is play with Dismo right now, and he's just, honestly, doesn't look like it's going to join. Yeah, I guess I'll just play with viewers. Tell your... Oh! Oh! Oh, it's lit! Oh, it's lit! Lol. I'ma stay. I'ma stay. Don't back out. Don't back out. Back out. What's up, Wahab? How you doing today, man? Dismo! Yo, we're going up against Dismo. Who's ready? Who's ready to drop some bangers? Drop some banger gameplays. Yo, what up? We're in his party, guys. Don't worry. We're in his game. Why do you keep ignoring my comments? I'm not ignoring your comments, Rocket Man. I'm not ignoring your comments. LMFAO. I ain't backing out, dude. We're staying, man. We're gonna stay. Oh, Dismo's gonna beat me 100%. It'll be funny though. We'll turn this into a video. She said try to join session right now. Oh, yo, facts. Try to join session. All right, hold on. Let's go to the... It should just say I'm in the party, right? Yeah, Dismo, join session. Please work. Please work now. Please, 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 please. Because he had like one extra spot when I just backed out there. What's up, Jesse? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Alec? What's up, Cheese Wit Hops? How you doing today, man? AK-74, you or the XMC? I think the XMC is better, bro. I think. We haven't had a whole lot of, like, the opportunity to unlock attachments for it, but we're trying, man. It's not going to let me join yet. It's going to fail me out again. Damn it, bro. This sucks. I want to join up on Daddy Dismo, dude, and it's not letting me. Alright. Give me... Yo, we're going to try to join up on Dismo. He's going to have a stuff that's going to try to join. Yo, I'm going to say you could try joining me. You could try joining me. Oops. Send. What's up? It's Freaky. How you doing today, man? But, like, now that my party's open, dude, all of my viewers are going to start joining. Show us the Olympia? Yeah, I'll show you guys the Olympia right now. So, these are the two new weapons that we got. For those of you guys that are new to the stream, XMC and the Olympia. Those are the two new weapons that we got. Did Dismo join up? Nah, it's Danny Beast here. What's up, Fancy? How you doing today, brother? If you can't join me, then I can't join you. Oh, that's lit. What's up, Chaos? How you doing today, brother? Yeah, this is just going to become AIDS now. What's the group name? The group name that you guys want to go ahead and join up on is called Henis 8. H-E-N-I-S 8. If you guys are new to the stream as well, please make sure you drop a like and subscribe. You guys can see the live sub count for my personal YouTube in the lower right-hand corner. If you guys are watching on Carnage YouTube, go check me out. My Twitter, my YouTube are all down there in the description. I also do add everybody back on Snapchat. If you guys want me to add you back on Snapchat, go ahead and do that. My Snapchat is Real ProHenis. Real ProHenis. I'm watching you on 3 different platforms right now. Yo, Beastly Jack, that's called dedication and support, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, when you guys subscribe, you'll see your names come up right below the recent donator right here. Cat is the most recent subscriber. And I do appreciate your support, Cat. It means a lot. Hannes, I've been here since 5K. Remember me? Yeah, yes, Zeong, bro. X-I-O-N-G. I do remember you, man. Yes, I do recognize that username. You're in my stream all the time, dude. Your support is legendary, man. I do appreciate it. You're awesome. Are there new weapons? Yes, the XMC, which is the MSMC remake from BO2, and the Olympia, which is the Olympia remake from BO1. Not even really a remake if they're just like copy and paste. Like, they're literally the same weapons, which is dope as hell. He just showed them? Yeah, I just showed the new weapons. Please check your Instagram DMs. Bro, I don't even check Instagram DMs, man. My Instagram DMs are way too flooded. It's just not even worth it, dude. What's up, B-Flag? How you doing today, Lil D? LD, a.k.a. the independent variable. What's the Olympia called? It's just called the Olympia. I'll show you. It's just called the Olympia. Please stop skipping my comments. I'm not trying to skip your comments, man. I swear. Alright, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go... Is Dismo still waiting for me in his stream? Let me go and check. Because if he's still waiting... If he's not waiting for me, like if he hopped into a game, then I'm just going to hop into a game too, I think. Check. Oops. I spelled Dismo wrong. Lil. L-O-L-O-L-O-L. Yeah, he's playing a game. Alright. RIP playing with Dysmorphics. We got a full lobby of viewers here, so we'll just go ahead and hop in with this. We should be able to get a good lobby here. I thought he was waiting to like get a viewer to host or something like that. Check how many headshots you got. I could check, man. Yeah, let me go ahead and check and see here real quick. So on this right now we have, oops, we have 18 out of 20 headshots. So we haven't really gone for dark matter, man. We've just been trying to like mess around and try to go for gameplays and whatnot. What's up, Black Spartan? How you doing today, man? Yeah, that would have been awesome to play up against Dismo or play with Dismo, but fortunately just didn't work out. What's up, Jesse? How you doing today, man? Is the new shotgun any good? Yeah, the new shotgun is decent. Nothing special. I mean, we haven't had the chance to throw on any attachments on it either, so we don't really know if it's good or not necessarily. Let's try uplink, man. Let's see if we can find an uplink lobby. Dude, these lobbies suck, man. Why can I not literally find anything? We could try some hardcore, but I feel like that'd be too annoying. There we go. Perfect. Oh, let's definitely vote random. This lobby doesn't look too bad at all. What up, Pro? What's up, Theodore McMillan? How you doing today, man? What's up, Fancy Puff Boy? Are you on PS4 or Xbox? I'm on the PS4, man. What's up, Zyndine Rivist? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Phoenix? All right, we got... Infection's not too bad. I mean, it's going to suck because we don't really have a whole lot of range with this weapon, but it is what it is. Stock, quick draw grip. There's really no other better attachments we could have on this thing right now. Let's give it a shot. What's up, Riss Matthews? How you doing today, King Assassins? What new weapons have been added now? The Msmc from Black Ops 2 and the Olympia from BO1. What's up, David? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Zach is trash? I hope World War II has better party system. Bro, me too, man, because this is AIDS, bro. Black Ops 3 has always had this issue. It's been 2 years, and they couldn't come out with an update to fix it. It's like the most played COD right now. Did I do a triple play opening? I did not, man, no. How'd you get that camo? You got to get it out of a supply drop, brother. I mean, I did open up the one ranged weapon bribe that was sitting on my account so we could go ahead and actually get the... when we opened up a ranged weapon bribe, unfortunately, we got the shotgun, which I really wanted the Msmc, but it is what it is. Are you going to stream tomorrow too? Yes, I will actually be live later tonight, guys. I'll be live doing some zombies tonight. So if you guys want to tune in for that, that'll definitely be lit. What's up, Vital Reaper? Welcome to the stream, man. What's up, Elliot Beaton? What's up, Frankenstein? You're sick. I love your videos. Thank you, man. What's up, Charlie? Michael? Been here for like 40 minutes and still no match. Dude, I know, man. I know it's annoying. I'm sorry. We should, like, it literally said there's 4 matches available. What's up, Isaac? How you doing today, brother? Let's vote for Nuketown 100%. What's up, COD is Life? How you doing today, Lynx? Do I have an Xbox? I don't, brother. No, sorry. I came from Dismo. Hey, thank you, King Fade. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys are watching my stream right now, you don't know who Dismo is, go look him up on YouTube. He's a beast COD player, great streamer. Close to 100K. Definitely deserves it. You're awesome. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it, man. What map are you playing tonight for zombies? It's a secret, bro. I can't tell you what map I'm playing ahead of time. Come on, that's treason. Not really. Alright, perfect. We got Newtown. Oh, this lobby. These guys are gonna be annoying as hell. Like, look at some of these Master Prestiges that are in here. Like, you would know, like, they may not have like the highest KDs, but they're gonna be trying their booties off, dude. Especially this. Yeah, these guys are gonna be annoying. These 3 guys right here, Avity, Predator, and Justin. Well, how's this guy looking? 0.79. Yo, Hennis, could I try to join again with you? I restarted my PS4 to try and join, and then I started the game. You could maybe sometime later, man. But right now I'm just gonna be playing solo. If you read this, I'll donate $0. So yeah, sounds good, brother. So then, if I didn't read it, how much would you have donated? Which weapons were added? The Msmc and the Olympia. I'm in your game. Yo, Avity. Yo, that's you, bro. Oh, damn, that is you, dude. Yo, we were just talking. Brekkie time? Oh, Jesus, man. This is gonna be AIDS. Come on, dude. Don't tell me you were trying to session join, Avity. I think you was. Hopefully you weren't trying to session join, though, man. I love you. Yo, I love you too, Logan. Only 2 weapons? Yeah, there was 2 new weapons and a camo. What's up, Logan? I'm trying to go for nuclear out here, Avity. Come on, bro. It's annoying when people session join, man.
Enemy has A. Securing Bravo.
Shoot.
Bravo locked down.
Nice. I don't know why the hell this guy's all the way over here. Let's get it. Shoot. Yeah, this Avity guy, bro. All he's gonna want to do is just be annoying now that he knows I'm in my lobby, which is gonna be gonna suck. But hopefully we'll still be able to do well against him. The laser did not work there, man. Let me pick up a Brekkie just so I can have it.
Clean kill.
I can't wait for a fast mag or extended mag on this thing, bro.
Reaper down.
Like, you have no idea.
UAV inbound.
Shoot. What's up, Kristen? How you doing today? Welcome to the live stream. How you doing today, David?
Demo KIA.
He just went back into our spawn. Good work, teammate. Good work. This guy got a sight on it. What's up, little cheesy? How you doing today, man? What's up, Kyle Jensen? All right, let's light it up, dude. Come on. We got spawned out here. I don't know how.
Clean kill.
Securing Alpha.
What's up, that gamer kid? If y'all only had Xbox, bro, I know, man. If only I had Xbox, dude. I'm just a PS4 pleb. These guys are all running breckies, bro. That's so annoying. He's going. It sucks. Yo, Fancy Puff Boy, what's up, man? Please don't spam in the chat. I'd appreciate it.
Kinetic armor good to go.
That wasn't a bad use of kinetic. Ah! We keep getting so close to getting on these streaks, man. And then. What's up, Rez? How you doing today? Adea, welcome to the live stream. What's up, Origin? How you doing today, my man? If you guys are new to the channel, definitely be sure to drop a like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream. I'd really appreciate it. That was late reaction time there. What's up, Flameo? Zombie time. We'll be doing zombie streams later tonight, my man. Teammates, you gotta kill those guys faster, man. I gotta get out of this bad habit of like reloading after every kill. Is that a shock charge, bro? That's not a shock charge? What is that? Is that just some sort of graphic glitch, dude? It's weird as hell. Ah, shoot, dude. I'm dead.
Reaper jumped.
Where'd you just go? There's still more back there. Yeah, I'm backing up. Nope. Oh, hell no. Hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. I heard him. Ah, no, dude. I'm trying so hard, man. What's up, Maeve? How you doing today?
Clean kill.
22 and 11.
Securing A.
Holy Jesus. They're all over again. Got one of them. What's up, Mason? How you doing today, my man? I feel like I don't know if we're like being too aggressive or treating this like a comp match or like what I'm doing wrong. I think it's just these enemies are good. Shit, he's right here.
Downgraded. Reaper down.
Nice, good work, teammate. Good work. What's up, Weekly Us? How you doing today, man? What's up, yo, Dysobian? What's up, man? What's up, Beast Boy? You're the best YouTuber. Hey, thank you, Isaac. I appreciate the kind words, man. I really, really do. I'm slacking out here right now, dude, because these guys are trying so hard. They're using these silence breckies all over the place. Is the camo for a limited time? Yes, the camo is for a limited time. It's only available, I think, for a week. I think you have a week to get it. Wow, a girl I just said that she doesn't know the difference. She has a little more of what I have left for the game, lol, and she came. It works well for a few weeks, but still a great game. Bro, I have absolutely no idea what you just said, homie. Absolutely no idea what you just said. Are you on PS4? Yes, I am on the PS4, man. Shit. I don't know if fast mag is the way to go on this thing, or...
Forcer splash.
Nah, yeah, kinetic popped in there. Do I have a PS3? I do not, brother, no. Yo, did Vicstar come out with a diss track, bro? Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out, man. That's actually funny as hell. All these YouTubers coming out with diss tracks. It's like the new thing, man. Yeah, people dropping diss tracks who can't even rap. Awesome. Makes for some pretty fire. Makes for some pretty humorous content, honestly. And it's all for jokes at the end of the day, too, so this is all good.
Tango down. She's gone.
UAV ready for tasking.
This thing takes a long time to reload, and it does not have a whole lot of ammo per mag, which sucks. I'm backing up here. Ah, no, don't kill me. I think it's VMP, bro. We're gonna lose B. 100%. They're all gonna get on it.
Forcer splash.
Is he over there? I can't tell. I shouldn't be pushed up this far. I shouldn't be pushed up this far. I don't know how I'm not dead. I'm really close to a raid right here. No, dude, I turned my back at the wrong time, man. Yo, Sully dropping another dono. I appreciate that, Sully. You're an absolute legend, man. Thank you very much for that support, brother. Seriously, means a lot.
You're gone.
Oh, 6 shots, Hennis. What's up, Riley? Welcome to the stream. But yo, Sully dropping a $2.35 and said, everyone sub to Sully. Yo, thank you very much, Sully, for the dono, man. Yes, be sure to go check out Sully, dudes. I would appreciate it. Ooh, okay, okay. Oh, someone got a hater. Someone literally just now gets a hater. Okay, okay. That's actually pretty good. I can live with that. 100%. Ah, shoot, there was a guy behind. What's up, Cloury Time? How you doing today, my man? All right, I like that teammate got a hater here. The unfortunate part is that it's just a little late, probably. Oh, wow, man. Yep, look at it, pinch there. What's up, Aldero? How you doing today, man? Can we get a Sully spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate it. BO2 is my favorite Call of Duty. Glad to see they brought this gun back. BO2 is actually my favorite COD as well, man. And I'm not just saying that to agree with you. Like, this is legitimately, like, almost a dream come true. I almost wish it was the MP7, though, just because the MP7 would have caused so much hype. But the Msmc returning is very clutch. And a pretty cool move by Treyarch, in all honesty. What's up, Jason? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the live stream. Yes, we're going to reset the lobby right after this game, guys. I don't know how much longer we're going to try to go for this gameplay, but we'll see. We'll try to go for it for a little while longer. What's up, the gamer guy? What's up, Angel? Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you stopping in. All of you guys that are new, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you've dropped a like. It really does help me out at the end of the day, guys. It truly, truly does. I really do appreciate all the support. Okay. Ow. Ah, he was right there. What's up, AMV? How you doing today, man? Are you a modern? I don't even know. What does that mean to be a modern, bro? I don't even know. Oh, that hardens. Yeah, the hardened sentry finished me off. Damn. Yeah, guys, we're actually 20 subscribers away from 112,700. So a sub would be very much appreciated, guys. If you are new to the channel and you are enjoying the content, your name will also appear right below my face cam if you do decide to subscribe to my own personal channel. If you're watching on Carnage, go check me out. YouTube.com/ProHenis. All my social media is in the description. I do also add everybody back on Snapchat, so if you guys want to add my Snapchat, be sure to do that. Oh, I got a hater now, man. What's up with that crap? What's up, Banditos? How you doing today, man? Yeah, I'll explain to you guys very shortly how you can go ahead and join up on my session. It's very simple. Shoot. What's up, the new world? How you doing today, man? I'm trying to, like, I don't know. Every time I try to go on these streaks, I always end up dying to something, man. These guys came in clutch getting streaks towards the end of this game, man. What's up, Ivory Jackson? How are you? So good? I'm not even really that great, man. Like, I'm trying out here, dude, but these guys are not making it easy for me. Yo, we hit 112,700 subs. You guys are actually dope. Thank you very much for all that support. Like, look at all those shots I just missed, man. Can we get 112.7k hype in the chat? I would appreciate it. Appreciate it a ton. New guns? Yes, guys. The Msmc, which is the gun that I'm using right now. Then there's also the Olympia as well. Man, my teammates are struggling out here hard, too, man. Which does not make my job any easier. But there's another guy behind me. Hennis, I call next. It's first come, first serve, man. So I can't guarantee who's going to be able to get in my lobby, but I'll do my best to have as many new people join as possible. That's the goal. This Danny guy's holding down his mic, but you can't hear a word he's flipping saying, man. Yo, what's up? Yo, do Mallow. Welcome to the stream, Mallow. How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the live stream, brother. Appreciate you stopping in, my man. Appreciate you being here. Are there any new camos? Yes, we do actually have a brand new camo on right now. Brand new camo. It's called the Royalty Camo. Can I try to join at the end? Yes, Beastly Jack. We will let you try to join again, man. Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Wait, did we win that game or did we lose? Oh, yeah, you guys did win. Or no, we won, but
TACOM, requesting redeploy.
I can't hear any of you guys talking right now.
Mess with the best. Die like the rest.
Ah. I was in the... Oh, were you in the Carnage stream, bro? Yo, I'm sorry, man. I probably just didn't see you because of the mod thing. Were you actually in here? Where was Mallow? Was Mallow in here? You might have been in here a while ago. I don't see your username in here recently. Maybe you were and I just skimmed right over it. I don't know. But I've got you modded in my stream, which is why you stand out really well for me. What's up, Ronnie F? How you doing today, man? Do I have the Olympia? Yes, I do. And I am on the PS4. I added you on Snapchat. Thank you, Blue Cool. Appreciate it, my man. Appreciate it a ton. How do we join? Yeah, I'll show you guys how to join my session right now. I'm probably only going to do like 1 or 2 more games here, guys, and then I'm probably going to get off. You were in my game, Ben Plays, and you clapped me? Bro, were you looking at the same scoreboard that I was, dude? Were you looking at the same scoreboard? Because I think we won. I think, if I remember correctly. Alright, but yeah, we're going to go ahead and get a brand new lobby. We got Fast Mag. Nice. So I don't know what I'm going to take off here, but we go ahead and mute everybody who I was just playing with here so I can go ahead, make it completely fair to go ahead and play with some new people here pretty soon. Right after they're back out right here. Yeah, so I'm gonna back out. We're going to leave alone here. Now, if you guys want to join up on my session, very simple. Join up on the BO3 social group called ProHenis 8. Once you've gone ahead and joined up on that, you should be able to go ahead and join my session. So hopefully we'll be able to get some new people in here. Sup, Hennis, the new camo is lit. It is really lit, man. No, don't get off. Bro, I've been live for over 3 hours, man. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. You're live on both channels? Yes, Troy, I am. I'm live on my own personal YouTube and on the Carnage YouTube right now as well. So if you guys are watching on the Carnage YouTube and you don't know who I am, my name is Carnage Hennis. My YouTube is in the description. Go check me out. Drop a like and drop a sub. When you subscribe over on my personal YouTube, youtube.com/ProHenis, that's when you'll see your names come up right here below my face cam. You guys can see Michelle Bennett is the most recent subscriber. And you'll also see that live sub count go up in the lower right-hand corner as well. What's up, Jeffrey Jones? Who started Carnage Clan? Apollo 1. I want to try to get a new person in here, man. We got room for one more person. If I have you muted, that means I already played with you. So I just want to go ahead and... Well, dude, we just got hit with a massive sub purge. Holy Jesus. Did you guys see that? We just straight up lost like 200 subs. Did y'all see that? Look at my sub count, man. We just dropped like 200 subscribers. Yo, that is messed up, actually. That is actually messed up. Damn. That brings me to a whole new level of trigger, dude. Hold up. YouTube just sub-purged like 200 subs, man. God damn it, bro. This lobby actually looks really nice. We're going to stick here on Aquaria. Oh, I want to throw on Fast Mag on this thing. So let's take off... Let's take out stock. We'll throw on Fast Mag. See how that goes. What's up, Joe Smith? How you doing today, man? So yeah, I guess make sure you guys are still subscribed to the channel. Hopefully it didn't unsub you guys. Damn, man. That sucks. What's up, Kevin? How you doing today, bro? I think this is going to be my last game, guys. Right after this, we are going to go ahead and get off. What's up, Kieran? As soon as I subbed, he lost 200 subscribers. Bro, like, honestly, that was a big sub purge. A lot of other YouTubers probably just got hit with that. Yep, Ocean literally just tweeted, just lost 200 subs. Dismo just lost 200 subs on stream. Yeah, okay. So that wasn't just me. That was a YouTube-wide sub purge right there. Dismo and Ocean just lost a lot of subs as well. Can I please play with you, Hennis? Yes, Beastly Jack. I will play with you, man. I don't think it'll be this stream, unfortunately, but I will play with you, man, in the future. Absolutely. Too easy. What's up, brother? We got Fast Mag on this thing, which should hopefully help with just the speed and the overall aggression of this. Which is nice. I throw over on the B flag here. Let's kill it.
That's a kill.
Just give this fair just so we have it. 3-0, baby. 3-0. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up.
Securing C.
Ah! Oh, shoot. He had on Ghost, man. That's a shame. He had on Ghost, bro. These guys are actually running Ghost. Okay, we'll still support the channel. Thank you, Beastly Jack. That means a lot, bro. That honestly means a lot. Like, some people would probably be too butthurt by that sometimes, but I appreciate your dedication, man. It really means a lot. Like, I honestly, I was trying to do the best I could, bro, to have you join up, but for some reason, BO3 just does not want us to be destined to be together, man. It's just, they're out to get us, brother, in all honesty. Yeah, nice, bro. You tried to kill your teammate. Try to go in, try to secure B here if we can. If we could secure B here, that'd be dope. This guy's already got wraps. Yo, who's already got wraps? The MCS, bro? Damn. This dude must have gotten it out of a care package or something, bro. I don't know. Nice, got him. Could be another guy coming right here. Oh, I think he got killed by wraps. These guys all leaving? Alright, this is actually like a perfect lobby right now to try to get a gameplay in, man. Hopefully this guy's also running hate. Ah, no. If he got his wraps, then he would have gotten his hater already. Fortunately, so he probably didn't. Oh, shoot. There's a lot of guys around here right now. God damn. Let's be smart about this. Let's be smart. Oh, thank you, Raps. Thank you. Raps just saved my booty right there. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Bro, I'm telling you, these guys are in weird positions, man. Weird positions.
We've lost Charlie. Friendly HCXD inbound.
Flame unit down.
Wraith awaiting orders.
Crouch right here.
Securing
Have my Wraith go in a little bit. Try to figure out where some of these guys are. We're 1 kill off our hater, so I just want to play passive for right now. We can get this. We can get this. What's up, Chris? How you doing today, man? Oh, good. If he had no scoped me, dude, I would have been so pissed, actually. Nice. Good work. Good work. Do you have a triple cap right now? Yeah. You guys are all pushing back this way, bro. Are you kidding me? There's only 3 people left, man. Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Because now my teammates are just going to be going off, killing all these guys.
UAV inbound.
I'm just going to get an assist on everything, man. I'm getting an assist on everything, bro. Come on. Yo. Gaming coming in with another $10 dono, bro. He says, please tell them to sub. Dude, that's 210 bucks this dude's donated in tonight's live stream. That's insane, man. Appreciate your dedication. Appreciate your support. Everybody go subscribe to Gaming with Clash Royale. Honestly, the dude is absolute beast. Donating a freaking crap ton in this live stream, man. I really do appreciate it, brother. You are literally a god, my man. Oh. I almost just choked that. Got back here now. All right, we got a UAV going in the next round. We're 17-1. We're honestly doing really good right now. We're doing really good. But guys, Gaming Boy Clash Royale, make sure you go ahead and check him out. I would really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. The MSMC, no way. That's what I'm saying, Cameron. It's lit, bro. It's awesome. It's so cool. I'm so hyped that this thing's in the game.
Halftime.
Oh, Carnage got hit with a massive sub purge too. Yeah, Carnage lost about 1,000 subs.
Capture the objective.
Damn, man. That is unfortunate as hell.
Care package inbound.
Alright, let's call in this UAV. There's only 1 guy left, bro. No! Hopefully he goes for the A flag. I hope. No, he's not going to. Alright, another guy joining. Please, more people join up, man. Please, 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 please.
Friendly Talon inbound.
Nice. We just gotta be smart about this, guys. More people are joining. More people are joining. So hopefully they'll spawn in here as well. And now the UAV is gone. So we just have to play really passive here, guys. Like, really smart. No, we shouldn't be capping B, guys. Don't cap B. Alright, if you're gonna cap it, I'll cap it with you, man. But god damn it, we should not be capping these flags. This is just gonna make the game go faster. And we do not want that right now.
Rolling Thunder inbound. All locations secured. Maintain current
Dude's chilling back here, I think. Nice, got him. Perfect. Alright, more people are joining, but they're not spawning in here, man. I think they're all gonna be spawning back here at C. You gotta be careful. I'm 15 off my Wraith. I really just want to get a heater right now, though. Oh, 2 guys just left the game, man. That's not good. Come on, please tell me you're back here. This is what's going to happen, bro. We got this triple cap now. Now the enemies aren't going to join up fast enough, and the game's going to go past. God damn it. Yo, Gaming Boy coming in with another $10 says, please tell them to sub again. Damn, Gaming Boy. Everybody go subscribe to Gaming Boy's channel, dudes. I would really appreciate it. At least check it out. Make sure you drop a like on a couple of his videos. Dude, but that's another $10 dono, man. This dude dropped 2 $100 bombs and 2 $10 bombs for a total of 220 bucks, man. That's ridiculous, dude. Alright, someone just got kicked for inactivity. Bro, if more people join right now, and all they need to do is just join up and cap a flag. Like, that's really all that needs to happen right now.
Friendly talent in your AO.
I'm literally... I don't know why we're calling in lethal streaks, man. Come on, please don't... Ah, he killed him, bro. Damn it, bro. This sucks. This is what happens, dude. We triple cap. What's up, Flaming? How you doing today, gaming? Welcome to the live stream. You're my inspiration. Hey, thank you. What's your name? Flamo Gaming? Appreciate it a ton, brother. Are you back here? Come on, dude. Don't run around shooting me. What's up, Raid Craft Mystic? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who we're gonna raid today, guys, after this stream, but I don't even know if I want to count this as my last game, bro. We're 20-1, man. How freaking this sucks. So we're on a 15, dude. How are we on a 15? Oh, because we called in our Wraith. I forgot about that. Yeah. Honestly, looking back on it now, we probably shouldn't have even called in the Wraith, man. We shouldn't.
Not one yet. Keep it tight.
The fact that we called in our Wraith just sucks. What's up, Nick? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the live stream, brother. Ah. What's up, Johnny? Welcome to the live stream, man. How you doing today, brother? Nice. Hater. One last attempt at a kill here. And not going to be able to get it. 22-1, man. Ah. What's up, Hammer? Welcome to the live stream. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and do one more game. I'll stick with this party. But then right after this, we'll go ahead and get off. Damn.
Flame unit down.
R.I.P., bro. That was an annoying lobby to say in towards the end.
Crushed it.
Just for how insanely those guys were just running around.
Mess with the bad.
Henna, so I'm going to leave and play with my friends, and I'll be here for your zombie stream. So as always, peace out and stay cool. Hey, I appreciate the support, Beastly Jack. I appreciate the support, man, honestly. Thank you for the love. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 subscribers away from 112,600 subs. So if you guys are new, make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub as well. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I'll reset the lobby, guys. We'll get a brand new party of viewers because I know there are some of you guys who've been waiting here, and then we'll get this going. You missed a dono? I don't think so, man. We got the 2 donations from Gaming Boy Clash Royale, who donated 10 bucks both times, asking the same thing for me to shout out his channel. So honestly, shout out to Gaming Boy, man. The dude's a god. What's up, Kyle or Kylie? Welcome to the stream. I love your videos. Thank you, Flamo. Appreciate it. What's up, Black Spartan? How you doing today, Kristen? Do I play at Infinite Warfare? I do not, no. I am not a huge fan of Infinite Warfare, in all honesty. Not a fan. 1,400 crypto keys is lit. All right, let me go ahead and mute. I'm just going to mute the people that are in my party as of right now. This is why you guys don't want to join up here, because then I'm going to end up muting you guys. And then I don't know who joined up now and who didn't. All right, let's just go ahead and back out, I guess. All right, go ahead and join up on my session, guys. The way you join up, if you are new to the stream, you join up on the BO3 social group called Hennis8. Once you're in that group, you should be able to go ahead and hop into my session. Yeah, if you guys already joined my session, I'm going to be kicking you guys, just so you know, because I want to try to play with some new people who I haven't played with for this very last game. All right, perfect. We got a full 6-man. Let's hop into it, baby. Let's go into a core domination. Please, to dear God, we'll try to drop a nuke. All right, 12.6k hype. Hell yeah, man. I don't want it to be on Hunted, and I sure as hell don't want it to be up against a level 1000, but I have a feeling that we're just going to keep getting thrown back into that exact same lobby, which would suck. What's up, Lar? How you doing today, man? All right. Oh, no, this guy's got Live in their clan tag. This guy's got Doom in his clan tag. Hell no, I'm in Carnage. I can't mess with that, dude. These guys... Yeah, no, I'm just gonna back out. What's up, Nick Daniels? How you doing today, man? I love the challenge Fridays. Dude, I love the team challenges on Fridays too, man. Yeah, no thanks. See you later. You guys see there's like 3 level 1000s. Hennis, I have the Msmc, and the Olympia, and the new camo. Yo, same, dude. Same. Were you live streaming it, Divine? I hope you were. I hope you were anyway. Why are we getting these AIDS lobbies, bro? We'll try a couple more lobbies here. Hopefully we'll be able to get something. What's up, Tactical Turn? How you doing today? Justin Bean. Welcome to the stream. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome, Divine. I'm glad that you were streaming it, man. That's good. That's good. What's up, Death Trap? Welcome to the live stream. Am I close to mod? Beasting Dog, you are actually pretty close to mod, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Beasting Dog, this actually surprised me the other day. So yeah, Beasting Dog, when I was looking at the top 20 people who have coins in my live stream, like the top 20 coin holders in my stream, you're like really close to the top, my dude. And I was like, not gonna lie, I wasn't really like a huge recognizer of who you are, but Beasting Dog, you're in the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th position. And I don't know, it's just, I just find that crazy. Because I don't know, you're not a name that I like necessarily read out loud a whole lot of the time. So just to see you at that high of a position, I'm like, wow, this guy's like a huge supporter. So Beasting Dog, I know who you are, man, 100%. It gives me a chance to like look at the chat and like see who the real dedicated OG supporters are, you know what I'm saying? But let's try Combine. I don't know why my teammates are voting random here. But we'll try Combine here for this last game. Jesus, bro. Is this guy for real, man? Is this guy for real? Hey, we got Nuketown. You guys voted random. That's dope. But this guy, man. This guy. Holy Jesus. I don't even care, bro. I'll stay in the lobby. What's up, Tanner McMillan? How you doing today, man? Gaming Boy just came in with another $40 bomb, bro. He dropped $200 donations, 2 $10 donations, and now a $40 donation. So how much is that from this one guy? What is that, 260 bucks today? This man's going to donate me $1,000 by the end of the day, and I won't even know what happened. Can we get another Gaming Boy spam in the chat? Also, make sure you guys go check out this guy's channel. I think he's talking in my own personal chat. Make sure you show this guy some love, guys. Go over to his channel, show him some support, dude, because this guy's going to be my top 20 donator in no time, bro. He's going to beat out Divine. I don't know, I got to manually update this top 20 donator list, but he's donated, what is that, 260 bucks? So, dude, he literally just took the number 7 spot. He just knocked Baba Ops right off the list, man. That's ridiculous. He's like a 1,100 away from beating out Divine. At the rate he's going, he'll be no time. What's up, Tragic Clan? Gaming Boy is amazing, bro. Gaming Boy Clash Royale. You guys can see him in the chat right there. Please go show him some support, guys. I would really appreciate it. Wow. Just got lasered. I think that guy was using the freaking, what's it called? The HVK. What's up, Christian? How you doing today, my man?
Infantry neutralized.
This guy's just threw a concussion over there.
That's a kill.
Oh, they're 2 over by car. Shit, I did not realize that.
Clean kill.
This guy just noticed me right here. No! Thank you, teammate, for saving me. And then a guy came in from behind me. That sucks. What's up, Colton? How you doing today, man? Love your videos. Thank you, Flamo. Means a lot. Means a lot, brother. Shoot. What's up, it's BV Gamer? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the live stream. What's up, Jesse? Welcome, my man. Shoot, didn't even see that guy. What's up, Herobrine? How you doing today, man? What's up, Kylie? I've already said hello to you, but welcome to the stream once again. This guy's right over here. Oh, damn, we're getting like assists on everybody, bro. This sucks. I gotta be getting kills, dude. I can't be dropping assists against people.
Securing B.
Oof.
Authorizing UAV.
That's a solid UAV right there. I'll take that.
Securing B.
100%, man. I say I think there's a guy down here. Oh, hell nah. Nope, 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 nope. I'm cool with that, bro. Backing up. I don't know why I just decided to call that in. Oh, yes, please let me get the cap points for this. 100%. Oh, my lord. How am I still alive? I don't even know. Oh, how did I not kill that guy, bro? That sucks. Thank you, Wraith, for going off like that. I appreciate it. Oh my god, did my Wraith just kill all of them? I think it did, man. Holy Jesus. My Wraith just went off, dude. That's freaking elite, bro. The spawn's just flipped hard. What is this guy doing back here? Alright, he's done, he's done. Hopefully my team, hopefully they're not. They destroyed my Wraith. Alright, good, good, good. Hell nah, dude. Quit trying to destroy my hater. And they destroyed my hater too, bro. Damn, that sucks, dude. That bad guy. Nice. We're going 19-4. Let's pick it up. Oh my god, dude! What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing, dude? That's his third $100 donation of the day, bro. What is... What? I don't understand, dude. I don't understand. Gaming, all he said, bro, all he said again was, let them sub to me. Bro, dude, 100%, I'll just hand you my channel, bro. You just want to make videos for me, dude? 100%, like, just take my channel, bro. Just give me $1 million and I'm good. I'll just go ahead and retire. Holy Jesus, man. I'm sorry, guys. I don't hear any of the donation sounds because all I hear out of my my earbuds is just game audio. But God, so like, thank you guys for telling me that we got that dono. But can we get another gaming spam in the chat? Like, spam gaming, guys. Like, I'm telling you right now, please spam gaming. Like, this guy is just, this guy's on another level, man. No, no, bro. Why did he run up there? Dude, he's literally gonna beat out Divine, bro. He's like $1,000 away from beating out Divine, bro. I'll just hand you my, honestly, donate $1,000. You got my channel, man. 100%. I'm just kidding. I would never give up my channel for $1,000. But dude, you're. I don't know what else to say other than thank you, I guess. I really hope you're not like a chargeback fake like donator type of guy. You gotta understand my skepticism though. Like, I've never seen you in my channel before. You come in, just drop these massive donos, man. I don't know. I really hope you're legit, dog. I really hope you are, man. Yes, please, just back up. Oh, you killed again, man. But yeah, thank you guys for the gaming spams. Honestly, he deserves it. Shout out to him, guys. You can see him typing in the chat. Please go subscribe to his channel. Drop a like. I don't care what you freaking do. Just go ahead and show him some love. Please. Get absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. I'm gonna die. I was gonna say, this guy's right on me right now. I don't know where he is. What's up, Kevin? This can't be real, right? These have to be fake. These have to be fake, right? This man just dropped another 200. Nah, this has to be fake. 100%, right? This has to be fake. There's no way. There's no way. Nah, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. That's fake. That's fake. That's what is that? 500, 600 bucks this guy's donated? Nah, dude. Nah. That's fake. 100%. All he's doing is donating and asking for shoutouts. That doesn't make any sense. He's donated using PayPal, man, and they're not e-checks either. Like, these are coming in as actual donos, dude. Like, these are completed transactions. Like, this is money that I am now in possession of. Like, this isn't like an IOU some type crap. Like, I'm actually get it. Like, this is real.
Hostile UAV above. We took a beating,
Sorry,
but
what?
we're not done yet. Break.
I do not. No, some dude's just in here dropping $100 donations, so I'm just gonna chill with that. Peace. I think that's... No, dude, so he dropped 200, 100, 40, 10, 10, and then 100, and then 100. Yeah, so 100, 100, 100, 200. So that's 500, and then 40, 100, 100. So that's... I think that's... Oh, I missed that 100. So I think that's like 600 bucks. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say anymore. I've never. That's the biggest. He just matched the biggest donation I've ever gotten. The biggest singular donation that I've ever gotten on stream was a $200 donation. It was from Legend of AK. I don't know anymore, bro. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical, man. I don't know. I really hope he's legit because chargebacks are sucky. I hope you're legit, bro. But damn, your generosity, man, is insane, dog. I'm gonna check out your channel, man. Like 100%. I'm checking out your channel after this. I have to. This man just handed me $500. I can't not check out his channel, dude. Like this isn't something that just happens. You know? I don't think. Oh my god, you're joking. Ran out of freaking ammo, dude. Where are all these guys, man? I keep looking over at my donos, man, because I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss another $100 like I did before. What's up, Eric Shaw? How you doing today, man? Yes, guys, this is the new camo. This is the I was almost gonna call it the royalty camo. It was called the royalty camo back in AW. I'm pretty sure that's where it's from. But it's the in this game they called it the Empire camo. Oh shoot. F it, dude. We're just rolling right in. Rolling right in. 0 F's given, mate. Oh man. What's up, Nicola? How you doing today, man? What's up, Salves? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. I'm waiting to see if he's gonna donate again, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, this dude's either freaking rich or he stole somebody's credit card or somebody's PayPal. I don't know. And before it's my PayPal. And before this dude hacked my PayPal, donating underneath my name, and I'm like, sick, thanks for the donos, dude. And I'm really just handing money to myself. Who knows anymore, dude? He says just stream? Alright, bro. I'll just stream, man. I guess I'll follow this dude. I'll do anything this guy says. What's up, Garen? How you doing today, man? Yeah, but if you guys see this guy in the chat, be sure to go ahead and show him some love. I would really, really appreciate it. What's up, Dad Boy Death? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Heaven? Welcome. No, you with me, bro. What's up, Jack? Really? I gotta be paying attention to what this gaming guy's saying in the chat, bro. I'm like not even paying attention to his chat messages. What's up, you clean? How you doing today? Yo, you guys. There's seriously people in my chat that are like, yo, come to my stream and donate. Like, hello? Not how this works, dudes. Donations are never asked for, guys. Always very much appreciated, but never asked for. Ah, couldn't laser him.
The round's nearly over. Try to redeem yourself.
Someone said 1200. Stop. Stop, dude. He's already donated 500. That's way too much. I haven't given you guys $500 worth of content today. Doesn't matter. I don't think. I don't know how you guys rate entertainment. Damn, these guys are camping all over the place, bro. How's the MSMC? I like it, bro. He said I will not donate to anyone. Okay. Done. Wait, does that mean you're done donating or you're not? I think he said I'm not donating to anyone, so I think that means he's done donating. That's how I interpret that. What attachments you got on the Olympia? This isn't the Olympia, bro. Oh. This dude just got snapped on if I've ever seen a snap on, bro. That was actually nasty. We have a triple cap right now? Nah, not gonna make it happen. God damn. If it's real, that's insane. If it's real, dude, that is crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and check PayPal here real quick. I'll go ahead and check PayPal once again, and we'll see. I mean, I'm guessing fake, but there hasn't been a chargeback. I don't know. If it'll happen, the chargeback will. If he's a chargebacker, the chargeback will happen soon. And I'll get an alert as soon as someone tries to charge it. I don't know if I want to end the stream, dude. Like, thank God I didn't end the stream earlier, right? Like, Jesus.
All position.
That's what I'm saying, man. What's up, Carlos? What's up, Mini Beast? Bro, like, this dude's on another level. I love this YouTuber so much, he says. Damn, bro. You're super kind, bro. Super kind, super generous. I really do appreciate it, man. Even if you're taking somebody else's money and handing it to me, that's very kind of you. That's very kind. I'm just messing. If you seriously took somebody else's money and you're donating it to me, like, that puts me in a really lot of trouble, so hopefully it's not that. So let's see how much this one dude's donated. Yeah, so today he's donated $560. He's literally donated more than half a K in a single stream. Not even that. Half a K in literally less than 3 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's go another Nuketown match. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it. You guys have been killing the support today, and it seriously means the world. Oh, we got long barrel and a center mag now. All right, perfect. Let's take off grip. We're gonna throw on long barrel now, and we have on fast mag. So let's keep on quick draw, long barrel, and fast mag. Let's see how that goes. I think that's going to be a really nice setup. And then once we actually do unlock rapid fire, we'll throw that on as well. Because I think that's going to be like a tier 1 attachment to have on. What am I still running UAV? Okay, I'm still running UAV right here, so that's perfect. What's up, Shark? How you doing today, man? What's up, OM Patel? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Kyle Shark? I think I just said hello to you literally not even a second ago. What's up, Simon? Joe Sani? Can you play Custom Zombies? I will be playing Custom Zombies tonight, guys. Absolutely. But yeah, if you guys haven't checked out Gaming Boy, go check him out. You can see him typing in the chat there. He is active in the chat as well, which is good. Hold on, let me actually grab his username. What's his, let me see how many coins he has. Hennis, don't stop streaming. Bro, I don't think I can now. Like, I think I'm, like, obliged to keep going. I'm like a slave to this guy. Where is this dude? I just want to check and see. Okay, Gaming Boy. I want to check and see how many coins he has. Because, like, I just want to know if he's, like, a dedicated, like, if he's been here for a while, or if he's, like, just coming into the stream now. Gaming Boy Clash Royale. Did I spell that right? I think I did. Alright, what was it? Gaming
Domination.
Boy Clash Royale. It may not work because his name... Yeah, it's not coming up for some reason. I'm not sure. Not sure. We'll see, though.
Capture the objective.
Back down here.
Enemy has...
What's up, Koopa? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. You're the best YouTuber. Thank you. I think I am going to get off after this game, though, guys. In all honesty, I think this will be my last game of the live stream. Just simply because I have been streaming for a very long time so far today. I'm kind of in the mood for a little bit of a break. But this long barrel, I'm not going to lie, feels kind of nice. I'm not going to be able to get that shoot. Whoa. No, I just got tomahawked? Let me see this crap, bro. Oh, you can't make that up. That's gross. No, that's actually disgusting. That's actually disgusting, bro. Can we get a rip in the chat? That was a rip fail, dude, if I've ever seen one. Oh, shoot. I feel like long barrel is definitely something good to have on this. What's up, Corey Time? How you doing today? Jason Wilkinson, welcome to the stream. Ah, there he was, man. That was a rip fail. That was a serious rip fail. This dude, he literally just comes right out of his spawn. Let's just toss a tomahawk over here, see if we can kill somebody. What happens? The best part was he ricocheted off the freaking bus. You know? Oh, they're not even up. Just got blown into another dimension. What's up, Fabian? How you doing today? FH3 Lewis, what's up? Alright, we do have the B flag. Nice, nice, nice. I gotta get into their spawn, bro, and like play stealthy, but like play aggressive as well, man. I don't even. Ooh. Kinetic armor saving me right there, man. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, backing up, backing up, backing up. I don't know what's just happened with the spawns. But we just effed them up really hard. Okay, now I think they're back in order. The enemy should be spawning over here at C. Are you freaking joking me, man? Ah, he was right up top, bro. Okay, thank God. At least he didn't kill me. What's up, Jaren? How you doing today? It's Tangy. Welcome to the live stream, brother.
Seraph KIA.
I'm gonna sit right here. This should be an easy kill. Are you freaking joking me, man? Are you freaking kidding me, laddie? Bro, this kid keeps going up to like the same spot, bro. That's so annoying. Ooh. I need more ammo. No, he came in right behind me. What's up, HXG? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Kriavani? I can't subscribe, Gizmo Gamer. Why can't you sub, bro? You should be able to sub. Just click that pretty red sub button, my guy. Use the Olympia. I don't want to use the Olympia, man. I'm having a lot of fun using the XMC right here. We should get some more map control here. That's really all we need. It's just map control. Once we get map control, it should be good. Vic dropped a diss track and it's funny. Yo, we'll be sure to check out Vic's diss track, man. 100%. Shoot. You're lucky, Tanvir. Why am I lucky, bro? Oh, cause I got the weapons. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. I don't know, bro. I'm not even in the mood to stop streaming right now. Like, I feel fresh. I feel good. Like, part of me just kind of is just like, F it, Hennis. Keep going, man. You've been live for 3 hours. Just, like, keep up the grind, brother. You know what I'm saying? Use a gun, maybe? Oh, use a different gun, you mean? Yeah, because you guys have seen a lot of gameplay with this. But then again, we are trying to go for a nuclear with it, so I don't know. Oh, that was a guy. What gun would you compare the XMC to? Oh, it's the MSMC, bro. It's the MSMC from Black Ops 2. 100%. That's what's the remake of, anyway. Hello? Hello? Alright, that was not my intent to jump into this one like that, but... When's the next team challenge? This Friday, brother. Rhino Tough Gaming, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Pro, can I say something? Notice my text. Rise, absolutely, bro. If you're going to keep streaming, at least get some water. Bro, I got some G Fuel, man. I'm fully hydrated.
Capture the objectives. Securing C.
Are you going to do a raid after this game? I don't know if we'll do a raid at the end of this game. Because I don't even know if I'm going to stop the stream after this game. Oh, shoot. I was wondering, like, how are my teammates dying right here? Oh, they've got... no! I don't want to die that hard in Sentry. No, thank you.
Threat neutralized.
Oh, thank God. I'll be at a Cerberus, main! No! Oh, true. Yo, Gaming Boy. Gaming Boy just comes in and says, hi, bro. Yo, Gaming Boy, how old are you, dude? I gotta ask. If this man says, like, 13, I'm just gonna be like, oh, well, RIP. Refunded donations. I mean, it could be legit, I guess. He says, I love you. Bro, is there anything you can do to tell me that this, like, isn't a troll, bro? That you're, like, actually legit with these donos? Because, like, it's a little worrisome, bro. Because, like, if you charge these back, I'm going to get charged, like, a $20 chargeback fee for every donation you sent, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's, like, a lot of money, you know? I don't know, dude, so... Is there any verification you can give me that, I don't know... Tell me you're like the CEO of Google or some crap like that. By the way, if you're the CEO of Google, can you just throw my stream, all my streams recommended, like every time I go live? That'd be kind of cool. Sick. What's up, Houston? How you doing today, man? What's up, David Tran? Yes, the MSMC, bro. It's lit. It's 100%. Yo, where is this guy? Oh, he's right there. Bro, long barrel on this thing is a necessity. Once you get long barrel, throw this on. What's up, backups? How you doing today, man? Pro, I'm gonna stay up tonight to watch your stream. Much love, no homo. Oh, 100%, man. Much love, no homo. Houston 7134. Welcome to the live stream. Bravo. Roger. Roger Dodger.
Securing A.
We gotta cap at least 2 flags here. Yeah. That guy almost didn't kill me. What's up, Connor? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Caleb? This guy seems like God AF, bro. I always try to be God AF, but we're almost going negative right now. If you guys are new to the live stream and you are enjoying it, make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it. When you guys subscribe to the channel, you will see your names come up right below my base cam, and you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower right hand corner. 500 bucks, I think. Yeah, this dude in total donated, I think it was $560. Actually, I'm like 99, I'm like 100% sure it was like $560 in total. Oh, there's a server is sick. Does G Fuel taste good? I think it tastes great, man. I love G Fuel. G Fuel, honestly, is a great tasting energy drink. It's healthy as well. It comes in like many different flavors. So you can like, when you buy the, when you can like literally buy tubs of flavors that, you know, like literally last like, you know, for 30 or 40 servings. It's amazing. But yeah, like I was saying, it tastes great. And there's literally a flavor for everybody. My personal favorite flavor is lemonade. They come in really cool shaker cups as well. Tropical Rain, I know, is also another really good flavor. Honestly, like, yeah, like try out G Fuel if you haven't done so already. They also come in like little individual servings as well, like little individual packs. So if you literally just want to experiment with like one serving, you can get like a, you know, just one individual little pack. And maybe that'll be nicer. Just slide it in here. Oh my god, that guy's using the katana. Ah, couldn't get him, man. Yo, Apollo's back in here, brother. Apollo's back in the stream. Thanks for the subs, guys. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Gaming Boy, check him out, guys. For real. The dude's just a legend. I don't know why it's not showing how much money he donated on like the recent donator thing. It should be showing how much money he's, like his most recent dono was, but it's not.
Down that fire.
The round's nearly over. Try to reach yourself.
Oh, that's a nice little split quad. Not gonna lie. Ah, that guy just lasered me. What's up, Sam? Can you appear online? I am appearing online, bro. I am appearing online. What's up, Jareen? How you doing today? Welcome to the live stream. Did we not kill this guy? Oh, we didn't. Thought the guy was dead for sure. This weapon feels so good, man. I'm actually starting to like, now that I've been using this weapon so much, I'm like actually starting to like feel the consistency of it. I'm starting to like get the feel for it, and it feels, let me tell you, chat, it feels nice. My movement's starting to feel a little bit more on point. Let me tell you, bros. We're about to get on streaks here. No, dude, I was really hoping we'd be able to get on that, man. What's up? I'm Gastra. How you doing today, bro? We were literally one kill off of our hater, man. That would have been perfect. We could have actually gotten a little bit of a streak right there, because I was like, I was feeling solid. Yo, it's me, Senpai. What's up, Dark Moon? How you doing today, homie? I was feeling really solid right there. What's up, Khalib? I pray that I'll get this weapon, dude. Ah, I was like, what the hell? Did I land? Is that a glitch spot in this game? I don't even know. Oh, they're shooting down my Wraith, bro. Yo, chills. Saying the grind is real right now. I'm grinding for 100K. I'm so close. Yo, ACG. I respect the grind, man. I would raid you, but there was a guy that donated earlier that asked me to raid one of his friends. So, if he, well, but if he's not live, man, I will definitely hit you up with a raid, like 100%, because you deserve it, brother. I know you do. Hennis out here straight slaying bros. Ah! KVK or the XMC? 100% the XMC, dude. I think this weapon's better. I think once you get used to it, and once you get the right attachments on it, it's God tier. Oh, it's God tier, dude. It's God tier. Like, this thing is just crazy. Oh, boy. What's up, Fancy Puff Boy? How you doing today? Let's get some GGs in the chat, guys. I'm definitely going to keep playing. I'm 100% going to keep playing. I'm liking this weapon, man. This thing just... Ooh, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a class setup if you're curious. This is sexy. $100 says you won't read this. Remember me? You make my day when you say my name. Mike Vasquez. You now have to donate $100 to the stream because you said you would. Just kidding. You honestly don't have to. I don't expect you to either, because rarely anybody does. Except for gaming Clash Royale, dude. The dude's just made of money. What's up, Steven? What's up, Michael? Yo, Apollo coming in with the GGs. Love your streams and vids. Yo, thank you. Farum, I appreciate it, man. Hennis, why is it saying my email and password is not valid when I put my PayPal in PS4? I don't know, dude. I've always had issues adding PayPal to PS4, like as a payment system as well. I honestly don't know. Alright, man. 100%, dude.
I'm done now. Look, him a grown man and I
Dude.
know what him doing.
He drops a $7 dono. He says, "Okay, I'm done now. Look, I'm a grown man and I know what I'm doing." All right, bro. Like, I really hope I wasn't coming across as like disrespectful to you at all, man. But like, you gotta understand a little bit of my skepticism, because you came in and just started dropping bombs, man. I just never seen you before, so I just wanted to, I just want to make sure. But honestly, dude, I'll take your word for it, man. You're extremely nice. Very generous of you, man. Can we get a one last gaming spam in the chat, guys? Make sure you go ahead and check him out. Gaming Boy Clash Royale. His username is actually in the chat. He's in my stream right now, actually, if you guys want to go ahead and check him out. But make sure you guys go ahead and show him some love. I would really, really appreciate it. I am going to get a brand new lobby here soon, guys, but this lobby just felt so good, the enemies we were going up against. So if I can keep up this streak, I'm honestly going to keep going. We do have rapid fire, but fast mag, quick draw, long barrel just feels too good right now. I'm going to try to get rid of fast mag, actually. And let's just throw on scavenger. Let's get rid of perk 2 greed. And let's try to throw on rapid fire here as well. And let's see what it does for us. I don't know how well it'll do, but we'll give it a shot. What's up, Daddy? How you doing today, man? What's up, Aiden Hernandez? What's my Instagram? My Instagram is ProHenis. If any of you guys want to follow me, be sure to do that. I also add everybody back on Snapchat. So if you guys are fans of Snapchat, make sure you go ahead and add me over there. My Snapchat is real ProHenis. The Msmc is already maxed. Yeah, bro. We already got that. We already got it maxed, man. 100%. Yo, the amount of support you guys have shown on today's stream has been phenomenal. I don't know how close we are to 2,000 likes, but honestly, keep the support coming, guys. I really do appreciate it. Use the Olympia. We're only going to use the XMC here for a couple more games, guys, and then I'll probably get off, because we've been live for close to 4 hours here, so this is probably going to be my last game in all honesty. We'll go ahead and hop off and call it the day. Yesterday was my B-day and I got nothing. Oh, Daddy, that sucks, bro. Well, hey, Daddy, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. What's up, CJ Newell? How you doing today? Did I get your message, Joe Sani? If you guys are trying to direct message me on Instagram, I don't check Instagram DMs. I just don't. Just because the Instagram DM system is terrible, and I hate it. What's up, Traps? So that was rapid fire on this thing. It doesn't feel too bad at all.
They're gone.
Fast mag feel nice on this thing as well. Ah, shoot. He's so weak in there, bro. Thank you. Ah. I gotta stop with this swap thing, bro. That's such a bad habit. We're 6-2. What's up, Nick Daniels? How you doing today, man? Alright, can we all see a nuke? Bro, I'm trying my best out here, man. I'm not really much of a nuke guy, to be 100% honest with you guys, but I'm trying my hardest out here, man. I don't know how we haven't gotten one. I think it's just because we play too aggressive. I honestly don't know what else it could be. What's up, Tyler? How you doing today, man? Gaming Boy Clash Royale still just saying like hi guys in the chat. Freaking love that guy, man.
All locations secured. Hold your positions.
There's a guy just behind me right here.
UAV inbound.
Where'd he just go? I don't know where he just went, man. Ah! What's up, We Do Fun? How you doing today, man? How's my day? Honestly, bro, my day is fantastic right now, bro. My day is fan-freaking-tastic.
Clean kill.
Let's head over to the A flag here, I guess. Here comes this. Dude, this guy with the Argus, bro, is so annoying because he's got good shots, too. What's up, Ben? How you doing today, homie? What's up, Linda? Do I have a girlfriend? No, I do not. Not right now. Let's go grab this guy if we can. Legit, didn't even see him. Can you say muffin? Muffin. Yeah, please sub to Gaming Boy Clash Royale, guys.
Securing B.
Enemy down.
Alpha secured.
They're gone.
All locations secured. Losing A. Hostile HCXD in your AO.
Honestly, taking off quick draw on this thing feels weird, but I think it's worth it.
Kinetic armor on. Shut out.
Losing Bravo. Hostile UAV above.
Let's freaking go, man.
Securing A. We lost Bravo.
You know this guy's using the...
Losing
You know they're
C.
using the Argus in there, man. 100%.
Took down that fire break.
We're being dominated. Go on the aggression.
Push in. No. Okay, thank God.
Kill.
Alright, we're close to streaks here, guys. We're close to streaks. Just play smart. Keep playing smart.
Reaper junk.
That guy's got the Argus, too. Good thing that thing doesn't have a lot of range on it. It ain't like the KSG from BO2, that's for sure. That thing had some range to it, man.
Advised. Hostile UAV incoming. Securing A.
Nah, dude. Ah. That sucks.
A secure.
Black.
Enemy took B.
That was honestly like... That was honestly the kill that we needed, man. Oh, shoot. I literally ran right into a nade. Use the Olympia. This is going to be my last game, guys. We were trying to go for some gameplay here with the... with the Msmc. And we were trying to go for, like, a nuclear, but... Just kept choking everything, man.
Hostile UAV.
But in all honesty, I still had a great time. If we like actually like ran a proper support party, I feel like it'd be better. But honestly, just playing with viewers as well is also like really fun.
Securing C.
But how you doing today, Noah Schneider? What's up, Jack Wilson? Why are you keyboarding? You're trash at it, bro. I'm not trash at keyboarding. What are you talking about?
We lost A.
Keyboarding because I've been keyboarding. Just honestly feels so much better to me than a controller. No, honestly.
Securing Alpha.
What's up? What's up, Dexert? How you doing today, man? What's this guy right here?
A locked down.
Should have gone from right there. What's up, JNK Games? How you doing today, man? What's up? It's BZV. Welcome to the stream.
Losing A.
Yo, my aim right there, bro, was absolute trash. Damn.
Lost A.
You're the best. Please shout me out. I'm trying, man. Get this stream to 2,000 likes by the end. I don't know if we'll get 2,000 likes, guys, but certainly try. Make sure you guys drop a like if you have not done so already. I would really appreciate it.
Take what you can from this and
Barely
win
can
the
get in there.
next
Sup, can I have a shout out? Shout out to you, man. What's up, King of the Night? How you doing today?
round. HCXD spotted.
I am actually over on my personal channel, guys, less than 30 subscribers away from 112,700 subs. Thanks to the YouTube sub purge. You probably would have been probably close to like 13K right now, or 113K. But nope. You've had it with the sub purge. So honestly, keep showing the love on the channel, guys. I do appreciate it. And yeah, make sure you drop a like as well. Shoot.
We lost the battle, but the war goes
New camo
on.
looks like the royal camo from IW, from AW. That's what it is, man. 100%. That's that camo.
Halftime.
What's up, Futuristic? How did you already get the MSMC? Bro, we opened up these drops like as soon as they dropped, man. We were opening up supply shops like literally the second this stuff came into the game. I should pop this in right now. Honestly.
Secure. Inbound.
Anybody else gonna help me out here? Like, what's good?
Be advised. Hostile health inbound.
Reaper down.
Bravo secure.
Not about getting killed by that, so let's chill here for a little bit. I can't tell what's back there now.
Hostile raid in your AO.
You kidding me, bro? Hostile raid?
Friendly raid in your AO.
Wait, a hostile wraith and a friendly wraith? Oh, that's messed up, dog.
Hostile hellstorm inbound.
All right, let's play this smart then. We're just gonna kind of sit inside here for a little bit. I wish we had better angles. I don't really know what sort of indoor area we would rather be in. I'm pretty sure this is the best one. And we got friendly wraps as well, so this should honestly really help.
Rock.
We're one kill off our wraith here.
Securing B.
We'll be over to get our hater. Nice. We can't call in our wraith because our teammates got a wraith in.
B secure.
Let's go ahead and grab that scav pack.
Securing Alpha.
I don't know where these guys are gonna be, man. I'm nervous as hell though.
Losing
We're
Bravo.
30, like literally all we need is like just one kill and we're set. Oh, what's up, Gamers Storm? How you doing today, man?
Bravo.
Is the update out for Xbox? Yes, it is.
PI unit deployed.
No, dude, this kid is such a freaking loser, dude. Says the guy that's camping in the corner. Honestly, that dude with the Argus, bro, he's good. I think it's that I'm King Rick.
Securing
Or no, it was that baby guy, the baby guy that killed us. Yeah, he's going 18 and 14, man. Oh god, he's not expecting that. He's not expecting a wall run right there. All right, let's call on our Wraith. Maybe that'll help us out here a little bit. Let's at least try to take the W here in this game.
Threat neutralized.
Oh, we have a GI unit too? Yo, who's going off right now? Somebody got Wraith, Raps, and a GI. Like, Jesus. Some dude called in everything, or was running everything. I respect that. Yeah, the GI unit just rolled up on him like, you ain't gonna kill me. Alright, that's cool. That's cool, teammate. How you doing today, Riley? What's up, King Max? Nice. Let's keep them off this flag. Best as we can.
UAV awaiting orders.
Oh god, you should sit back right now. Woo. Ah! Oh no. You got him? Nah, I think we're good. What's up, E7? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the live stream. Alright, we just got another Wraith. Dang, if we keep this up, yeah, we might actually... We'd have to go off right now, but it's possible. Possibly get a nuke. I don't know why we're triple capping.
Enemy FO down. Splash.
Losing C.
Ooh, thank you.
Hostile care package overhead. Enemy has C.
Threat neutralized.
Nice.
UAV
Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Why did they just run in here, man?
Fire break KIA.
Losing Alpha.
Got the Argus or something, man. I don't even want to...
Be advised. Hostile rolling thunder inbound.
Shoot.
Threat neutralized.
Yo, Evan Bold coming with that $2 super chat, man. I appreciate that a ton, brother.
Enemy took Alpha.
Oh, this in. What's up, Caden? How you doing today, homie? Welcome to the live stream, brother. Evan Bold, thank you very much, bro, for that donation. Can we get an Evan spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate it very much.
Looking good. Continue on mission. We lost Bravo.
Get behind me.
Securing B.
Trying to push forward here, guys.
Bravo secure.
Wraith losing altitude.
Ah! No. Ah, shoot, Mr. Shots. What's up, Beasting Dog? We probably wouldn't have been able to get it anyways. Would have been close. Would have been close. What's up? Yo, what's up, Nolan? How you doing today, man? Yeah, we probably would have. We probably wouldn't have gotten any time on it. Hi, you're very good at the game. I'm trying, man. Honestly, we just got thrown into lobbies with like, I don't know, man, a lot of sweats, and I love my viewers. I freaking love your guys' support, and don't take this personally, but just my teammates just weren't helping me out at all, which is alright. It's honestly more fun to play. I would rather play with you guys and have fun just messing around with viewers than getting the nuclear. I mean, I know the nuclear was our objective, but I'm trying to say I wouldn't have done it differently, I guess. Who else think that these DLC guns are too OP? Too OP, man? I don't know. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. They're very good. But I don't know if I consider them to be OP necessarily. If you guys are new to the channel, by the way, please make sure you go ahead and drop a like and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it. I am actually... Yo. Can you talk to me on PS4? Yeah, I feel like I should, man. 100%. Do you have a Discord, brother? Do you have a Discord? Because it'd be a lot easier for me to talk to you on Discord, I think. But Gaming Boy Clash Royale, appreciate that support, man. If you have a Discord, brother, go ahead and type !Discord in my chat. And it should give you a permanent link to my Discord that you can go ahead and join up on. Oh, wait, are these guys going to make a comeback right here? They shouldn't. No, wait, they might actually. They might actually make a comeback. Let's cap these flags. No way. Are they actually going to make a comeback, bro? Nah. We got to cap C here. If we cap C, we should be good. If we cap C, we're going to be good. We're going to be... No, they're going to beat us. They're actually going to beat us, bro. You can't make this up, dog. Wow. Thanks, teammates. Appreciate it. No big deal. But yeah, any of you guys can go ahead and join my Discord if you want to. Damn, man. Yeah, Gaming Boy. Definitely go ahead and join up on that Discord, brother. 100%. And that'll be... I don't know if you use Discord, but that's definitely, honestly, the best place for you to go ahead and communicate with me, man. !Discord. D-I-S-C-O-R-D.
Evac and reinforce.
Step up if you want to get flanked.
Rapid fire, how is it? It's worth it, I think. It's worth it. What's my Discord? Type exclamation point. You got to type exclamation point Discord in my own personal stream, guys. If you're typing it in Carnage, it won't give it to you there. You got to type it in my own personal stream. My own personal YouTube channel is youtube.com/ProHenis. I am linked down in the description below of the Carnage stream. Be sure to go ahead and check me out over there. That is going to go ahead and wrap up today's stream, though, guys. I appreciate all of you guys who came in, tuned in. You guys were showing a crap ton of support, and I really, really do appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and chill for a little bit, though. I got to go pee, and I'm a little hungry because I've been live streaming for over 4 hours. But the support that you guys showed today on the Carnage YouTube and on my own personal YouTube is very much appreciated. Seriously, seriously means a lot. If you guys have not dropped a like yet, be sure to do so. If you're watching over on Carnage, go check out my own personal channel, youtube.com/ProHenis. And don't go anywhere right now either, because we're going to go ahead and do a raid, which if you guys don't know what a raid is, it's where we're going to send all of the people that are watching my stream right now to somebody else who's streaming Black Ops 3 here on YouTube. So we already have one person who has donated and asked me to raid them specifically, so we're going to go ahead and do that first. We'll do that here in just a couple seconds. And I will show you guys really quickly on screen who we're going to be raiding. So let's head to YouTube Gaming. Perfect. Switch over to this scene. Head over to YouTube Gaming. All right, this is where you guys are going to be able to see exactly who we're raiding right now. Let me go ahead and see Young Simba. So it's this dude's birthday. Young Simba, that's his name. Young_Simba. Did I spell that right? Simba with an H at the end. Young_Simba. All right, he is live today. This is his birthday, guys. We're going to go ahead and give him a little bit of a raid. You guys showed a lot of support today, and I would really appreciate it if you guys would go over to his channel, drop a like, and drop a sub, all right? I'm going to post this link in the chat, and I want everybody to head over there and type #HenisRaid. All right, you guys ready for this? You guys ready? Let me go ahead and turn up the stream quality here a little bit so maybe you guys can actually see it. But here we go, guys. #HenisRaid. 3, 2, 1, go. Everybody head over to his channel right now. Type #HenisRaid. Hopefully his stream didn't just go offline. That would suck. Did his stream just go offline? Did I go offline? I don't even know. Is he even live? I hope he's still live. Yo, I think his stream just went offline, bro. No! That sucks, man. I think his stream literally just went offline. Bro, that sucks, dude. That sucks, man. Oh, dude, I feel bad now. His stream literally... That sucks, dudes. That sucks. Make sure you just go over there, drop a like on his stream, guys. And we'll show him a little bit of love. Maybe his stream will come back here pretty soon. But I'm going to go ahead and get off now, though, guys. Thank you very much for all the support in today's live stream. You guys were amazing. I will see you guys tonight for a zombie stream. So if you guys are looking forward to that, make sure you have notifications turned on. And I will see you for the Zombies night stream, which will be at 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all. I will see your beautiful faces in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool. Adios.